Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Evil Deku was obsessed with Bakugo? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Being the greatest hero he could be and having a strange little crush on Katsuki Bakugo were the two things Izuku was most passionate about. For him, being a hero meant everything. It was his responsibility to make sure he took advantage of the opportunity to attend one of the top schools and train to become the greatest hero. Izuku was doing a fantastic job up until this point at maintaining his grades and honing his skills. The competition between students to be the best was one aspect of school life. Although Izuku didn't mind this at all, he did wish he could change a few things. For example, his crush, Katsuki, was constantly attempting to ruin him in order to get that spot. You could say that Bakugo was competitive when it came to achieving his objectives. He was always very clear about wanting to be the best of the best when he and Izuku were kids. Izuku admired him for his self-assurance and his remarkable eccentricity. Even though he didn't feel the same way, he had the impression that he wanted to be with the other men forever. However, since Katsuki doesn't particularly like that Izuku even has a quirk, things are a little different now. The fact that things couldn't return to how they were with his friend, or even become more, infuriated him and made Izuku sad. Izuku was generally quite self-assured when it came to approaching heroes, forming friendships, experimenting with new methods, and other things. However, he didn't think he would ever have the courage to discuss his little crush with Bakugo. Izuku kept pushing it deep inside of him in the hopes that it would go away with time, but years ago, he told himself the same thing, and it never did. But there was nothing he could do but hope. However, he was able to share some pleasant moments with Katsuki. For example, Aizawa were typically paired together because they understood that they were somewhat opposites. Although Izuku enjoyed this, he eventually hated it because either he would be severely beaten by Katsuki or he would give him the impression that Izuku was bragging about his own peculiarity, which occasionally made Bakugo even more irate with Izuku. Bakugo would occasionally even approach Izuku at random and ask him questions that he didn't fully understand. Last week, Bakugo shouted, "Oi nerd," from across the hall. Knowing that Katsuki was speaking to him, Izuku winced. He turned around slowly and made an effort to smile politely. Lowly, Izuku said, "Hey, Kachan, what can I do for you?" When Katsuki had gotten so close to him that their noses were practically touching, he froze. Bakugo glared as he looked straight into Izuku's eyes and said, "You were pretty damn close to my time today in that stupid course today." Izuku was no longer able to feel uneasy. He squirmed and raised his hands in defense. Sorry Kachan. I swear it wasn't on purpose or anything, I just wanted to impress All Might is All, and to show everyone I'm improving, not to say that I'm improving past you or anything, it's just. Bakugo stepped forward and said, "You got something you want to say, Deku?" Izuku's face began to heat up, and he was at a loss for what to do but take a step back. He had something to say, of course, but he wasn't sure how or if he was strong enough to say it. Izuku exclaimed, I gotta go Kachan," and ran down the hallway without looking back to check if Bakugo was pursuing him. He couldn't risk using his emotions to express his feelings to Katsuki. Izuku still couldn't move past that, even though it was just the other day. Uraraka was the only one who truly understood Izuku's feelings for Kachan. She found it adorable when Izuku would call her in the middle of the night to share the dream he had about him, or when he would find her and begin rambling on about everything he had learned about Katsuki in a single day. Izuku was aware of her feelings for Katsuki. She made an effort to boost his self-esteem and confidence in the hopes that he would tell Bakugo the truth, but every time Izuku declared he was game, he quickly changed his mind. Uraraka was a wonderful friend, and Izuku was thankful that she paid attention. He now sits next to her on the bus ride to a different city because of this. Every member of Class 1A traveled to a different city to question various heroes about how they can give their approval. Izuku moaned as he went along and expressed all of his emotions to Uraraka. Izuku lowered his head and uttered, "I just can't do it. I don't know why I can't, but I just can't. I'm such a baby Uraraka." Uraraka rubbed her friend's back while giggling. "You're no baby Deku, in fact you're quite the opposite. I think you're one of the toughest people in the world for holding in a crush like this for years and not exploding." "Shish. What if he hears you?" Izuku and she peered over their seats to see exactly where Katsuki was behind them after Uraraka said, "Oh please, he's like 3 seats away." He was quickly identified, sitting across from Kirishima, who was making silly noises with Kaminari and Shiro. It was obvious that Bakugo had no intention of bothering them. He didn't actually have a glare. He was too preoccupied to look out the window. Izuku thought he actually appeared to be quite calm. Izuku exclaimed, "Oh wow," as though he had just witnessed the most exquisite sunset. "Look at him, he looks so calm." Izuku kept staring at Bakugo, but the moment was interrupted when Katsuki suddenly turned and gave Izuku a direct look. Izuku and Uraraka both gave a little yelp before turning away. Izuku covered his mouth, hoping that the embarrassment would cause him to stop breathing at this moment. Uraraka laughed as he turned to face Izuku. "Okay, look, today needs to be the day you tell him, okay? Can't hurt to try." The students took in their surroundings as soon as they arrived in the city. Izuku, who has never been to this city, is captivated by it as he looks around while Tenya tries to get everyone to listen to Aizawa. He pondered the types of heroes that resided here, but more significantly, the types of villains and the measures taken to control them. An all-too familiar voice called out to Izuku as he started to remove a notebook from his bag. "Deku!" Izuku exclaimed, turning slowly to see Katsuki approaching him. Trying to be courteous, Izuku said, "Hi Katsuki, how are you?" Given that he had been able to put on such a composed front earlier, he pondered more about Katsuki's emotional state than what Bakugo could possibly want from him right now. When Katsuki said, "Forget that. Why were you and your fat face over there staring at me earlier on the bus?" "Huh?" Izuku mentally kicked himself. Izuku did his best to lie, but he felt bad about it. Honestly, we were trying to see exactly where everyone was on the bus. And we stopped at you the minute you turned around. Bakugo asked, keeping his gaze fixed on Izuku. "Is that so?" "Yeep." Izuku grinned broadly, a bit too broadly, which only piqued Bakugo's interest. Katsuki moved closer and once more stepped into Izuku's face, asking, "Is there something you're not telling me, Deku?" Izuku needed this moment to end quickly because he could feel the blood rushing to his face and he was unsure of what would happen next. Izuku said, "No, everything's fine Kachan, honest." Katsuki gave in and moved away from Izuku, saying, "Fine." When he turned to leave, Izuku felt foolish. He looked at Uraraka, who was wearing a worried expression, and then he looked back at Bakugo. In a way, this was the ideal moment. Bakugo was genuinely open to listening, Katsuki was composed, and they weren't too close to the group. The best part was that they were in a totally different place. Izuku could leave this memory in this city rather than bringing it home with him and having to deal with it every day if things turned out differently than he had anticipated. Izuku extended his arm and said, "Wait, Kachan." Bakugo abruptly stopped. He waited while turning back to Izuku. Izuku was certain that he would succeed this time. He sensed that Katsuki was with him, that he could see the signs, and that nothing could possibly ruin this moment. The problem was that this particular moment had the potential to ruin it. What if the real Izuku were discovered by Katsuki? Would he believe that he was strange? Horrible? What if he just thought he wasn't his match? Izuku began to question why he had initially believed this would be a good idea. What led him to believe that a person like him could be in a relationship with a person like Katsuki? Izuku hoped they could overcome their differences, even though he was aware of them. The differences were now too obvious to ignore. Izuku muttered, nothing, and let his arm fall. Bakugo glanced at Izuku for a while before turning and returning to the group. Izuku let out a sigh and sensed the tears coming. He muttered to himself, "Gosh, I'm such an idiot." He had no idea that anyone had heard. Uraraka said, "No you're not." Izuku gave her warmest smile as she looked up at her. "What happened?" "I decided to let him go. Aizawa and Class 1A later went to one of the city's most renowned hero companies. The majority of the students were willing to ask questions and get advice from heroes. Both Izuku and Katsuki took mental notes of what the heroes were telling them, but surprisingly, neither of them asked any questions. Everyone spent the majority of the evening visiting various businesses to talk to heroes. Everyone was extremely exhausted by the end of the day and eager to return. Izuku considered how he would have a nice shower, eat dinner, and then go to bed on the way back to their bus. He was distracted from his thoughts when he saw a man and a woman in slow motion approaching their group. Izuku sensed that something was wrong with them even though they hadn't said or done anything yet. They abruptly stopped, and fortunately, Aizawa stopped as well, suggesting that he sensed something was amiss. He said, "Can I help you?" "Yay, actually," the guy replied. "Can you help me understand why such young souls are devoting themselves to becoming heroes?" As Aizawa spoke, Izuku moved slowly to the front of his friends. They're choosing to become heroes so that they can save those in need and make the world a better place with their beliefs and strengths. The man loomed closer and said, "Ooh, have they ever thought about changing their beliefs?" No, Aizawa immediately attempted to apprehend both individuals using his robes, but they both moved swiftly. With a knife in hand, the man swiftly sliced through the pairs of robes that were approaching them. He must have had some kind of speed quirk because he was obviously much too fast. The woman jumped back and made her way directly to the class. The man yelled, "Go!" and she sprinted in their direction. "I'm on it," she laughed in response. Aizawa attempted to reach back and seize her, but he was unable to do so because the man with the knife was rushing at him. Izuku thought he had seen enough, even though he was really doing a great job keeping Aizawa occupied so this woman could visit the students. He moved forward and rushed toward her. Some of his classmates were urging him to stop or to leave her, but he was unable to do so. He attempted to kick her away with half of his strength once he was close enough. She appeared preoccupied with something else, though, as she leapt aside when a massive explosion occurred a bit too near to her. "Kei-Kachan!" shouted Izuku. Izuku took his arm and moved ahead of Bakugo, who chose to ignore him and attempt to pursue the woman once more. "Relax, Kachan, I'll take care of it, you should just get everyone too." "Huh?" exclaimed Bakugo. "No way, nerd. You just want all the action for yourself. I'm handling this, you go away." "We don't have time for this, Kachan. We don't know what she could do, just let me." As she watched them struggle to get near her, the woman mused to herself, "Ah, you two are quite the strong pair. So strong, so smart, and so full of hope to be a hero, but in all honesty, if your beliefs were changed, I think you'd be great as something else." Izuku didn't realize the woman was rushing at them until it was too late. He released the Katsuki and attempted to block himself and him with his hands, but the woman didn't appear to want to strike them. Rather, she employed her trick by putting both of her hands in their faces. When a gas of some kind emerged from the woman's hands, Bakugo and Izuku began to cough. It had no color and no scent, but it was unmistakably her peculiarity. Izuku, who had taken a little more of the gas, was dragged along with Katsuki as he leapt back in a hurry. Izuku was shouted at by Katsuki, "Shit. Now look what you did." In exasperation, Izuku exclaimed, "Me?" but then turned to face the woman. It was strange that she was laughing so much. She began to say, "There, now let's see what side you really choose. You two are going to have so much foo," but was interrupted when she was bound and wrapped in robes. Aizawa put her next to the man who was also wrapped up and obviously lost the fight, saying, "Annoying." However, everyone was alarmed because they were both grinning. In order for them to return to the bus and their homes, Aizawa promptly called the police. Izuku began to be questioned by Tenya and Uraraka on the bus ride home. They appeared to be the primary observers of what transpired with the antagonist, Izuku, and Bakugo. Aizawa and the other students were too far away to witness the exact events. Tenya said, "Are you okay, Midoriya?" and began examining Izuku everywhere at once. Uraraka also joined in on Izuku's squirming and fidgeting. Uraraka yelled, "Did she hit you? Are you cut anywhere? What was that stuff?" Tenya added, "Yes, it looked like some sort of gas." Izuku said, "Well, it was gas, but I don't know what kind." As he checked his hands, it didn't quite have a color or a smell. Izuku was a little concerned, but he wasn't panicking. Whatever that woman sprayed in his face, he took a big breath. It must have been a truly unique quirk because it had neither a color nor a smell. Izuku pondered whether adverse effects would occur. Would they be bad or minor? Should he wait it out or say something to Aizawa? He felt completely normal at the moment and didn't feel anything at all. He had a question concerning another person. Izuku inquired, "How do you think Kachan's doing?" After giving him a worried glance, his friends all looked up from their seats to observe Bakugo. Once more, Bakugo remained silent as his friends conversed outside the window. Uraraka said, "He looks okay, right?" "Yeah," Izuku said, "he looks fine." Tenya said, "Well, I sure hope it stays that way, for both of you," and then she and Uraraka sat down again. Izuku gazed at Bakugo for a moment longer before he sat down again. "Yay, me too." He had no idea that Katsuki had been watching him the entire time. When Izuku returned home later that evening, everything appeared to be as usual. He said hello to his mother, showered, ate, and completed his homework. He was tired and ready to fall asleep by the time he was ready to do so. However, he didn't feel particularly grand for some reason. He had strange thoughts about the day and his head was a little hazy, but he chose to ignore them and go to bed. Izuku tossed and turned during the night as his mind was filled with various bizarre dreams. He was unaware of the impending change. Izuku awoke the following morning to his alarm clock's wailing sound. He moaned to himself, trying to drown out the sound by covering his head with his pillow. Urgh. The clock kept ringing, and it sounded like it was getting louder. Izuku eventually became so enraged by it that he turned around and slammed his fist down on it, shattering it to pieces. When he realized what he had just done, he gasped. Oh man! Izuku briefly broke out of his sulky mood to examine the various parts of his clock. Why did I? Izuku had never experienced such an outbreak or woken up feeling angry. What had gotten into him, he wondered. After a while, he cleaned the clock and prepared to go to school. Izuku became aware that something was amiss with everything along the way. He closed his window because the sun was too bright, and he felt like someone had punched him in the face and he wanted to strike them back. Most of his clothes were light and cheerful, so he wanted to wear something darker. From outside Izuku's room, Inko yelled, "Izuku, are you getting ready for school?" Izuku started to moan and scratch his hair. "Yes," he complained. "What was that?" "Yes." Izuku seemed unconcerned, but his tone was a bit too forceful. His mother said, "Oh, okay, well, I'll make your breakfast before you go," and left. Izuku laughed and kept putting his clothes on. He briefly had the urge to reprimand his mother without cause. With a gasp, Izuku halted his transformation. Izuku exclaimed, What? Why would I think that? I love my mother," and shook his head. "What exactly is wrong with me?" Before he had another sporadic moment of being grumpy, Izuku changed quickly and left his house. He hurried out the door after telling his mother he would return and eat then. Izuku tried to figure out why he had been so upset this morning on the way to school. He instantly recalled the strange man and woman incident from yesterday, but he didn't believe it had anything to do with his current situation. This woman's desire to simply alter Izuku's feelings wouldn't have made sense, would it? Izuku concluded that the reason he was having these dreams was because he simply did not sleep well. Izuku, however, became increasingly irritated with everything around him the closer he got to school. It seemed as though darkness was attempting to enter his head and engulf him. Izuku took a seat in class and let out a long sigh. He had no desire to be here. Normally he loved school, but at the moment he detested it, and the idea of returning made him detest it even more. He watched with a smile on his face as each of his classmates began to enter one by one. This made Izuku's skin crawl, though he wasn't sure why. He wanted to eradicate those smiles because he detested them so much. He began to consider several approaches, and he nearly grinned as he thought of them. But Uraraka came over and paused in front of his desk, interrupting his gloomy thoughts. She shouted, "Hey Izuku!" And Izuku gave her a wide-eyed look. "Oh. Hey Uraraka," he said coolly, attempting to hide the fact that something was obviously bothering him. He was failing because confusion had taken the place of Uraraka's smile. He wanted to say something else, but he quickly nodded when she asked, "Hey bud, you feeling okay?" Why is that such a dumb question? Do I appear to be okay? Izuku thought, what a dumb girl, and felt bad after realizing what he had said. I apologized to Uraraka. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. Are you sure? You don't want to see Recovery Girl or anything? Izuku had to let out a sigh. Izuku turned to face the window and said, "No, I'm fine. And I should be for a while longer if I get some peace and quiet." His desire for her to leave without being mean was evident from that. Uraraka could feel her face getting hotter. When Uraraka said, "Oh, sorry, I'll get going to my seat then," she was obviously embarrassed. She was shocked to hear Izuku say that and failed to recognize how hurtful it was for her. She made her way to her seat and kept a close eye on Izuku. Izuku moaned, detesting the way the day was already unfolding. For him, the only people in the room were obnoxious. He became enraged with the people he had grown to care about. Aside from one. Suddenly, the door was swung open at full speed, clattering loudly against the wall. Everyone jumped at the sound and turned to see a Bakugo that was obviously hostile. Something about Katsuki today turned everyone off, even though he always had an aggressive appearance. Even Kirishima, his closest friend, was speechless. As he watched Katsuki make his way to his seat, he was paralyzed with fear and confusion. As he sat in front of him, Izuku fixed his intense gaze on Katsuki. Since Katsuki was new to him, it appeared that he was the only one who wasn't afraid of it right now. Izuku appeared to be in a bad mood at school, but seeing Katsuki lifted his spirits. A strange smile appeared on his face, but it vanished as soon as Aizawa entered the classroom. "Okay so," he said, glancing at the door that hung slenderly from its hinges. "Who decided this was a good idea?" Katsuki pretended not to hear the question as he peered out the window. Izuku followed suit, making it obvious that he didn't want to be here and that he wouldn't answer any questions from Aizawa. Tenya cleared his throat. "You should be honest with your teacher Bakugo. You were nearly late and you damaged the door on top of Katsuki snarled darkly, "Mind your own damn business, you nobody." Izuku and everyone else were shivered by his tone, but in a positive way. "You should be less worried about me and more worried about getting that stick taken out of your ass 4 eyes." Everyone let out a startled gasp. Katsuki had never been so critical in his remarks. The only person who thought Bakugo's comment was truly funny was Izuku. As everyone started whispering, he lowered his head and tried to conceal his laughter in his hands. Without hesitation, Aizawa threw his robes around Bakugo's head and gave him a fierce look. He said sharply, "Apologize." Bakugo sneered. When Izuku noticed that his teacher was cutting off the fun, he started to roll his eyes and moan. "Do it, now." "TCH. Sorry." Bakugo spat, and Tenya merely sighed and nodded. When Ishido said, "You shouldn't talk about people's differences, Bakugo, it's Mian. Let's work together," Bakugo swore with his teeth. He yelled, "You're one to talk about differences, you're fucking pink," and the room erupted in gasps and whispers once more. Katsuki was able to hear Izuku laughing behind him this time. He smirked when he realized he had made someone like Izuku laugh, but as soon as Aizawa put his robes around his head again, the smirk vanished. Class 1A as a whole was outside for a city course exercise later that day. Outside a very tall building, everyone was in line. Everyone would be in pairs or alone, and they would be facing each other in this single building, Aizawa had explained. It would designate some individuals as villains and others as heroes. After being portrayed as a villain, Izuku readied himself for battle against a few of his peers. He glanced at his classmates after glancing up at the building. He moaned and had no desire to even try to maintain his composure. Izuku moaned to himself, "I hate this. I hate this, and I don't want to be here." A voice that sounded familiar had said, "That makes fucking 2 of us." Izuku didn't tense up this time when he heard it. He faced Bakugo after turning around. "Oh yay. Why don't you want to be here?" "This is fucking boring, I'd rather be doing something else in a completely different way." Izuku smiled, but it wasn't his usual smile. He appeared to be up to something bad with this one. "That makes 2 of us." Bakugo took a step toward Izuku, grinning. "You know, you got this crazy ass look in your eye now, Deku?" Izuku asked, flashing his menacing smile once more. "Really?" Izuku was essentially in the face of Bakugo as he stepped closer and said, "Yeah, it's like they're dull, but full of energy too." Izuku didn't panic or retreat. He's dreamed about this very moment in the past. He loved this confidence boost, but he had no idea where it was coming from. But when Bakugo and Izuku saw that Kaminari, Shiro, Uraraka, and Tenya were all staring with red faces, the moment was ruined. Bakugo snarled and used his right hand's quirk. "Fuck off, you losers." They all gasped and took a step back. They all fled when Izuku turned to face them and glared at them. Izuku walked back to the building and prepared to go inside. "Annoying," he spat. Katsuki abruptly slung his arm over his shoulder. He smirked as he turned to face him. "What's up?" Seeing that he was also labeled a villain, Bakugo chuckled ominously. "I think it would be wise for you to stick with me during this course. We could really do some fucking damage, you know." A menacing smile crept up Izuku's cheeks. Definitely. The majority of Class 1A was shocked to find themselves fleeing from the monstrous pair as soon as the event began. Although Izuku and Katsuki were not known for getting along, they were having a great time at the moment. Together, the 2 villains were scurrying around the building, looking for anyone who was identified as a hero so they could eliminate them. Some of the heroes in this course were obviously not considering the rules, even though their role was to defeat the villains. By simply giving up, marked heroes like Ishido, Kaminari, Mineta, and Sato made things simple for Izuku and Bakugo. They were a little too afraid to see what had happened to some of the other heroes. Some individuals, such as Kirishima, Jiro, Toru, and Tokiyami, made it more difficult. Although they made an effort to fight hard, the combination of Izuku and Bakugo ultimately seemed to be invincible. Izuku enjoyed chasing Tenya the most. Izuku had to use his special ability to bounce off the ground, ceiling, and walls in order to keep up with him because he was so fast. He laughed the entire time, which made Tenya a little alarmed, until he was apprehended. Izuku was almost taken by Shiro. He managed to ensnare him with his tape, but Bakugo discovered them right away and set Izuku on fire. They used his own tape to catch Shiro together. According to the number of heroes they had gathered, there was still one more out there. Izuku and Bakugo parted ways to go look for them. Throughout the entire exercise, they both experienced a strange rush. They seemed to enjoy forcing their friends to run and watching their faces light up with obvious disappointment at losing. Bakugo and Izuku were unable to control the smiles that spread across their faces while they searched. "Where are you?" Bakugo shouted enthusiastically. He thought about where the last person might be while he stood motionless. But he had no idea that Todoroki was skulking up behind him like a mouse. He took great care when walking and avoided making any foolish mistakes. It was obvious that he would not run like the other students in his class. Todoroki began forming something out of his ice when he thought he was close enough, only to be cut off. Izuku immediately crashed down on Todoroki, pinning him in place. "What?" Shoto questioned bewilderedly. Izuku seemed to appear out of nowhere, but Todoroki noticed a rather large hole in the ceiling when he looked at it. Izuku must have been so determined to reach him that he broke through the building, he realized. In defeat, he threw back his head and rolled his eyes. As Izuku released Todoroki, he cooed, "We won." Izuku laughed along with Katsuki. Never before had he been so giddy. However, Todoroki failed to find anything amusing. He remained on the ground, watching the two boys bewildered. In the end, both Izuku and Bakugo received reprimands for their excessive roughness. The lecture was not taken seriously at all by them. After it was finished, they had to leave to return home. Izuku became aware of how much better he felt after spending today with Bakugo while he was walking home. He was happy to demonstrate to Katsuki that he could be self-assured and similar to him. It was also satisfying to watch the majority of class 1A flee in fear. It got him to thinking about how only specific villains are afraid of heroes. However, everyone is afraid of you when you are a villain. As he ran home, Izuku laughed and exclaimed, "Villain, huh? Hee-ha, ha ha ah ha ha." Izuku woke up feeling fine the following day. Even though he wasn't as angry as he had been the day before, the idea of going to school still made him complain and groan. He just decided to stay at home because he really didn't want to return to all those happy faces, high-pitched laughs, and teachers telling him what to do. When his mother called for him, he locked his door and ignored her because he knew she would ask him why and he didn't want to be questioned by an adult. Even though she sensed something was seriously wrong, she eventually decided he was simply not feeling well and left him alone. Izuku left his room after Inko left the house. In order to find something to eat, he promptly went to the kitchen. In addition to making himself breakfast, he took his mother's favorite cookies out of their package and devoured them all without hesitation. He was a little excited to see how she would respond when she got home. He soon moved into the living room to watch television. He changed channels until he discovered a new station that focused on providing information about villains and the harm they had caused this week because he didn't feel like watching anything about Hero Duty or All Might. As several villains emerged on the screen, Izuku grew enthralled and watched. Right now he was happy, but when the phone rang, he became irritated. He approached and picked up his coffee table. He heard the person on the other end scoff as he replied, "What?" Izuku's tone obviously shocked Aizawa, who replying, "Well, that's one way to answer. Why aren't you in school?" Izuku replied, gazing at the TV screen, "Because." Aizawa exclaimed, "Because what?" And he was already growing impatient. Izuku spat, "Because I didn't want to go." He felt Izuku's hand tighten around the phone. "Listen, Midoriya, I don't know what's gotten into you lately, but you better cut it out and quick. You and Bakugo better get here right now or all." Izuku broke up the house phone in his hand before Aizawa could finish speaking. He tossed the remnants aside and turned back to the television. Being told what to do did not sit well with him. Izuku kept watching television all day. Unless he needed to eat or use the restroom, he remained motionless. After a while, he started to get bored and his eyes turned a little red from watching. It was getting late, and he hadn't accomplished much during the day. Though he still wouldn't have gone, he was curious about what the people at UA were up to and how they would respond if a villain had attacked them earlier in the day. Izuku laughed to himself, knowing that he and, ideally, Bakugo would find it hilarious. Izuku just remembered Bakugo, and his eyes widened a little. Aizawa had mentioned that Katsuki wasn't in school either, he remembered. Izuku smiled at this. What did Bakugo do today outside of school? Thinking of his childhood friend made Izuku's heart race and flutter. As he considered the next time he would see him, he started to get excited. But since Izuku was not returning to UA, he knew he would have to make that happen. His entire world has changed, so he refused to participate in a hero program and be told what to do. Izuku recalled that his cell phone contained the numbers of most of his classmates. He rose and ascended the stairs to his chamber. After entering, he walked over to his dresser and grabbed his phone. He combed through his contacts until he located the precise person he was seeking. Normally, Izuku wouldn't even consider unexpectedly calling Katsuki. Normally, he was too nervous and afraid of what he would say, but at this moment, He was truly fearless and knew exactly what he wanted to say. Izuku scratched his hair and repeatedly tapped his foot as the phone rang. At last, Katsuki responded. He asked with a smile on his face, "So you actually mustered up the strength to call me?" Izuku wanted to jump off the walls. Cooing, Izuku said, "Now's a better time than ever. I heard you didn't go to school today." Bakugo chuckled ominously. "I heard you didn't show up at that fucking hell palace either. What's the deal, Deku?" he asked. Izuku closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before saying, "I think I'm done following the rules, for now I want to do things my way." With another laugh, Katsuki remarked, "I think we are on the same page." Izuku said sweetly, "I'm bored, you know, and I want to do something fun." Izuku only needed to hear Bakugo say, "Meet me in front of the park by that museum." He knew he would truly appreciate this change. After hanging up, he changed into more comfortable clothes and went downstairs. His mother entered as soon as he was on the first floor. He moaned, but he refused to let her interfere. "Hi Izuku. Goodness, what's happened to your eyes?" she said, glancing first at him and then at the house TV. "Did you stay home and watch TV all day?" Izuku put on his shoes and replied, "Yup." Inko noticed what appeared to be a phone scattered all over the place next to the TV. "What happened to the phone?" "I crushed it." "What? Why?" she exclaimed as she looked into the kitchen and saw what a complete mess it was. "And did you eat everything in the kitchen? Even the cookies?" Izuku said, "Obviously," and left the room. He was followed by his shocked mother, who stood by the door. "Izuku, did you think about me at all? What's gotten into you? Are you alright?" Izuku walked down the block after saying, "Order out. I'm stepping out, bye." Inko screamed, "Izuku. Wait. What's going on? Where are you going? Izuku." But her son did not look back. Izuku sighed as he gazed up at the night sky while he was walking. He questioned why it had taken him so long to change. It felt good so far, but he knew that it was just the beginning and that it would soon feel even better. He enjoyed it when the wind blew through his hair and brushed against his face. He still found pleasure in these small things. He wasn't shocked to see that he was first when he arrived at the park. Unless it meant causing harm to someone, Katsuki had never been one to act quickly. Izuku became excited at the mere thought of Katsuki hurting someone, and his blood began to boil. He took a seat on a park bench and took in his surroundings. Nobody was out, and he kind of enjoyed it that way. He seemed to be the only person in the world right now. Someone had said, "I see you're on time as usual," from behind him. Izuku grinned and threw his head back until he was staring at Katsuki inverted. Bakugo grinned when he said, "Of course, I wouldn't miss this for the world." He approached the bench and took a seat beside Izuku. As they spoke, they both looked forward to Katsuki's question, "So what's up?" "Lately I've been getting this feeling." "What kind of feeling?" Izuku turned and gave Bakugo a look. "The feeling that I had it all wrong." Katsuki smiled. "Explain." "Honestly, I think being a hero sucks. All they do is try to keep people organized and suppressed, and it's annoying to think about. Heroes like All Might strike fear into villains, but they keep arising anyway. It seems like they're the strong ones because they keep civilians stricken with fear. They know better, and so should All Might. I still like him a lot, it's just I wish that his beliefs were different and not so foolish." "And what do you believe, Deku?" Izuku gave a menacing smile that made Katsuki shudder. "I believe that being bad is more fun than being good. I'll get to do whatever I want, whenever I want, and no one can say a damn thing to me. I want to let people know I'm done following orders, it's my turn to make them." With a laugh, Bakugo tossed Izuku's hair. "So I'm guessing you've figured out I feel the same way and you want me to help you?" Izuku grinned and sang, "That's exactly what I want, Kachan." After smiling, Katsuki took his hand off of Izuku. Then he got up and faced Izuku, who was still sitting there awaiting his response. With lightning speed, Bakugo brought both of his hands down to Izuku's face and pulled them so close that their lips nearly touched. Izuku was growing more and more crazy and infatuated. He grinned broadly and remarked, "You and I are going to cause a lot of fucking chaos." Izuku stood up and approached Bakugo without averting his gaze. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They both began to giggle slowly before they burst out laughing. Even though they were going crazy, it was still amazing that they were going crazy apart. They were aware that this was just the beginning of the trouble they would cause. The sound of the keys jiggling abruptly cut off their laughter. A guard was locking up when both men turned to face the museum. Izuku smiled and trembled when a thought suddenly occurred to him after he left. Izuku said shrewdly, "You know, I don't think I've ever been in there." Katsuki quickly understood what he was saying. "Hey, Let's go. Just as the security guard pulled off in his car, Izuku and Katsuki ran up to the museum. Both of them paused and gazed at it. It was a historical museum that focused on the town, global events, and heroes, of course. When Izuku admitted that he had never been inside, he was being honest. He had intended to go and admire all of the displays and props, but now he had a totally different idea. Izuku was led by Bakugo to a window that was exposed on the side of the building. Katsuki said, "We should be able to get in fine here," and took a step back. He pointed both of his hands at the museum wall, but Izuku stopped him when he realized what he was going to do. "Wait. Not yet," he said, gently pushing down on Katsuki's hands. "If you blow a hole in this place, someone is bound to come here and our adventure will be cut short." Bakugo said, "You're right," and got to his feet. He saw the window when he looked up. "I guess our main option would be to go through there. You use your quirk." "You think I can get it open without making too much noise?" asked Izuku. He wasn't the quietest, but his quirk was powerful. Katsuki grinned and said, "You're fucking genius, I'm positive you can do it." Izuku grinned as he started to feel excited. Izuku pushed himself off the ground and headed straight for the window, saying, "You flatter me." He had no trouble getting there because it wasn't very high up, and he grabbed the bars to stay there. Izuku was incredibly intelligent, and Bakugo was correct. Izuku grabbed the bars tightly and tore them so fast that they hardly had time to make noise, as opposed to punching them out of position. He just opened the glass window after they were off, and that was it. Before Bakugo climbed through the window, Izuku glanced down to inform him that it was open. Izuku led the way, and a few seconds later, Katsuki leapt to his feet. After they were both on the ground, Bakugo praised Izuku by running his hand through his hair. He said, "Good boy." Izuku nuzzled Katsuki's hand. They must have been in a history display room, as they both realized when they looked around. Bakugo asked, "What's all this shit?" and began to scan the area. Izuku said, "It's probably an ancient artifact room." He then trailed his companion. He paused and examined a small mask that claimed to have belonged to an Indian hero 70 years prior. "See, they have shit like this in here." With a startled smile, Katsuki questioned, "Did you just curse Deku?" Izuku returned the smile with a shrug. "I probably will once in a while." With a laugh, Katsuki approached a glass box containing a massive red ruby. It was from Africa, according to the display, and a villain attempted to steal it en route to Japan. But All Might stopped him. The well-designed display didn't matter to Katsuki, though, as he easily broke the glass and saw all the shards fall to the ground. Then he picked up the ruby with his hand inside. After examining it, he turned to Izuku. He asked, "Diamonds your thing?" and threw the precious item to Izuku. Izuku grabbed it and examined it. He threw the ruby over his shoulder and said, "Nah, I don't really care for this one anyway. Let's check out the next room." Izuku and Bakugo began to walk. They entered a large hall filled with nothing but photographs. Some were depictions of historical heroes. Some were replicas of famous images, such as the Mona Lisa, and some were just ordinary paintings of hillsides or valleys. As they perused the photos, Bakugo snorted. Izuku was able to find some that he liked, but he didn't seem to like any of them. But he wasn't at all at ease when he saw a photograph of an unidentified hero tying up a bunch of bad guys. He began to despise the villain's appearance of defeat. Bakugo, who kept grunting at some of the photos, abruptly diverted his attention. Bakugo interrupted himself when he heard something rip. "Honestly, these are fucking lame. How do people live with Thames?" Izuku was tearing a painting to pieces when he turned around. Izuku glanced back at him, and something in his lifeless eyes made it obvious that he wished someone would ask him about it, but he didn't give a damn. Izuku gave a shrug. "I didn't like this one." Bakugo rubbed his eyes and grinned menacingly. "I should have had that idea." He punched a hole directly into a painting without saying another word. He felt a little foolish when he saw it. "Aw shit, I kind of liked that one." Izuku started laughing, and soon after, Bakugo followed. They knew what they were going to do next without having to say a word. They ran through the hall for the next 10 minutes, destroying any pictures they deemed unworthy. Any picture there, even the pricey ones, was torn, ripped, punched, or shredded. Out of 100 paintings, only roughly 30 remained when they were finished. In fact, Izuku and Bakugo were quite exhausted from all of their destruction and laughter. Both boys wanted to explore a bit more, despite the fact that it was getting late. They were shocked to discover that they had been standing in front of a huge room with an enormous aquarium built into it when they went into the next room. In the center of the space was a massive dinosaur bone structure as well. To sit on the bench in front of the aquarium, Izuku escorted Katsuki. Izuku watched the fish swim around and said, "That's a lot of fish. In this enormous tank, there must have been more than 300 of them." The idea of a shark appearing out of nowhere and devouring the majority of them made Izuku smile. Katsuki burst out laughing. "Can you imagine a fucking shark coming out of nowhere and he starts eating all of them one by one?" Izuku seized onto Katsuki's arm as his eyes grew wide. "I was just thinking that," Izuku exclaimed, laughing. "They'd all struggle to try and get out, but there is no way out. And when they all get eaten, the shark wouldn't have any more food, so he'd slowly die too," said Bakugo. Izuku scooted closer to Bakugo after laughing again. "I like how we can share this together." Izuku was approached by Bakugo, who put his arm around his shoulder. "Get used to it, Deku. It's gonna be me and you from now on, you hear me?" Izuku was immediately overtaken by something. He thought that he and Katsuki were the only people in the world at the moment. His feelings for him grew stronger and stronger until they felt like they would burst from his chest. Izuku didn't care what people thought of him or how they would respond. In particular, he wasn't concerned about whether his feelings would be reciprocated because, at the moment, it seemed fairly clear that they were. As he stared at him, Izuku could see something in Katsuki's eyes. He appeared to want to commit more crimes. He wanted to take over the world using only Izuku, make more mess, and annoy more people. That was obviously as much in need of Izuku as Izuku was of him. They gradually drew nearer until they were nose distance apart. They were unsure of what it was, but they believed that their new mindset had brought out their best qualities and confidence. But they were stopped before anything more could occur. Hey, what are you doing?" When both boys heard a shout, they turned to see a guard with a flashlight approaching them directly. "You can't be in here." Izuku shouted, "Uorar," and got to his feet. "You ruined my first kiss." The guard was obviously concerned about what Izuku had just done, and he was fuming with rage, but he still had work to do. Similar to Zero's, he activated his quirk, which appeared to be some kind of extremely sticky tape. Izuku was even more incensed that the guard dared challenge him, but Katsuki moved in front of him as he was about to approach. He growled and said, "You asshole. I was this close to getting my fucking kiss and you had to butt in." With a, "Sorry kids, but you can't be in here," the guard began to make phone calls. With a sneer, Bakugo raised one hand to the guard. Knowing exactly what was going to happen, Izuku grinned, but he wanted to do more than simply set fire to a security guard. At that moment, he looked up and saw that this room had a glass ceiling. Izuku said, "Wait, Kachan," and grasped Bakugo's free hand. When he got Katsuki's attention, he pointed up. "Let's make sure we're able to get out of here first." We don't know if he had already called someone. Bakugo leapt high enough to break the glass, but Izuku held on to him tightly. It was easy to crack the rest of it after they both landed on the outside. The guard shouted after them, "Hey, come back," and both boys gave him shivering, menacing smiles as they looked down at him. Katsuki warmed up his right hand and asked, "Should I do it now?" Izuku pleaded with a broad smile, "Yup, but make a mess while you're at it." Knowing that this boy was already gaining a special place in Katsuki's heart, he returned the smile. Bakugo instantly set off a massive explosion, aiming it straight at the dinosaur bone statue rather than the guard. The bones started to rattle almost instantly, and one by one they fell. The man on the ground shouted and sprinted around, trying to dodge the artifacts that were falling. Izuku and Bakugo couldn't stop laughing as he performed. It seemed to them that he was dancing for his life. The man halted his movement and attempted to catch his breath after every bone had fallen. But he didn't know that one of the bones had punctured the glass of the aquarium. The man turned slowly as he heard more glass breaking and saw that the aquarium was beginning to leak before it burst entirely. As he attempted to reach for the next room, the man had to swim for his life as hundreds of fish and water began to fill the space. Bakugo and Izuku were unable to continue watching. They were certain that one of them would pass away from laughter if they stayed. Izuku felt his heart race at least 10 times faster as they hurried out of the building. He was amazed at his good fortune and the way things were going. Both boys caught their breath after landing on the ground. Saying, "So," Bakugo turned away from Izuku. "What did you think about that?" The boy who had thrown himself on top of Bakugo and smashed their lips together completely confused him the moment he turned to face Izuku. The kiss was instantly returned by Katsuki, who then asserted his dominance by taking charge. Both mates strained to breathe after a few minutes. Izuku gave Katsuki a big smile and red eyes. So much fucking fun. Izuku felt pretty good about himself when he woke up the following morning. The night he spent with Katsuki was the best thing that had ever happened to him, he recalled as he stretched. They essentially made out for 5 more minutes after leaving the museum and sharing a kiss before parting ways. Izuku was warmed by the mere thought. He wished that his new, malevolent love for Bakugo would grow even stronger. It appeared as though his mother was waiting for him when Izuku arrived home late last night, but she had fallen asleep on the couch. Trying to avoid her as much as possible, Izuku crept down his stairs after leaving his room. She was awake and watching TV, he noticed. Izuku intended to go directly to the kitchen, prepare a sandwich, and then go back upstairs to his room and lock himself in. But he was drawn to a particular news report on TV. The anchorman mentioned a break-in at the park's history museum. Izuku froze, remaining motionless on the steps. His mother muttered, "Huh," and cranked up the TV. The reporter talked about how the museum was severely damaged and how the intruders must have wanted to make a statement. Nothing was taken, but the guard who was left in charge was quite shaken. Recalling what they had done to the guard, Izuku grinned to himself. He was also grinning because he was taken aback that the city could see their story on TV. However, when the idea of him and Katsuki not receiving credit entered his mind, he did begin to feel irritated. To his astonishment, however, the guard appeared to recall something about them. As she pulled up to scrawled pictures of what appeared to be the intruders, the woman on the screen kept talking. She recalled that the guard claimed it was too dark to identify the specific intruder, but he recalled that one of them was a dusty blonde with an explosive quirk, and the other was a boy with shaggy green hair. When Izuku saw his small sketch on the screen, his eyes widened in surprise and delight. Even though it didn't look particularly like him, he knew that some people, like his mother, would be able to guess who it was. Izuku heard her gasp and jump up in surprise, and his eyes flitted to Inko. Izuku laughed and hurried back upstairs before she could see him. He locked the door behind him and went into his room. Izuku grabbed his phone right away and started calling Bakugo. His door was abruptly knocked on a few times. With a groan, Izuku approached it. He opened the door a little to allow his mother to look at him because he knew she would be under a lot of stress and he wanted to see it on her face. To his delight, she was tapping her foot quickly and her eyes were filled with fear. Izuku smirked slightly and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" Desperate, Inko said, "Izuku, where were you last night?" "Let's see." Izuku put his finger to his lip while feigning to think. "I went to meet up with Kachan, we stopped at a restaurant to eat, and then we hung out at his place for a bit." Izuku grinned because she knew she couldn't accuse him of lying, even though it was obvious he was. The news had not named him, so she had no way of knowing his true location. "Is that all? You didn't feel like stopping anywhere else?" With a head tilt, Izuku asked, "Where would I go?" Inko tried again, saying, I don't know, but you were really only at Bakugo's last night?" She felt as though her son was lying to her at the moment, but she didn't want to think that he was actually at that museum. She was unable to tolerate the changes Izuku was undergoing, and she was unaware of the cause of them. Izuku laid his head on his door and said, "That's it, Mom." She became even more alarmed when he looked into her anxious eyes with his own slightly red ones. "I didn't do whatever you think I did." Inko made the quick decision to end the discussion. Despite her son's current deranged behavior, she didn't want him to think she was accusing him of anything. Okay, Izuku. Are you going to school?" Izuku said, "No," and closed his door slowly. He waited for the sound of his mother's departure. Before she did, she stood there for roughly 3 minutes. Izuku wondered why it was taking Bakugo so long to answer his phone as he glanced back at it. Was he still asleep, or was his family also questioning him? But when Izuku noticed that the phone never hung up or went to voicemail, he felt foolish. From the other end of the line, Katsuki inquired, "Is she done questioning you?" Izuku scratched his hair and chuckled to himself. Izuku was pleased to hear Bakugo laugh when he said, "Why didn't you say you were on the phone? I would have shut her out a while ago." "Forget about it, she would have kept pestering you anyway. Besides, you got it easy compared to my parents, they woke me up with their yelling and questions." Izuku let out a sigh and felt a surge of annoyance. He detested the fact that both of their parents felt compelled to be informed of everything. Why should it be any of their business if they had gotten into a little trouble last night? Izuku now wanted to create more chaos everywhere he went. "I'm not gonna let their feelings get in my way, in fact I think I'll go out right now and make that clear," Izuku said. Bakugo snarled and laughed, saying, "I couldn't have said it any fucking better myself." In the hour that followed, Izuku and Bakugo stood atop a building in the city, gazing down at everyone. Even though they were wearing their hero suits, they were no longer regarded as such. Izuku grinned because he was with someone he genuinely cared about and they were both going to disturb the city's tranquility. Simply put, they were still unsure of how they would accomplish it. Katsuki took a seat on the building's ledge. I wonder what those fucking losers are doing in that shitty school. Izuku took a seat and gazed out at the streets. I don't know, probably going over something pointless like rescuing people instead of leaving them to figure shit out themselves. Izuku nodded, and Katsuki gritted his teeth, saying, I hated having to sit in those classes and listen to people constantly talk about nonsense. The only thing I would say made sense was those huge fake cities we'd fight in and the obstacle courses Aizawa would make us run through. Yay, they were fun, Izuku said with a sly smile before turning to face Katsuki. Especially the ones where we fought. You'd behave like a damn baby. Katsuki chuckled. Shut it, Deku, he said, grinning broadly as he turned back to face Izuku and wrapped his arm around his shoulder to draw him in. What do you say we make our own obstacle course, Izuku swung his legs and his eye twitched with excitement. What did you have in mind? Bakugo pointed down and asked, You see all those cars on the street? Izuku nodded while observing the sparse traffic. I say we should have a little friendly competition. We're gonna use those cars and hop across them until we reach a good 4 blocks. Izuku gave a happy clap. How about whoever reaches the end first but also causes the most accidents wins? Bakugo drew Izuku nearer and traced his thumb along Izuku's lip, saying, Huh? You're a little fucking devil, I love it. Desire began to burn in Izuku at once, so he made the decision to add interest. Izuku opened his mouth and twirled his tongue around Bakugo's thumb, saying, If I win, you owe me something. If you win, I owe you. He saw the mad eyes of Katsuki filled with lust. How's that sound, Kachan? According to Katsuki, fucking perfect. The other male wooedly hopped back and stood on the building's ledge as he prepared to pull Izuku in. Izuku shouted, Not so fast, you'll get what you want, after you beat me, go, as he leapt from the building and headed for the ground. When Katsuki called out to him, Hey, he also jumped. Izuku heard people screaming in shock and fear as soon as he touched down on the first car. He glanced around and saw only bewilderment on everyone's faces. Knowing that it would soon be transformed into horror, he laughed. Izuku heard a loud thud from a few cars behind him. When he turned around, he saw that the game had started and that Katsuki had followed him down. Izuku immediately started jumping from car to car while laughing uncontrollably. He caused minor dents in the car's roofs each time he landed on them. He noticed that Bakugo was following suit when he turned to look behind him. Deku, get back here, screamed Katsuki. Izuku called back, Catch me first, and started his destructive scheme. He deliberately landed on the windshield of the next car he touched, obscuring the driver's view. The driver started shouting and spinning his car uncontrollably right away. Izuku hopped off just in time to see the driver collide with another vehicle. After his first mishap, he laughed and kept hopping. Looks like I'm still ahead, Kachan. Bakugo growled to himself and jumped, aiming his hand at the wheels of an unknown car. We'll see about that. The car instantly shot into the air when Katsuki detonated an explosion in that direction. The wheels were still on fire when it fell, landing on its side. Its rear-end vehicles were unable to stop in time and collided with each other. Yeah. Izuku laughed and took another look around. This time, he saw people fleeing while yelling for assistance, their faces displaying obvious fear. This gave Izuku a rush and made him move more quickly, but when he felt the car he landed on rise into the air, he was stopped. Whoa! He exclaimed as he noticed that there was fire beneath him, indicating that Bakugo had begun to fire explosions at him. Izuku was startled to discover that the other male was now in front of him when he searched for him. As he leapt from the burning car, Izuku couldn't contain his laughter. You're trying to kill me? With a beaming smile, Katsuki exclaimed, Ha! As if something like that could kill you. He tried his hardest to turn and keep launching explosions at Izuku's cars as he jumped. Izuku kept jumping from car to car, and he was getting closer and closer. Bakugo made the decision to stop him by setting a chain of cars on fire. After he did, 10 or more accidents occurred simultaneously, and Izuku briefly struggled to locate a car that wasn't spinning out of control. When he arrived at the third block, Katsuki laughed. He threw his fist in the air after landing on the last car. Yes, I win and don't you losers forget it, Takashi exclaimed, turning to face the terrified audience. They fled in terror when he threatened to detonate another bomb. Bakugo laughed and began to scan the area. Now where is my deck? Something heavy fell on Katsuki and he fell back on the car's roof. He moaned as he closed his eyes, but was relieved to see a blatantly insane, joyful Izuku straddling him when he opened them. What? You thought you got rid of me? After adjusting himself, Bakugo says, Hey, wouldn't dream of it. But I won, so you know what that means. Izuku said, "Actually why? I don't think you did." He pointed over his shoulder when Katsuki gave him a perplexed expression. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as he looked. At least 13 cars were piled high in the pile. You might have gotten here first and caused about 20 accidents, but I've caused at least 30. Katsuki moaned, then burst out laughing. So we both lose or win? Izuku gave a shrug. They both sat there grinning at each other, but their moment was cut short when they heard numerous cameras and cell phones go off. Either, I don't care. Looking around, both men noticed that they were being photographed. Izuku leapt from the car, and both Katsuki and the car did the same. Knowing it was time to leave, they both gave each other a nod, and then they were gone. In the meantime, Uraraka was lying in bed, sipping juice and watching TV channels. Even though she had plenty of free time after finishing school, she was still depressed. Since she hadn't spoken to Izuku in 2 days, she was curious about his whereabouts and what he was doing that was so crucial that he couldn't tell his friends or attend school. With a sigh, she kept flipping through the channels until she reached the news. When she saw the roughly 50 cars involved in horrific accidents, her eyes widened. Fortunately, no one was killed, but more than 20 people were hurt, according to the news reporter. She said that 2 people were responsible for the entire accident and that, based on the photo that someone had sent to the news crew, she thought they were also connected to the incident at the museum. Uraraka choked for a moment and spat out her juice when she saw the image of Izuku sitting on top of Bakugo on a car. What the hell? Things were a little hectic in UA a day later. Uraraka and her typical classmates were seated in 1A. Except for the 2 that everyone was talking about, of course, everyone was attended to. Uraraka took deep breaths and tapped her foot hard against the floor several times. She was having trouble calming down right now, and hearing the murmurs of those around her didn't help either. She couldn't really blame them because everyone in her class would be talking, of course. It wasn't the kind of conversation where people pretended to know that something was amiss or that this was inevitable. No, it was the type of conversation in which people questioned how and why this occurred. Many of her classmates had obvious emotions on their faces, despite the fact that the majority of them spoke quietly. Everyone appeared as though they had just witnessed a bus strike someone. That might have been preferable to this. Uraraka closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Oh gosh," as she attempted to inhale more deeply. "Just calm down, it's gonna be alright." Uraraka soon heard footsteps approaching her directly. When she opened her eyes, she noticed that Tenya had paused and knelt in front of her desk. She was not surprised that he didn't appear to be the typical Tenya. He was obviously stressed out and somewhat disorganized. Tenya leaned forward and whispered, "You know why this is happening, right?" While resting his hands on her desk, "We saw it." Uraraka had the impression that she was a water balloon that would pop at any second. Her eyes widened, and she held on to Tenya's hands as though he would also disappear if she let go. "Oh God, I know. We were there. We were the only ones who saw, who spoke to him," she replied with a whisper. Uraraka struggled to sleep last night because she was unwilling to accept that she understood the reasons behind both of her classmates' misbehavior. She witnessed everything that happened when the woman sprayed them in the faces. Izuku's constant insistence that he felt fine and that everything was fine was the only thing keeping her in denial. But now that Tenya had told me, it was obvious that something was wrong. As a matter of fact, it was awful. Uraraka leaned forward to continue talking to Tenya, asking, "What are we going to do?" Tenya replied with a stern expression in his eyes, "We have to tell Aizawa." Uraraka gave a fierce shake of her head, "I can't." "What do you mean you can't? Our friends are out there destroying the city, you have to." Uraraka was trying her hardest to remain composed. I know, it's just," she said. "It's just hard. I feel terrible. I convinced myself that there must have been another reason. But I knew the reason this entire time. What kind of person am I?" Uraraka genuinely felt bad about living in denial, and it would be devastating to hear her tell her classmates what had happened, especially since she could have spoken up sooner to prevent it. Fortunately, Tenya could relate to her emotions. Grasping her by the arms, he gazed into her eyes. "Look at me. You think I don't get it? I was there with you. We both saw what happened and I took Midoriya's word for it that he was okay without investigating a little more. I'm more to blame seeing that I'm the class representative. But we can't beat ourselves up now, our friends need us." Uraraka was able to relax after taking a few deep breaths. She gave a nod. Tenya nodded in response, and as he let go of her, he jumped at the thought of what would happen next. You're right, our friends need us now." Slam. When they heard the door slam open, every student in 1A leapt and scampered to their seats. Aizawa was the one who had used his foot to kick open the door and was now briskly entering the classroom. You could tell he was also upset. He paused in front of the class at the podium and rubbed his face between his eyes. I would have expelled those two in a heartbeat if this had been the first, second, or even third day of school. Everyone's sadness was suddenly replaced by surprise when Izawa slammed his fist down on the podium. But I know damn well that is not Midoriya and Bakugo out there doing all of this, so what the hell is going on? Izawa asked them as though they already knew, but he must have known someone knew something based on his tone of voice and the way he spoke. He straightened up and waited for someone to speak, but everyone placed their heads down, genuinely disappointed in themselves for not knowing anything. A chair abruptly moved, shattering the classroom's quiet. Tenya stood tall but was obviously trembling as everyone turned to look at her. "Yes, sir." Tenya's extreme nervousness was obviously pushing Uraraka to her breaking point. She thought it was cruel to make Tenya stand here and explain what had happened slowly. "Izuku and Katsuki, they aren't here because of that day when." Tenya paused for a long moment and attempted to control herself. Regretfully, Uraraka could only handle that much. "Well, it happened in the city," Uraraka yelled, starting her chair to topple backward. Everyone, including Tenya, was staring at her in disbelief as she caught her breath. "That day. While you were taking down that guy, that strange woman came after us and tried to attack, but Izuku stood in the way and tried to fight her. Out of nowhere, Bakugo joined in." Uraraka spoke so quickly that it was nearly impossible to follow her. Kirishima attempted to contact her. Uraraka, slow." When Bakugo joined, he tried to get in Izuku's way and they both battled about it for a moment. Ashido came next. "Calm down, don't war." As they were battling, me and Tenya were planning on going in without Izuku's knowledge, and we maneuvered around them to see where we could help. Uraraka. Shiro raised his hands in an attempt to calm her, but it was unsuccessful. But as we were moving, we saw that the woman had already made her move and was heading towards them. When she reached both of them, something came out of her hands. It was hard to tell because it didn't have a color or a scent, but something was definitely there because Izuku and Katsuki started to cough afterwards. When they retreated, that was when you captured that woman, and then we went back to the bus. It's all my FAAAUULLT. Uraraka tried to catch her breath while leaning against her desk. She noticed that Aizawa's expression remained unchanged as she looked up at him. She was frightened because she knew she was in danger, but she became less concerned when he let out a deep sigh and removed his menacing expression. "So that's why they're acting like villains," he continued. Tenya bowed his head in sorrow and apology, and when he said, "I'm sorry," all eyes were on him. "As the class representative, I didn't look out for my classmates to my fullest extent." Bowed, Uraraka said, "I'm sorry as well. I should have asked them both to see you about it. I should have been strong enough to tell you the minute I saw them get attacked, but I only took Izuku's word for it, hoping that he knew for sure. I should have found out myself instead of hoping." Kirishima bowed and said, "I'm sorry as well." Tenya and Uraraka were taken aback. Katsuki's my best friend, and I didn't even notice what happened to him. Now he's out there with Izuku and they're both in danger." Then Kaminari bowed. I'm sorry," Tokiyami then said. "Me too," bowed Ashido. Mineta and Tsuyu bowed and said, "I'm really sorry," together. Todoroki bowed, "Forgive me, my friends." Before long, everyone in Class 1A bowed, and Aizawa cleared his throat after he sighed. "Listen, if anything, this is my fault. I should have taken more of a precaution to that attack, and if I was more on my guard, it would have never had happened. I'm sorry that I've failed you." After everyone had taken their seats, Kirishima was about to speak when the sound of heavy footsteps interrupted him and the other people in the room. They were approaching quickly and were coming from outside their classroom. The classroom door abruptly swung open once more, this time with such force that it slammed loudly, but this time it came loose from its hinges. "Where are they? Where young Midoriya? Bakugo?" All Might watched in desperation from the center of the classroom. He let go of his tense arms and sighed when he realized that the person he was waiting for was not present. So they're really gone. Uraraka said, "Oh All Might, I'm so sorry." And soon after, everyone was joining her in expressing their regret, but All Might stopped them with a raised hand. All Might was obviously upset about it when he said, No, this isn't your fault. I should have been there, and I should have known that something was off with Izuku instead of just assuming that he was sick." He asked himself, how could I have been so stupid and wrong, before turning to Aizawa. Aizawa nodded in response to his question, "Did you find out what happened to them?" "Apparently that day we went to the city. Izuku and Katsuki were hit with that woman who I brought to jail's quirk. It must have been some sort of altering gas, but we still don't know what kind. Then we must find out, but first we must capture the boys." "We can't let them do any more damage to the city," said All Might. Kirishima said, If they do, they'll be marked as criminals." Aizawa shook his head, which was unexpected. "Not they won't. I will an announcement video this afternoon to let everyone in the city know who they and what happened to them. I will also make it clear that we'll be in charge of handling them." Kaminari questioned, "Wait, you mean we get to help?" Mineta got up from his seat and exclaimed, "Seriously?" This time, he seemed to ask out of relief rather than fear. "Of course. This is an exception, because we need to get them back. Heroes like them will not be classified as anything else." "Yes," Aizawa said, turning back to his full power. "Let's begin making a set of plans." Izuku and Katsuki were busy getting their place ready for the night in the meantime. They had noticed that their faces appeared on every television and newspaper in the city. To be honest, they were both very pleased that people now recognized them. This implied that everyone would be afraid of them and would be afraid to confront them. On the city's main street, they discovered a shuttered structure that was still being built. Fortunately for them, it was directly in front of the enormous TV that was used to broadcast the news to everyone who passed by. Both of them knew they couldn't return home because their parents, especially Izuku, would freak out right away and wouldn't want to hear it. From a few shops, they were able to take a number of pillows, sleeping bags, blankets, and some snacks. The fact that the stores essentially handed them over to them made it fantastic. They must have become frightened after witnessing what the two children were capable of. As he prepared his sleeping area, Izuku chuckled, "Do you recall that guy's expression when we came in and asked to borrow his belongings?" Fortunately for them, the building was very large and spotless. Izuku made sure to keep his belongings close to Katsuki despite the vast amount of space. Katsuki laughed and threw back his head. "Huh, yay, what a loser. He literally gave us everything we needed, wimp. You know, I bet he was mostly scared of me. After all, I did make the most of the mess on those streets earlier." Izuku laughed. When Katsuki growled and drew him into his lap, he instantly felt ecstatic. Bakugo put his arm around Izuku's waist and snarled, "No way, nerd, that was me. And now I want what you owe me." After saying, "I think you owe me," Izuku put his arms around Bakugo. He discovered that he fit him perfectly when he cuddled up to him. "But I think we both want the same thing." With a sly smile, Katsuki swiftly ate Izuku's mouth. Izuku groaned into the kiss right away as lust overcame him. He opened his mouth to let his partner in and drew himself closer to Katsuki as if it were possible. Katsuki exploited that circumstance right away and probed Izuku's mouth. He held Izuku by the neck and looked into his eyes after breaking the kiss. "Take it off." Izuku said in a lustful voice, "You're the boss." Without hesitation, he threw his shirt aside and raised it over his head. As he felt Bakugo rubbing his hands over his body, he let out a lot of groans. But he stopped abruptly. Izuku glanced at him and saw that he was not paying attention. Izuku was startled to see that Aizawa was on the enormous screen in front of their building when he turned to face where Katsuki was. He was going to make an announcement because he appeared to be well dressed. He began, "Good evening everyone. This is an announcement regarding the destruction of the two children Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. They are both UA students who have been struck by a quirk. That is the cause of their aggressive villainous behavior, nothing else. If you see them, please do not worry. Leave UA to take care of them. This will all come to an end very soon. Thank you." Izuku experienced a rise in frustration, and he could sense that Bakugo was experiencing the same thing. Izuku felt his body suddenly become very warm, and he became aware that he was getting hotter where Katsuki's hands were. "Bastard," Katsuki swore with his teeth, and Izuku was instantly irritated that Aizawa had attempted to spoil their good time. Izuku, though, was not going to allow it. "Shish, don't worry Kachan," Izuku said, putting his arms around Katsuki once more. His cheek was covered in a series of tiny kisses. "We're nowhere done, don't listen to him. In fact, our fun's just started and we'll make him sorry for what he just said." When Katsuki felt Izuku slide down and lick up his neck, he grinned. "Hey, you promise?" Izuku whispered in his ear, "I would never lie to you." Things in UA were quite intense the following day, though not in a negative way. Class 1A was scheduled to carry out their plans on this day. Everyone knew that Aizawa would not wait long to launch their next attack after they made a public statement about Izuku and Katsuki. As they mentally prepared for what they were about to engage in, the entire Class 1A stood tall and stretched in front of UA. Uraraka looked at Kirishima and Tenya as she extended her arms. Tenya gave a firm nod in response to Uraraka's question, "Do you think we'll get them?" "Of course, We've gone through the plan a good amount of times, and even if it doesn't work, we have our second option. Tenya said. It will definitely work. Kirishima cracked his knuckles and said, it has to work. This is not exactly the way Katsuki wanted things to go down with Izuku, I know it. Uraraka said, we know. And she was right. Izuku had always advocated using Katsuki to become a great hero rather than a villain. Aizawa appeared shortly after. He left the school with a gadget of some kind in his hand. Are you all ready? Yes, everyone exclaimed simultaneously. It was more evident than ever that they were determined. Aizawa showed his class the walkie-talkie and said, good. I'm not sure how long it'll take, but once an officer reports to me that the boys are on the move, you will step in and rush to their location, understood? Yes. Izuku was growing more and more bored an hour later. He had been traveling the city with Bakugo for a while now, and they were trying to find a place to start. Unfortunately, there was either nothing to do or another villain got to start the chaos. They made the decision to pause and watch for a favorable development. Once more, they were on a crowded street with lots of people, cars, and shops. They were on top of a tall building, gazing down at everything, since they could no longer walk among the people as if it were nothing. Bakugo positioned his body sideways so that he could rest his head on Izuku's lap while Izuku sat with his legs swinging over the edge. Izuku inhaled deeply and let out a long sigh. He was growing irritable and irritable. It was fairly obvious that Katsuki shared this sentiment. He barked, "Urag, this is so boring," and flashed his teeth. Izuku raked his fingers through the hair of the other man. I know. We have to find something fast. I know. You promised me that we'd make it clear to everyone that Aizawa's a damn liar. Izuku's voice rose slightly as he said, I know, I know. His eye began to twitch. His eyes darted around quickly, searching for something, and he scratched his head. He became even more irate after Katsuki reminded him of the pledge he had made. He continued to search everywhere but for Katsuki, growling under his breath. I said I would help you, didn't I? And you said you'd help me. So just give me a second to think. Katsuki felt a little guilty about yelling at his partner after glancing at him. With a sigh, he tucked himself closer to him. Take your time. Izuku was okay with that, even though he knew it was the best apology he would receive. Furthermore, it wasn't what mattered at the moment. Izuku felt his anger growing with every second that went by without him committing a crime or causing trouble. He glanced down at the street once more in search of something. Izuku saw a woman approaching a large store that had the door closed and all of its lights out. She opened the store and removed a pair of keys that appeared to be for the door. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as soon as the lights came on. Technology Amongst You was the name of the store, but Izuku was unaware that it was a hero technology store. Izuku's nerves gradually changed from irate to ecstatic. His eyes twitched with excitement once more, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He screamed, Kachan, Kachan, get up, at the other man who was shoving him from his lap. As he hopped on the railing next to Izuku, who was practically bouncing with excitement, Bakugo moaned, what is it? Look, Izuku said, gesturing toward the shop below. Like Izuku, Katsuki was equally as shocked and thrilled when he peered inside. Whoa, it must be brand new or some shit. Izuku said, I know, and gave his partner a quick smile. Can we please? With a chuckle, Bakugo put his arm around Izuku and drew him close for a cheek kiss. Looks like you found us something to do, I fucking love it. Izuku exclaimed, yes, and pushed himself off the building at lightning speed without hesitation. Following Katsuki, they both landed directly in front of the shop. People were curious about who had just landed and what was going on right away, but they were scared once they realized it was both Izuku and Katsuki. People immediately grabbed themselves and their possessions and started to flee. Bakugo laughed as he watched them run. He teased, look Deku, we're famous. With a shrug, Izuku made his way to the shop. They're loud and annoying. The two boys entered the shop and closed the door. They weren't shocked when the woman behind the register didn't turn around to see what the commotion was because there wasn't any noise in this place. However, she turned to welcome her customers as soon as she heard the door open. As she said, hello. Welcome to Technology Amongst You. I must say this store is for the public but only certified heroes can buy. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Behind her register desk, she pushed back against the wall. Oh my gosh. With an insane expression in his eyes, Izuku waved and grinned at her, frightening her even more. He said, hi, and began to look around. just as Bakugo had begun. The woman began to shake as she said, "It's you. The boys from UA. Why are you here?" Bakugo smiled over his shoulder as he picked up a gadget and said, "We saw this place and thought that it didn't look as shitty as the other stores. Deku, get over here." Izuku approached Bakugo and marveled at the gadget in his hand. It appeared to be an arm cannon of some kind. Izuku grinned and loved it right away. The harm a cunning villain could do with this was beyond his comprehension. He also saw that this area had other types of weapons that could be fired. On the floor was a cannon that appeared to shoot lightning from a harness. There was even a remote-controlled net flinger and a gun that fired sticky bombs very quickly. As he reached for the remote, Izuku chuckled. Heroes must have had access to more than 30 different types of weapons, and each one appeared to be incredibly special, just like this one. Izuku said, observing that the nets had magnets of some kind attached to them. "This one's cute." This implied that the net would launch itself precisely where Izuku pointed the remote control. Naturally, Izuku pointed the remote at the woman the instant he heard the smallest movement that wasn't Katsuki. Izuku froze and raised her hands as her face abruptly became cold and hard. She said, I'm sorry." Izuku said, "Don't move, and don't call the cops." Katsuki approached Izuku from behind and held him close after noticing how agitated he was getting. He kissed him and said, "Don't worry about it, Deku," into his ear. "Even if she does call anybody, we'll be okay." Izuku did not lower his arm even though he could clearly hear Katsuki. Izuku was hesitant to press the button because of what his partner had said, but he was also eager to see what this net could accomplish. It looked too good to be true. Both boys arched an eyebrow at the girl as she said, Listen, no matter what you do, I won't be mad with you." "What?" inquired Bakugo. I know that you both are excellent students and are going to be fine heroes someday. But recently you've been hit by a quirk and that's why you're acting this way." Izuku said angrily, "Can I use this now?" The woman started to fear for her life as he fixed her with his intense gaze. In all honesty, Katsuki was perhaps even more distraught than Izuku. He chose to give Izuku what he wanted because that was the last thing he wanted to hear from this woman or anyone else. "I don't see why not." The woman's face turned pale, and both boys smiled. She yelled, "Hold on." But Izuku had already pressed the button, and a huge, heavy net was hurled directly at her. As soon as it touched her, it pressed her against the wall and securely restrained her. She might be electrocuted or it might explode if she tried to flee. Izuku began to laugh, then chuckled, and finally burst out laughing. He admired the expression on the woman's face after she was permanently trapped after being knocked against the wall. With a squeal of delight, he started searching for another tool. He returned to the first object that Katsuki had shown him, the glove-fitting arm cannon. He pointed it directly at the woman after putting it on. Izuku grinned broadly and said, "Now this one." However, just as he was ready to shoot, Katsuki slapped his arm down. "Huh." With a growl, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's arm and asked, "What do you think you're doing? You are not shooting her with that." Izuku's heart soon became filled with disappointment and rage. "Why not? Why do you care?" "Because there's a limit to how far we must go and right now we don't need to go there," Bakugo said. Izuku was about to retaliate when they realized that the only people in the street were a number of police officers and their vehicles encircling the building. Izuku let out a loud groan and pointed his arm directly at her. "Just let me kill her," Bakugo yelled. "I said no." Izuku froze for a moment before spitting daggers into his partner's eyes. Bakugo returned the glare, and it appeared as though a confrontation was imminent between them. From outside, someone shouted, "Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo." And both boys froze. "Come out." The two boys exchanged curious glances. The voice sounded far too young and too familiar for a police officer, so they knew it wasn't theirs. When Izuku and Bakugo slowly turned to face the outside world, they noticed that all of the police cars were no longer there. Their eyes widened. All of Class 1A was standing outside, dressed as heroes, their faces solemn. Izuku muttered to himself, "No way," and started to leave the store. Bakugo trailed closely behind, and they gazed at their former classmates outside. Once again, Izuku felt the anger leave his body and was replaced by joy. "No way," he grinned and said to Katsuki. Tenya abruptly took the stage in front of his peers, but he avoided Izuku and Katsuki. "Midoriya and Bakugo, this is your first and only warning. We ask you kindly to stand down and come with us." Izuku turned to Katsuki as he began to jump up and down with excitement. Can I please? Can I? The brief argument that Katsuki and Izuku had just had was swiftly forgotten. Rather, he discovered that he was as happy as his partner. He turned to face him and seized his face. Alright, but don't you dare get yourself caught by any of these rejects. Show them how we like to have fun. Haha. Izuku jumped again and gave Bakugo a forceful peck on the cheek. As Izuku turned back to face Uraraka, Momo, and Ishido, they had to fight the flushes that were starting to show on their faces. All members of Class 1A immediately assumed battle positions. With the exception of Katsuki and himself, everyone appeared extremely tense, which made Izuku start to laugh. You guy YYS, why do you look so upset? Smile, we're about to have fun. Tenya snapped his neck and resumed his conversation. Izuku, you aren't well. We just want to take you back to the school with us too. When Tenya saw Izuku make a single, swift motion, he was interrupted and vanished. He had resurfaced just in front of Tenya a moment later. Tenya gasped and braced himself when he clenched his fist and grinned broadly, but it was too late to do anything. Izuku punched Tenya with half of his strength, and he instantly flew back into a building. I'm gonna stop you right there, Izuku said. I have no intention of going anywhere with any of you. I'm going to stay right here and beat the shit out of all of you with my kachan. They had work to do, but Izuku's voice was so terrifying that it sent shivers down everyone's spines. As Izuku spun around playfully to gaze at each of them, the students gathered around him and kept a close eye on him. Kaminari exclaimed, Izuku, that's enough. We're here to help you. And started to charge. You can't beat us alone. Izuku cocked his head in Kaminari's direction. Are you stupid or something? I'm clearly not alone. Momo shouted, watch out. But it was a little too late. Kaminari winced, but was unable to move in time as Bakugo charged at him and struck him in the face. He flew back into a car after the blow. Izuku began to laugh and watched as Bakugo faced Tsuyu next. Ha 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 ha, he exclaimed, but he had no idea that the student was pursuing him. Tenya, who had obviously recovered, charged at Izuku and kicked him in the stomach with enough force to send him flying back into a building before he could react. He crashed through the window as soon as he made contact with it. Tenya waited and said, sorry, my friend. It's nothing personal, you just aren't well and we need to get you better. He was aware that this would not render him totally immobile. Tenya and all of the people working on Izuku must have recoiled when they heard the glass rattling and faint giggles. As he crawled out of the store window, Izuku said, oh but Tenya, with a snake-like smile, crazy twitching eyes, and small cuts on his face. I would prefer for it to be personal. Izuku started to return to his opponents, and someone else took his place. Ishido exclaimed, I got it. But before she could use her quirk, someone flew straight into her, knocking her flat on her back. Since everyone could see that it was Tsuyu, it must have been done by Katsuki. Tenya gave Izuku a startled look in return. Izuku grinned and shrugged. All he said before rushing at them was, guess not. Tokiyami hurried to stand in front of everyone and attempted to temporarily stop Izuku. When Tenya saw that Katsuki had just thrown one of his classmates, he immediately turned to face him. He was currently dealing with Kirishima, who appeared to be struggling to maintain her composure. Katsuki, Kirishima said as he walked around Bakugo, trying to remain vigilant. Come on now man, snap out of it. This definitely isn't you. Bakugo sneered, how would you know that riot? Which made Kirishima a little irritated. Because I'm your best friend. Kirishima felt a little hurt when Katsuki laughed to himself. No, you're not. Kirishima was swiftly attacked by Bakugo. Fortunately, he had enough time to solidify his body, and he attempted to reason once more as Katsuki hit him. Kirishima said, bro, cut it out man, we're trying to help. But before he could finish, Bakugo began to use his quirk. As he attempted to avoid it, the explosion exploded, sending Kirishima flying onto his back. He had aimed his hand directly in Kirishima's face. A couple of times he scraped the floor before he stopped. He coughed and was currently trapped beneath a rock, so Kirishima could only hope when Bakugo approached him with a menacing smile and a pointed hand. Please Katsuki. Bakugo was seconds away from detonating an explosion, so it is clear that the plea was not understood. Luckily for Kirishima, Momo had created a cannon and fired some kind of sticky material. When it struck Katsuki, he became totally preoccupied, and Kirishima retreated. Izuku and Tokiyami were still engaged in combat, but Katsuki could see from the corner of his eye that Zero was approaching from behind. Izuku repeatedly kicked and punched Dark Shadow in the hopes that the replica bird would falter and allow him to reach Tokiyami. Dark Shadow was sadly unsure of how much he could handle. Izuku, Tokiyami gasped as he defended himself and launched attacks. You're going crazy, please stop this. Izuku paused for a second. Crazy? Izuku asked with a wide smile and twitchy eyes. Izuku shouted and screamed again, that's so nice. Now say it again, but this time say it with the panic of fearing for your life. Dark Shadow lost because Tokiyami wasn't prepared this time. Izuku reached for Tokiyami after laughing, but he was shocked when he was stopped. With a groan, he turned to see Zero using his tape to restrain him. See, come on Izuku, take it easy man. Izuku became irritated right away. He pivoted and tugged at the tape, but Zero refused to budge. Izuku moaned as he struggled on the recording. Zero, I'll get you next, I swear it. Zero began, but before he could finish, Bakugo suddenly appeared and punched him in the side. Izuku, you and Katsuki are going to come back to school and… Izuku fell over and Zero had to let him go. Izuku went to speak with his partner after laughing. Those tapes are annoying. Bakugo rubbed Izuku's hair while laughing. The fact that none of their classmates could defeat them filled them with pride and joy. But there was one they had not yet encountered. Both boys were suddenly frozen in place as ice encased them on the ground. Since only one person could perform such a feat, Bakugo became enraged while Izuku started to laugh. So you're going to face us now, Todoroki. Izuku and Bakugo turned to see Shoto approaching them with a composed yet determined expression. Izuku and Katsuki, please surrender now. For the last time, we're here to help you. Bullshit, Bakugo snarled, pointing his hand down. Todoroki realized he would need to exercise caution after he caused an explosion that released smoke into the air. Even though both boys were insane, Bakugo was still all about using force, and Izuku was still as intelligent as a whip. At Shoto, Bakugo abruptly emerged from the smoke. You're only here to stop us from being us. As he created an ice barrier, Todoroki said, no, you're wrong. We. His realization that he still didn't know Izuku's location prevented him from finishing his sentence. It was starting to get nerve-wracking as he kept Bakugo busy and looked everywhere but failed to spot him. Just in time, Todoroki realized that he had never looked up. Izuku was essentially going to destroy his body with the blow he was attempting to hit him with, so the moment he did, he had to leap back quickly. Many pieces of the street flew up when Izuku's fist missed Todoroki and struck the ground. Great, murmured Todoroki to himself. You two are even smarter and quicker when you work together. Izuku sprang forward and said, correct. Bakugo also lunged at Shoto, spitting, and no one's taking my Deku away from me. On the spot. Todoroki's ability to keep up with his fast-paced, quick-witted opponents was surprisingly limited to a few minutes. It seemed as though Izuku and Bakugo had the same brain as they attacked him. Without using words, they had devised fresh strategies to nearly surprise Shoto, which essentially confirmed his suspicion that these two were unique when they were together. At last, Katsuki provided Izuku with a clear path to Todoroki. When he did, Izuku violently knocked him onto his back because, honestly, Shoto didn't see it coming in time. Izuku laughed as his eyes widened and twitched with excitement once more. Todoroki swore to himself, shit. Izuku appeared to be about to use most of his power as he slowly raised his arm. When Todoroki realized that Izuku wasn't kidding at all, he realized he had seen enough. I want to rearrange this one's face. Todoroki took a deep breath before yelling, okay, we're obviously not going to get to you. Plan B everyone. Uraraka abruptly yelled, Plan B. And both boys turned to face her, but then they focused on Tsuyu, who had also yelled the same thing. Plan B. Please go with Plan B. Plan B everyone. Izuku was the one growing irritated that he hadn't yet ruined Shoto's face, but both men were perplexed by what was happening. I don't know what you're planning, but I literally don't care. You're fucking dead. Izuku gave Todoroki a perplexed look when he said, this is for your own good. Izuku was abruptly yanked from Todoroki by Bakugo. He noticed the other male's attention was focused upwards when he looked up at him. Izuku noticed 3 objects in the air rapidly descending. When all 3 of them crashed into the ground, the boy's eyes widened. All Might, Present Mic, and Eraserhead were standing in front of them, all dressed like heroes and prepared to work. All Might shouted, I am here, and gestured to Izuku. Boys, You are coming with us. Bakugo complained, then took off right away, pulling Izuku along with him. "Aw shit." Izuku screamed, "What do you think you're doing?" as his partner threw him into the air. "The fight's that way, Kachan." Izuku gestured directly at the three heroes who were approaching them. Izuku would get excited every time they came close to catching up, but it would be dashed the moment Bakugo managed to escape, such as by making abrupt turns down streets or detonating objects. Izuku complained, "I want to kill them so badly. I wanted to take out all of them so bad and you stopped me." "We'll fucking talk about it later. We have more important shit to deal with right now, Deku," said Bakugo. Looking back, he saw that the heroes were once more right up beside him as he flew through the air with Izuku over his shoulder. All Might screamed, "Bakugo, stop." But he simply sneered and kept jumping off buildings. All Might continued to pursue, but when he looked at Izuku, he felt uneasy. He wanted to help the younger boy but was unable to approach him because of something in his eyes. It appeared that the boy's case might have been more serious than he initially believed. Aizawa said, "Yamada, now." The presenter laughed. Seeing that he was unable to move through the air like his friends, he clapped his hands and then held onto All Might, who was essentially carrying him during the entire chase. He inhaled deeply and said, "Okay boys, stop where you are." Izuku gasped, fully aware of what was about to happen, and follow directions. Izuku and Katsuki were both struck by a massive wave of sound that almost knocked Bakugo to the ground. He shouted, "Ah, fuck," and put one hand over his ears. Then he realized he wasn't by himself. "Izuku, you okay?" "Uorog." Izuku rubbed his head and ears and screamed in frustration. Yamada's yell had made his headache, which had already been exacerbated by all of his running away and inability to satisfy his urges to harm people, 10 times worse. Izuku's eyes were filled with rage as he looked up. "I want to take him out first." "Erg." The present Mike scooted back on All Might's back a little. Aizawa sighed, "He doesn't look so good." The heroes continued to pursue him. Katsuki said, "Don't worry, he'll pay for that one." After getting sufficiently high, he took something from his pocket and handed it to Izuku. He ran his hand over the 5 tiny balls that Bakugo had just given him and asked, "What's this?" "I think they're like bombs. On this next street I'm gonna turn, you stick those onto the building and we'll stop," Bakugo said. As he explained, Izuku reached over and threw the 5 balls against the building's side after Katsuki made a sharp right turn on the next street. Izuku noticed that they were glowing red, but nothing had happened yet. He was unsure of when they would go off, but he quickly realized they were timed. After the bombs were planted, Katsuki came to a halt and landed atop a sufficiently tall structure. After catching their breath, the two boys turned to face the building where the sticky bombs were positioned. They thought there would be an explosion at any moment, but when they heard something fall onto the building they were on, their focus was diverted. They saw that all 3 of the UA teachers had landed on the building as they swiftly turned around. Izuku rolled his eyes and they both scoffed. Aizawa said, "That's enough you guys, it's time to end this." Izuku grinned and said, "I'll end you if you don't fuck off." Young Midoriya. All Might let out a startled cry. "You're swearing now?" Izuku gave a shrug. "So," the present Mike said, Anyway, shouldn't we be getting them?" "Shut up loser," Bakugo said, his teeth bared. Aizawa said, "Look," and raised his arms. "We aren't here to hurt you. You have to believe us when we say you've been hit by a strange quirk that's making you act this way. Once we get you back to the school, we can figure out how to heal you guys." Bakugo gave a middle finger and said, "Heal this." Izuku laughed and moved forward. "Listen, you guys can try to convince us all you want, but we know who we are and what we want. And even if we were hit by a quirk, this feels unbelievably amazing. I've never had so much fun making a complete difference in people's lives." Izuku smiled as he glanced at all the power. "All Might, I still think you're completely awesome, but your methods and views are all out of whack." "Huh," Izuku sighed as All Might cocked his head in perplexity. "Think about it. You're the strongest guy the world knows, and you leave some villains hiding in the dark, but no matter what they eventually come out of it or new villains arise. You have no true control. But, as a villain, people are truly scared of you. They go into hiding and they stay that way unless you don't want to. And it's so much fun. You can do what you want whenever you want. I think you'd be so much cooler as a villain, All Might, but from the look on your face I can tell you don't agree, sadly." As All Might said firmly, "Izuku, that's enough." Izuku's eye twitched. Your mind and beliefs have been altered. I'm starting to believe, and that's giving you a confidence that allows you to do things you would have never done before. This has to stop, immediately. Otherwise you will do something that you will really regret. Izuku raised his hands and sighed. When Izuku finished speaking, his expression hardened and it became obvious that he was no longer happy. "Aw man, alright All Might. I'm giving up on changing your mind. But I'd be damned to let a bunch of uptight, self-conceited, bossy, controlling fucking heroes ruin Katsuki's and my fun." Aizawa attempted to capture Izuku while wearing his robes without prior notice or communication. But Bakugo saw it coming and set them on fire right away. They were both furious at once. Bakugo snarled, "That was a stupid idea." Izuku said, "Yay, because now I really want to kill you." With a grunt, Aizawa followed the boys, his companions trailing behind. But then, suddenly, there was an explosion. Izuku noticed that the bombs had finally detonated when he turned to face the direction of the sound. He began to bounce after turning back to Katsuki. "Well, looks like you couldn't stop me from hurting at least a couple of people today." Before turning to face the heroes, Bakugo snarled at Izuku to chastise him. He laughed and said, "It looks like we're fucking done here." Yamada yelled, "Shit, we have to do something before that building falls over," and fled. "I'm going to warn the people on the street." Aizawa said, "I'll try to help," and assisted Yamada in leaving the building. And All Might turned to face the two heroes, hoping they would handle the situation so he could tend to Izuku and Katsuki, but they had vanished. "Shit." Aizawa grunted once more, but he concentrated on his work. "Don't worry, we'll get them, but you know what we have to do first, right?" "Yay, we should talk to that woman," All Might said, leaping from one building to the other. After Bakugo had located a secure location for him and Izuku to spend the night. Without hesitation, he collapsed to the ground and lay down. He was exhausted and relieved that this new building was currently warm and deserted. He intended to go to bed and discuss his behavior with Izuku the following day, but the other male was obviously not going to permit that. Izuku sat down directly next to Katsuki and shook him. "Get up, I know you're not asleep." Katsui complained, "Ura, tomorrow." Izuku scratched his head and growled, "Now, or I'll attract a cop over to this building quicker than you'd expect." Itching increased with his level of annoyance. Katsuki sat up and gave his partner a fierce look. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Izuku spit back, "What the fuck is wrong with you? I could have taken out so many annoying people today, but you got in my way." Bakugo yelled, "We're not doing that. You wanted to kill them." Izuku shouted, "So, it would have made me happy." As he approached Katsuki's face, "I thought you wanted to help me. I thought you liked when I was happy. Don't you like me?" Holding Izuku by the jaw, Katsuki exclaimed, "Uugh. You're so annoying." The other man glared back at him as he glared daggers in his eyes. Izuku was Katsuki's ideal little demon. He couldn't remain angry for very long. "Of course I want to see you happy and I fucking love you, but once you kill someone, the whole city will be at our throats and our fun might end sooner than you think. You want that?" When Izuku saw that Katsuki had a point, his anger left him. They might not have survived a week if they had been pursued by every hero, police officer, and law-abiding citizen. While their combined strength was undeniable, it was insufficient to overcome all the local heroes. They wanted it that way, and their strength and intelligence worked together perfectly to keep Ua and the heroes like All Might chasing them at bay. They would need to wait until they desired a slightly more hectic situation. Izuku let out a defeated sigh. "No, I don't." "Good, now shut up and go to bed." For the 15th time today, Izuku's eye twitched and he pouted. "You shut up." Izuku was drawn in and kissed by Katsuki. He bit Izuku's lower lip and stroked his hair after breaking the kiss. "You're so fucking perfect and bad." Izuku grinned. "Is that why you love me?" "Because that's why I love you." Bakugo laughed and gathered Izuku in his arms, saying, "Hey." Before they fell asleep, they played fight and rolled around a little. After putting on their hero costumes, Might and Aizawa went to pick up a certain someone, and made their way directly to the jail where two particular inmates were being held. They talked about the strategy on the way there. Politely ask first, then use force. After they got to the prison, Aizawa sighed with relief as their special guest chose to stop bothering him, and All Might had transformed into his muscular form. The three of them were both pleased and irritated with the inmates as they moved through the jail. Unlike All for One, these were not the more powerful villains. These were essentially the kind of people who would attempt small-scale crimes, such as robbery or assaulting the elderly, and then try to get away with it. It was frustrating that people had the guts to commit such a horrible act, but it was satisfying to see them in prison. They soon arrived at their destination, the peculiar woman who was the reason behind Izuku and Katsuki's actions. She turned to the cell next to her and gasped when she saw them. Frank, they're here." Upon turning, the heroes discovered that the man beside her was, presumably, a friend. Aizawa knew right away that this was the man who had attempted to harm him and his students after recognizing him from the city. He grinned as he glanced up at them. "TCH, don't worry about it, Leah, they ain't got nothing on us and we'll be out of here soon enough." All Might said, turning back to the woman, "I wouldn't know about that young man, you're already in too deep for attacking not only a hero, but innocent children as well. No, we're just here to speak with her." "Well, get over it because she's not telling you nothing," he yelled. Leah nodded her head, and Aizawa rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I'm staying silent," Leah said. He was referring to the man named Frank, not Leah, when he said, "It's already clear you're going to be a problem." As he approached his cell, Frank burst out laughing. "So, what are you gonna do about it from over there?" A portion of Aizawa's robes encircled the man's mouth and tightened, interrupting his speech. The man's eyes widened in shock before becoming motionless when he said, "Shut it." He sighed in response to the clapping and squealing of Aizawa's special guest and All Might. All of them said, "Anyway, we need to get down to business," and moved closer to the cell. He took care to maintain his smile. "Young lady, you've acted out pretty badly so far, but we need answers." She kicked at the cell, saying, "Well, that's a shame because you're not going to get them." The woman smirked but sighed as she said, "My friend here has informed me that in the city you told the kids briefly why you were targeting them. Could you at least tell me that? You see, those kids are too young to decide that they only want to be heroes. They see how great it is to be deemed a hero, but they don't know how amazing it is being bad. You do whatever you want whenever you want. With the help of Frank, I gave those kids a chance to see what being bad is like. I bet they've already told you they're having a blast now, right?" Everyone hummed in response to the woman's laughter. He said, "I see," while doing his best not to amuse her. "Could you explain your quirk for me?" "Fine, but that's the last thing. I'm only telling you because I think it's one of the best ones out there," Leah said with obvious joy. "My quirk alters people's beliefs. One day they'll believe in one thing and the next they'll believe in the opposite. Depending how much they take in of the special altering gas I release from my hands, it'll increase the amount of confidence they have in the opposing belief that they're most strong about. For example, if you're a hero, you'll want to be a villain desperately. If you're a villain, you'll switch to a lift of being good. My quirk even helps with confidence in other areas too. That probably explains why Izuku felt so comfortable working with Katsuki," says Aizawa. "Haha, I knew those two would be perfect for each other. Their spirits burned bright and I saw that they'd make excellent villains." Leah chuckled. All Might asked, "How do we reverse this?" But Leah remained silent and stopped laughing. "Nope, not answering that one. At all. Are you positive?" "Yup." With a sigh, All Might got to his feet. He turned to the two heroes and said, "This looks like where you step in." He was referring to the secret weapon and special guest. Emmy said, "Okay, this will be simple," and went outside. From behind All Might, Ms. Joke herself emerged and headed for the cell. "Watch me carefully, okay, my love." Naturally, she laughed and waved it away when Aizawa said, "Leave me alone." Nobody knew exactly how Ms. Joke completed the task, but she did. Nor did she actually need to do much. She seemed to have a natural sense of humor and charm, almost without the need for a quirk. Any villain would undoubtedly fall for her. Some might do so more slowly than others, but it was inevitable. It didn't really take much with Leah. At first, Leah was forced to respond to Emmy's simple inquiries about her day in life. She was laughing so hard at her opponent's jokes that she was having trouble breathing in a matter of seconds. The majority of the cells surrounding her either stared in wonder or laughed as well. Aizawa said, "Okay, that should do it." When he heard Frank laughing, he tightened the robes around his mouth. Ms. Joke said, "Okay, darling." And then she turned back to Leah. "Hey Leah, do you think you could be a pal and tell us how to fix those boys now?" Leah found it difficult to contain her laughter and smile. She laughed again before opening up. "Oh God, I really don't want to talk to you, but you're so sweet and funny," she said. All right, My quirk isn't exactly reversible, but if I were to spray those boys again, their beliefs would be switched once more, as in they'd return back to the way they felt before. That wouldn't be easy, Ms. Joke tells everyone. It would be a risk to let her out and use her quirk to find them. All Might knew she was correct. There was a significant risk that Leah would turn on them and use her quirk the moment they left. Chaos would ensue, but everyone could come up with a fresh idea. Is there any way we can bring just her quirk to them? Emmy intervened after Leah's expression froze and she failed to respond. Leah. Okay. Leah's face brightened again as she recalled all of Emmy's absurdities. Sometimes I used to save some of my gases and put them into little bottles for use later. I realized if I wanted to I could turn it into liquid. That's it, said All Might. We'll do this then. We'll have her release the altering gas into little jars and vials, and when we get back to the school maybe Recovery Girl can find a way to turn the gas into some sort of antidote. Aizawa said, that sounds about right, and he let go of the pouting Frank. I think I had some jars in the back of my trunk actually, give me a second. Aizawa sighed as Ms. Joke said, I'll come with you. This way we can have some alone time and let our love blossom. He exclaimed, there is no love. As he and Emmy left the jail, the latter giggling and chanting the entire time. All Might gazed down at the two villains while resting his fist on his hips. Don't you two worry, they'll be back soon enough, and when we're out of here we will save young Midoriya and Bakugo. Of course we're gonna need a whole new plan. Izuku blinked at the sensation of light penetrating through the window as soon as the sun rose. In reality, he had been up for hours, simply anticipating the start of the day. He was calm, but now he was agitated by the idea of people, schools, shops, and bad guys, and he couldn't help but smile. Crawling toward Katsuki, he began nudging him. He whispered, hey. Hey Kachan, wake up, loudly. Izuku crawled on top of Bakugo when he grunted and turned over on his back without opening his eyes. Get up, the sun's up. Bakugo rubbed his face and said, so what, the sun always comes up. Izuku smiled and said, don't you want to get started? There's so much to do. One of Katsuki's eyes opened. He says, you make a good point Deku, before closing his eye and going back to sleep. But it's way too early and no one will be out doing anything yet. We have to wait a couple of more hours. Izuku slouches until he's lying on Bakugo, growling under his breath. But I waited hours. After saying, and you can wait at least 3 more, Katsuki reached up and embraced Izuku before drawing him close. Knowing that he would be stuck with Katsuki even if he managed to escape, Izuku didn't bother to fight. Izuku sighed as he glanced at Bakugo's dozing face. He noticed that his nerves were not bouncing around as much and that he was growing calmer by the second. Izuku's face approaches that of Katsuki. After taking a brief breath, he protruded his tongue and licked the side of the other man's face. When Katsuki awoke, he did his best to wipe away the saliva. He looked at Izuku and said, the fuck was that about? Izuku grinned and Katsuki laughed when he said, if we can't go out yet, I want to do something else. With a, fine. Katsuki drew Izuku closer to him and planted a kiss. He played with his hair with one arm and put the other around his waist. But that was way too much spit asshole. Izuku put his arms around Bakugo's neck and smiled, saying, fucking cry about it then. Katsuki was unable to contain his laughter. You've turned into a real smartass, he says, grinning. And as dumb as it sounds, I think us being together all the time is the only thing keeping both of us sane. Izuku and Katsuki made the decision to go out later that day, in the early evening. Given that adults were on break and the majority of students were not in school, Katsuki thought this was the ideal moment. Both of them stood atop a structure that was low enough to see everyone but high enough to draw attention. Looking down at the civilians, Izuku said, I detest it when it's a typical day. It seems like they've forgotten all about us and how we're always going to be around. Everyone's too busy smiling and crap and it's annoying. Katsuki folded his arms and said, they didn't forget Deku, they just want to live in a fantasy that even if we show up everything will be just fine. But it won't be, Izuku said, his fist clenched. I'll show them it won't be. Izuku abruptly became aware of a big truck driving down the street. This was no typical truck, and it appeared to be attracting a lot of attention, particularly from Izuku and Katsuki. Although the truck was a typical automobile, the boys were drawn to what it was displaying on the side. Before they could read the entire text, the truck was beginning to move farther and farther away. Katsuki gritted his teeth and turned to face Izuku. We have to follow that truck. Izuku growled, pushed off the building like lightning, and landed in the middle of the road, saying, I was thinking the exact same thing. Izuku watched as the cars honked and swerved around him, doing everything in their power to avoid colliding with him. As he straightened up, Izuku looked up at Katsuki and grunted. The fact that Katsuki was already in the air, blasting his way in the direction of the truck, did not surprise him. Izuku came right after. Izuku tried his best to ignore the shouts and screams of the civilians who were watching the two men run a mockery as he jumped off several cars one by one, smashing their windows, windshield wipers, doors, etc. He usually enjoyed situations like this, when people were genuinely afraid of him and knew that he and Katsuki were too strong for each other. But at the moment, he was bothered by the bright yellow advertisement for All Might on that truck. He had to know the precise nature of that message. As Katsuki approached the truck, he could almost read it, but all of a sudden the driver began to accelerate. "Shit," Katsuki told Izuku, "he must have noticed us." Izuku said, "Then let's give him something to really be scared about." Katsuki grinned. After saying, "You don't have to fucking tell me twice," Katsuki raised himself higher in the air and pointed both of his hands at the road. He set off an explosion without thinking, and it detonated directly next to the truck. When they heard other drivers yelling and the truck driver moving more quickly, Izuku and Katsuki both burst out laughing. Izuku shouted, "Get back here, bastard," and climbed onto the truck. He stopped when he saw that many drivers were now leaving their cars behind. Izuku hurriedly raised the taxicab beside him and threw it into the air. The driver swiftly swerved around it after it fell and landed directly in front of the truck. Izuku continued to laugh. "This is so much fun." "Hell yeah, it is." Bakugo persisted in detonating bombs in the vicinity and behind the truck. In an attempt to get the ideal shot, the driver was changing lanes and making too many turns for Katsuki. Additionally, he ran the risk of totaling the truck if he did that, which would have prevented them from reading the desired message. Izuku persisted in hurling automobiles and anything else he could find. He threw traffic lights, mailboxes, automobiles, and even fragments of the street itself. As if it were nothing, he even tore off the cargo box of a different truck and threw it at the one they were pursuing. The fact that Izuku could be aggressive when he was serious turned Katsuki on. He had no qualms about displaying his wild side. Izuku and Katsuki were soon growing weary of pursuing this truck, which had already violated numerous traffic laws. Izuku shouted to Katsuki, "Kachan, cut him off, I'm getting bored," and he did just that. Katsuki detonated a series of tiny explosions that caused the street to catch fire. When the truck had to stop suddenly, Izuku entered the scene. In order to prevent the driver from moving if the flames quickly subsided, Izuku ran up alongside the truck and used half of his strength to topple it. Izuku and Katsuki both caught their breath as they looked at the truck's advertisement as Katsuki came down directly beside them. It was an advertisement for a convention called All Might. It seems that last week, a decision was made to hold the convention on the second Saturday of each month. When Izuku realized it was today, he clenched his knuckles. Without turning to face Katsuki, he declares, "We have to go to this." He was already aware that Bakugo would have the same thought. "It says it's being held at that large center where the sports festival was held." Katsuki brings this up. Izuku nods, but he and Katsuki stroll idly around the overturned truck rather than dash off to the enormous center. When they get to the front of the driver's seat side, Bakugo yanks off the door, exposing a trembling man who raises his hands right away. The man whimpered, "DD, don't hurt me, please. I was just following my directions," which caused Katsuki to laugh. Izuku took a step toward the man and gave him a shoulder pat, his smile neither pleasant nor sweet. "Relax, bud. I'm actually glad you drove faster. It gave me something to do." When Izuku backs off and stretches, the man takes a big gulp before jumping on another group of cars to reach his next stop. With a muttered growl, Katsuki turns to face the man and departs as well. Izuku searches for an entrance where he won't be seen as soon as he dashes in front of the enormous arena-like center. Izuku used this time to reflect, but he didn't bother searching for Katsuki yet because he knew he would catch up quickly. He felt oddly bothered, though he wasn't sure why yet. His eyes were twitching and darting around as though they were searching for an answer, and he was itching all over. Izuku muttered to himself, "Why isn't there anyone here?" It was a really good question. It appeared that no one was in the vicinity of the center. Conventions are typically large, enjoyable events that draw large crowds of people, especially for someone like All Might. So where was the crowd? Izuku was soon followed closely by Bakugo, who turned to survey the area. "There's no one here," Izuku said. "I know," and kept looking around while rubbing his hair. "It's starting to piss me off kind of." Bakugo calmly said, "Relax," and started to run his nails through Izuku's curls for him. Izuku relaxed right away and stopped being twitchy. Maybe they're all inside. As he considers it, Izuku bites his lower lip and says, maybe we got the wrong day. But I could have sworn it said it was today. It was unusual for him to believe he had made a mistake. Even though he had a totally different plan for this convention, he really didn't miss any of the others, and he wasn't going to miss this one either. Izuku concludes that they must ascertain the truth in some way. Let's go in. Izuku looks around and considers when Bakugo asks, how do you want to? Izuku smiles and asks, well, the front door would be boring. You wanna make a hole in the top. Bakugo laughs and throws both of his hands through Izuku's hair once more. For a brief moment, he holds him motionless so he can kiss his freckles. This is fun. As they both use their peculiarities to scale the building, Izuku says, only because I'm doing it with you, I think I would have killed them by now if I had a different partner. When they get to the top, Katsuki shouts, you'll never have another partner Deku, I'm your first and last, you got it? And Izuku laughs. I do, he says with a smirk, taking a step back when he sees Bakugo touching the ceiling. In a single swift motion, Katsuki blows a huge hole in the center ceiling. Before jumping into the arena himself, Izuku chuckles as he observes the building's fragments falling below. Katsuki follows shortly after. It was strange now. Izuku and Katsuki anticipated seeing families shouting fandom and purchasing various items from small convention and food vendors. But none of that existed. The two boys were standing in the middle of a huge, pitch-black platform that was empty except for themselves. Izuku could actually feel the heat radiating from Katsuki's rage, and he knew exactly why. Izuku was also incensed. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tightly, doing his best to keep his cool. If no one was around to find out who did it, he wasn't exactly in the mood to destroy the place. Katsuki screamed, where is everyone? And let off some steam by detonating an explosion. This is annoying. Didn't we see that banner that said the event was today? When he realized something very strange, Izuku interrupted himself, saying, we did, but it wasn't a banner Kachan, it was an automobile ad. There were no banners, or signs, or TV ads, or posters, or even more truck ads, there was just that one. Katsuki's head cocked. Think about it, aren't all might conventions big? As in people from all over come to see him. Why was there that one ad promoting it? Katsuki thought, maybe we missed some of them. Izuku didn't agree. No, that couldn't have been it, I don't miss anything. And the people. There wasn't anything odd about their movement today and no one seemed to be real excited for any convention. If anything, everyone seemed to be really focused. Wait Deku, Katsuki said, staring at him bewildered. What exactly are you getting at? Izuku disregarded the question because he wasn't feeling well. He became jittery, itchy, and extremely irritated because it was completely wrong. He knelt, mumbled, and closed his eyes. He considered the center, the ad, the truck driver, the other cars, the people, the truck, and the... Izuku's eyes widened and he got to his feet. Wait a second, do you remember what the driver said? Bakugo said, visibly upset and perplexed. Yeah, he said he was like following orders or some shit. He said he was following directions. And the way he said it, it made it seem like he was passing the blame onto someone else, like someone made him drive that specific truck and... Izuku paused. He couldn't believe what was truly happening when he put it all together. Izuku muttered to himself, this is all fake, and then he looked up at Bakugo. He could tell that Katsuki had just realized what he was saying when he looked into his eyes. It's a trap. After a moment of staring at Izuku, Bakugo slowly scanned the arena. Undoubtedly, there was motion. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's arm and said, we gotta get out of here. Right, now. He had intended to return the way they had come, but both boys were startled to see that the hole had been completely covered when they looked up. And there was a thick layer of ice covering it. Izuku and Bakugo are suddenly thrown a couple of ice shards out of nowhere. Katsuki yells, shit, and pushes Izuku and himself aside. Bakugo said, looks like you were right, like you always are. In a way, he was attempting to cheer up his beloved. However, Izuku regrettably didn't reply to the shards, the comment, or anything else. Rather, he shook steadily. Bakugo shouted loudly, you might as well come out, you bastards. While shouting, after lighting his hands on fire, he waited for the person who had trapped them to emerge. As it turned out, Kirishima was the first to emerge from a seat he had been hiding behind. Uraraka came in second, standing in her fighting position and puffing out her cheeks. The block of covering ice and the shards were instantly explained when Toroki, who was following her, emerged from behind the main entrance door. It was evident that he was only using his right side. Soon, every member of Class 1A appeared once more. Bakugo spits out, "You losers again. Did you really think getting us into a closed area was going to help you fuckers capture us?" Izuku remains silent, nodding his head and still shaking. Tenya prepares to charge, saying, "This time will be different. We don't need any backup plans because we will save you two this time." At this, Bakugo laughs. "And how do you know that?" Pointing to the ceiling, he says, "Because they told us we would." With a quick glance up, Katsuki notices two figures approaching. The arena platform was directly hit by roughly 5 large thuds that came down. Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Ms. Joke, and of course All Might were all positioned in battle mode when Katsuki opened his eyes to take in the scene. Toshinori yells loudly, "I am here," and gestures directly at Izuku and Katsuki. "And you will be saved, my boys." TCH. What a bunch of nonsense. When he sees the heroes, Katsuki yells and becomes even more agitated. However, Katsuki is a little confused and even anxious to see what Izuku is doing when he unexpectedly walks past him and slowly towards the other end where the heroes were. He can tell that his old classmates and teachers are also confused, but he notices that Izuku's fists are still clenched, shaking, and his eye is still twitching a little. Katsuki quickly realizes that the only thing he has to worry about is Izuku killing someone. When Izuku reaches the center, he looks up and everyone in Class 1A gets shivers. He keeps talking his time and strides slowly but not completely to the other side. "What a bitch of a son." Everyone gasps and wonders what was going through Izuku's mind as he yells at the top of his lungs, not realizing they are about to learn the answer. "Has this one always been that irascible, my dear Toshinori?" Midnight questioned All Might, who was still gazing at Izuku in wonder because he was shocked by the aggressiveness of what he had just heard come out of his mouth. Izuku was now standing in front of them, trembling with utter indignation and rage. He tried to calm himself by taking deep breaths, but the sight of the heroes and his classmates made him angry. They had managed to deceive him, defraud him, and ruin his day. Izuku detested everyone in the room, with the exception of his beloved Katsuki, who was the only one who was able to laugh at Izuku's outburst. Bakugo, who was still laughing, approached Izuku, drew him close to him, and briefly ran his hands through his hair to prevent him from becoming too relaxed. "I see you decided to show how upset you are," Bakugo said. "They ruined it," Izuku shouted, gesturing to All of Might and his companions. "What was our ruined?" Kaminari boldly questioned, but he froze when he saw the rage in his old friend's eyes when Izuku turned to face him. But when Izuku started laughing, he became perplexed. In fact, everyone did, and their faces first showed bewilderment before turning to real concern as Izuku's laughter grew louder. "You, what's funny, Izuku?" Denki inquired. "It's pretty damn obvious that you ruined my day along with my mood," Izuku said, his laughter interrupted by a menacing smile. "The question was, idiot. The only reason we came was for me to attend the All Might convention. This time, I wanted to see what heroic bullshit my favorite person in the world would unleash on the world." Izuku smiled sweetly at Katsuki, who corrected him, saying, "Second favorite." With anger in his eyes, he turned back to his class and teachers and said, "Sorry, second favorite. Look, I don't know what your plan was, but it's not going to work out, so back," he said. "The fuck off." All Might stepped forward and said, "Unfortunately, young Midoriya, we cannot back the we cannot leave you alone." The majority of Class 1A gulped but held their ground. "Both Bakugo and you have been struggling with a belief switch, and you are currently not feeling well." Bakugo said, "Whatever, no matter what you morons say, we're leaving here, now." Both boys then assumed their fighting stances. Izuku pieced together that they were going to be a second line of defense, so if Izuku and Katsuki were to actually leave, they would still have more work to do. Midnight says, "Sorry boys, you'll leave but you'll be coming with us." She nods at Ms. Joke, Aizawa, and Yamada. The boys watch as the teachers swiftly leave the arena and the students cover the exit. A loud cry suddenly reaches everyone's ears, and Izuku hears it. "Everyone. Now put the mask I made to use," Momo yells. Bakugo's breath catches in his throat when he realizes what this means, and he looks over at midnight and sees that it's already started. She starts to release her sleep-inducing aroma. Izuku and Bakugo sneer and immediately start running for one of the walls because they have to leave before it's too late. Katsuki and Izuku glance around for a moment and see everyone, including the two teachers who are still there, pull out gas masks. Suddenly, the fight to escape began. "Students!" All Might shouted as he ran in the direction of the two. Since everyone in Class 1A had gathered around the arena, Izuku and Katsuki realized they would likely have to deal with some of them before anything else could happen. As they ran, they saw that Yuga, Tsuyu, and Shiro had interrupted them. This time, no, Izuku immediately ducked the attack and kept moving forward after Shiro called out and threw some of his tape at him. He ran straight ahead of his classmates, but he was on high alert when he noticed All Might right behind him. "You got it," Shiro called out again and aimed another couple of long strands of tape right at Izuku and at an alarming speed. However, Izuku's mind had already processed a plan way before that. He purposely waited until the tape along with All Might was close on his tail before he quickly dodged. The tape wrapped itself around All Might, causing the man to fall over and Shiro to gape. Sorry. Izuku shoved him into Tsuyu while Shiro was distracted, causing her to fall over. Tsuyu's tongue stopped Izuku's attempt to punch the wall, and she held him back. Izuku turns to attack her, but Katsuki beats him to it. Bakugo fires an explosion that burns her tongue, so she lets him go. Bakugo turned slowly and glared daggers into Yuga's terrified eyes as Katsuki started to say, "Don't fucking touch high," but was interrupted by Yuga's belly button ray. As Bakugo approached him, Yuga trembled and said, I guess you're not in the mood to play, huh?" He winked as he said it. All Might punched Katsuki in the side, knocking him off balance and causing him to quickly recover to the best of his ability from the hard blow, making sure to get back from All Might as far as he could instead of falling over. Katsuki was ready to cause another explosion, this one a little bigger. As Katsuki cracks his neck, he says, "TCH, Deku's not gonna like it when he finds out you're trying to fight." He smiles and goes on, "He'd want you to challenge us without these extras around, but I guess you aren't trying to play fair today. I need you to stop this and come with me right away, young Bakugo," All Might says through his mask. "I am not trying to fight with you. Never." Bakugo spits and quickly causes a huge explosion to separate himself from All Might. He looks around and immediately begins to consider another way out, but his attention is quickly diverted to Midnight, who is staring back at him. Katsuki feels a little lightheaded and realizes that his time is running out, but before he can come up with another idea, Kirishima attacks him. "Stop, Katsuki, this isn't you," he shouted as he attempted to hit Katsuki a few times. "You are the most obnoxious person in here, in my opinion." Bakugo states and stretches to punch Kirishima. Eijiro grabs his friend's arm and flings him over his shoulder. Once Bakugo hits the ground, Kirishima hops on top of him to hold him down. "Hey, what are you?" "Sorry Katsuki, but I'm your best friend and there's no way that you're going to." "Way too close," Izuku screams as he strikes Kirishima across the face and away from Bakugo, saying, "Don't touch him." Kirishima moans and massages his cheek, saying, "Geez, fortunately, he had hardened it in time." Izuku tried to circle himself to see what it was, but when that didn't work, he just reached behind him and felt it was clay, and then he turned to see where it came from. Izuku was about to hit Kirishima again in a blind fit of jealousy and a little joyous rush when something clumpy struck him on his back. Momo, Uraraka, and Jiro were standing behind a cannon. "Keep shooting. Go, go, go." Uraraka aimed the cannon again, and Jiro called out, "I apologize, Deku, it's for your own benefit." Izuku dodges the next big lump of clay that comes at him, but he misses the next one. The clumps were heavy and began to weigh Izuku down, and the gas was really beginning to get to him. Uraraka calls out from her mask, and Momo fires the cannon she made again. "Retrench," Katsuki shouted and dashed in the direction of the girls, but Tenya abruptly kicked him down before he could get to them. Enough of that, Bakugo kicked and thrashed, but then he started to calm down slowly. His eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he was searching for his partner. Tenya yelled and assisted Sato, Tokiyami, and Todoroki in pinning Bakugo down. Izuku panicked when he realized that Katsuki was down and not attempting to get back up, and to make matters worse, his body was beginning to fail him. As he dropped to his knees, still covered in a lot of clay, Izuku called out softly, "Kachan," and began to crawl slowly toward his beloved. Wait, Kachan. Deku, Katsuki was nearly at his breaking point, so his classmates let him go, realizing that he wouldn't be moving around much anyhow. Bakugo sneered at them before forcing his eyes to remain open in order to gaze at Izuku. Shit, sorry. Izuku muttered, no, as he approached Katsuki and intertwined his fingers. Izuku wasn't sure what he was denying, that Katsuki was blaming himself or that their fight was actually over. He didn't want to think this was it, but as his eye grew heavier, he was unable to think clearly, but he didn't want to give in entirely. Oh, we'll get out, Katsuki said, be together, before closing his eyes. With both of his eyes closed, Izuku said, yay. Kachan. Izuku jerks awake, his eyes wide and red, and he takes a deep breath before letting his eyes dart around rapidly. He wants to know where his Katsuki is, not where he is or what's going on. Looking down, Izuku discovers that he is still wearing his costume and that the wall in front of him is almost like a window, and that he could see through it if he tried hard enough. What really caught him off guard, though, was that the wall on his left was identical, save for a light that clearly indicated that there was a room on the other side. Izuku stood up and moved closer to the light-filled room. Izuku was so shocked and his breath caught in his throat when he was close enough to see what was inside. Kachan. Izuku squealed as he pressed his face up against the glass. He began to feel itchy looking at Bakugo's still body lying on the floor. He was also aggravated by the fact that this glass was keeping him from him. Kachan, get up. Katsuki's body began to move rather quickly before he suddenly woke up. Deku. Izuku banged on the glass in delight that he was Bakugo's first thought when he woke up and yelled. Look here. With a shout, Katsuki hurried to his feet and made his way directly to Izuku, slamming into the glass and hitting it, obviously irritated that it was there. What's happening? How come you're over there? When he was done banging on the glass, Katsuki spat and pressed his hands against it. Don't you think that if I knew, I would tell you? I don't really know. Before putting his hands to the glass where Bakugo's were, Izuku glared and said, this is so damned annoying. We gotta get the hell out of. When Katsuki and Izuku heard a switch, they were interrupted. They slowly turned to face the second glass wall, which now had a light on and a few people standing on the other side of it. Tenya, Uraraka, Kaminari, and Toru, all of whom were trembling in their shoes. Izuku and Katsuki were already agitated before they could speak. Where are we? Both of them asked, their voices thundering. What the devil are we doing? Bakugo repeated the question as he and Izuku approached the glass fourth wall, frightening Kaminari, Toru, Uraraka, and Tenya as they approached. Kaminari couldn't take his eyes off the two, especially Izuku. Although it was nothing new to him, it was strange to see Bakugo so messed up and angry, and it was difficult to comprehend how someone so good-natured and upbeat could suddenly turn so dark and menacing. I'm stuck. You mean you're stuck? What? Despite having a vague idea of the answer, Uraraka asked. I want to leave, but I can't look them in the eye. Do you fail to see what I see? All that was visible behind Tenya were her shoes as Toru whispered, oh, I'm seeing it all right. Tenya, read the note so we could complete our mission, she said. Tenya cleared his throat, opened the letter All Might and Aizawa had given him, and said, okay, Midoriya and Katsuki, I have a letter from our teachers here at UA. He blinked twice before waking up from his reverie. We're in the school, then? Bakugo asked and turned to face Izuku, who immediately began to wonder how they got here. When he recalled that they had fought until they were exhausted, he moaned and balled his fist more tightly, which made Toru squeak. Tenya started reading, trying his best to ignore Izuku's obvious annoyance. I apologize for not being there for you when you woke up, Bakugo and young Midoriya. I had to rush to help because of something that had happened in the town. Aizawa is currently in contact with our science department and recovery girl, and they are making every effort to find a cure for you both. Hold on tight, students, I'll be back soon. All powerful. As Tenya finished reading, he turned to face Izuku and Katsuki and said, that was the message we were told to bring you. He then folded the letter again and tucked it into his pocket. Bakugo growled and said, fuck you, Four Eyes. Kaminari murmured, well, that was uncalled for. Just where are we? Izuku inquired. Uraraka emerged from behind Kaminari and said, why, you're in the basement of UA, like you guessed, adding that the two of you were being held in an additional interrogation room that had been set up here by the school years prior. I hate this place. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Izuku muttered as he knelt down with his back to the fourth wall and ran his hands through his hair and scratched his scalp, growing more and more irate by the moment. Izuku's unhappiness really infuriated Katsuki, who could feel his blood boiling as he watched him. "Oi, you're pissing him off and that's really pissing me off." Katsuki growled, "Let us out, now." Uraraka said softly, "We can't do that." Despite Toru and her other two friends beckoning for her to return, Uraraka approached the side of the glass where Izuku was. "You know we'll leave even if you don't, tch. I'm going to tear you all to pieces when we do." Of course it didn't break. All Might wasn't stupid, Bakugo shouted as he set off an explosion and aimed directly at the glass. Uraraka, who walked straight up to Izuku's section and pressed her hand on the glass, was the only student on the other side who didn't flinch. Her heart ached to see him like this, and she muttered, "Deku." She wanted to think it was all a bad dream or a foolish joke, but this was real. "Hey, avoid him. Avoid talking to him at all costs." Bakugo's hands heated up as he observed Uraraka's sorrowful, inquisitive eyes as he pressed his face and hands against the third glass wall that ran horizontally between him and Izuku. "Deku, Katsuki, you must comprehend. You are the only reason we are doing this. Since you two are the most resilient and tenacious people in our class, we simply do not want that to be taken away from you. I should have spoken up the moment I saw that terrible woman spray you, but I wanted to think you were fine, but you're not now." Looking at Izuku's back and hoping for a reaction at any moment, Uraraka was on the edge of tears at the sight of her friends in this state. It was heartbreaking to think that this had happened to them and that she had the opportunity to stop it. "Izuku, you are my best friend," Uraraka said. "I want to hear about your accomplishments at UA and hear more hero stories. I know you were destined to be a hero. When you recover, we're going to..." Boom. When Izuku swiftly turned around and slammed his fist down hard on the glass, Uraraka's voice caught in her throat and that of her classmates. The sound shook the room and their hearts, and Uraraka's eyes widened as she staggered backwards until she fell. If the glass hadn't separated them, the look in Izuku's eyes would have made her faint. They screamed death and fury. "What is this? Nonsense about? We're not friends. I detest each and every one of you and your pointless efforts to make me better. I will make it painfully obvious to all of you as soon as I leave this place. I do not need your assistance or you." Izuku's words filled the enormous room and the heads of his classmates. Kaminari, Toru, Tenya, and Uraraka stood stunned and heartbroken, and Uraraka did not try to get off the ground. Instead, her body trembled with sadness rather than fear. It was only when Kaminari and Tenya arrived to pick her up that she got up and retreated from the glass that separated her from her old friend. "We came to deliver the message and we did," Kaminari said. "We'll see you guys later." As soon as the four students left their area of the large room and closed the door, Izuku's skin crawled with rage and his breath became labored, making him itchy once more. "Ooh, Orog," he screamed at the top of his lungs and punched the glass once more. Still, not a single crack. He leaned back until he fell on his back and he began to mumble to himself. It was unclear what he was saying, but Katsuki became alerted when Izuku began to giggle as he covered his eyes. "This is a mess. I made a mess, Kachan." Bakugo sat down facing Izuku and replied, "No you didn't, Deku. I messed up and now we're fucking stuck." Avoid saying that. Izuku turned to face Katsuki after laughing even harder, and Bakugo was shocked to see tears when he took his hands off his eyes. Was Izuku afraid? That makes me even more upset when you say that. They were supposed to take over the city together, and perhaps not even stop there. Katsuki felt bad because he knew that Izuku wasn't really used to major failures and he certainly didn't want to be here of all places. He wanted to see Izuku's evil smile, kiss him, and hear his laugh. Not the laugh he was making now, though, because it was new and it showed how foolish and angry Izuku was. He needed to leave, or at least come up with a plan to leave with Izuku, because this was not what they had agreed upon. They were going to be partners for life, but they couldn't do that if they were here. "Hi, Kachan." Breaking Katsuki's reverie, Izuku yelled, "What do you think they're going to do to us? Substances. Torture. What?" Izuku scratched an itchy spot on his chest and giggled, saying, "I hope it's something wicked crazy. I want to go down cool, you know, if I'm going to go down. Because we're going to go down, aren't we?" Izuku started to laugh once more, but his laughter gradually stopped and his face was filled with nothing but pain. Izuku flinched and looked up at Bakugo, who sucked his teeth and punched the wall between them. "What the fuck are you talking about, Deku?" You and I will still figure this out even though we are currently confined to these tiny-ass rooms. Even though we've been duped once, it's pretty obvious that we work well together, so we won't be duped again. We were defeated by all of shitty 1A and 4 teachers. I told you that we're gonna make history together, and that's exactly what we're going to do, Izuku said, sitting up and making his way as close to the glass as he could before pausing to hear Katsuki go on. You stated it yourself. We're going to hold them accountable as soon as we leave. After taking a few deep breaths and rubbing his hands across his face, Izuku felt that Katsuki was right and that he had to leave in order to cause more trouble with his beloved Katsuki. He could not give up now if he wanted to be by his side freely again. Assure me that it will always be just you and me, Izuku said, letting out a sigh before pressing his forehead against the glass. With his head resting in the same spot, Bakugo said, "Don't be stupid, of course it'll be." Izuku hummed, flexing his fingers, "I wanna touch you." Izuku laughed and stared at Katsuki as he licked his teeth and said, "I want to devour you. They're so much more terrifying up close, my goodness." In particular, Izuku, Toru said. "I know how you feel, but the amount of gas that woman used on them is the only reason they are acting that way." Tenya said. Izuku got the most of it. At the time, all 4 of the students were coming up from the basement, heading to present Mike to report that they had delivered the message. Kaminari said, "Then that probably means Izuku's gonna need a lot more of the antidote," turning to Uraraka behind them and saying, "Hey Uraraka, how much of the?" When Kaminari realized how far behind her she was, a good 10 steps behind them, and that she was no longer even moving, she stopped with her head down and her other hand in hers. Kaminari turned to face Tenya and Toru, who had just noticed Uraraka's behavior. Tenya started to go down to talk to her, but Kaminari stopped him in his tracks. He simply said, "Let me try." Tenya was taken aback, but he realized that Denki was merely trying to support his friend, and when he nodded, Kaminari went down the stairs and halted just above her, saying, "Hey." "Sorry," Uraraka murmured. "I know I'm holding you guys back so you can go on without me." Kaminari said, "We're not going anywhere without you." Uraraka lowered her head again and started to shake, but he smiled when their eyes met. "I think I know what you're thinking about," Kaminari said. Uraraka croaked, "Then you'd know that this is my fault." Izuku's words, "We are not friends," replayed repeatedly in her mind, and this was not the response she had hoped for. He hates me and he's going to hate me no matter how much he gets better. He'll recall that I had the opportunity to ask for help earlier but chose not to. What happens if they don't improve? What if they? Uraraka was taken aback by Kaminari's firm statement, "It's not your fault. You're human, Uraraka, and humans make mistakes. I know I have plenty of times. Since you don't know for sure, you can't keep telling yourself that this wouldn't have happened if you had spoken up a little sooner. We do know that things will improve for them. We must have faith in Aizawa, All Might, and all the other people who are putting a lot of effort into fixing those guys. Izuku is still going to be your friend, and they will be alright." Uraraka sniffed before speaking, "Thanks Kaminari. Really, thank you." She looked up at Denki, who was once again smiling broadly, and she thought he was right because he was so content and self-assured. "You know, I may not be the brightest in our class, but I know when my friends need a little something to keep them going," Kaminari said. "Yes, what is that?" Kaminari laughed and spread his arms, saying, "Well, for me it's usually some sort of snack or charger, but what about a hug?" Uraraka sobbed as she threw herself onto Kaminari, wrapped her arms around him, and sobbed into his shirt as he embraced her back. Uraraka's eyes immediately watered and she lost the ability to control her tears because she was so happy that Denki understood that she needed an embrace at that moment. All Might, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl had spent the entire day commuting back and forth between the nurse's office and the school lab. They had to call out from hero work, use up all of their breaks and free time, and cancel all of their classes, something the students didn't like because they wanted to learn more about Katsuki and Izuku. All of this was done in order to develop the ideal remedy to heal 2 of their students. Fortunately, they succeeded by the end of the day. Since inhaling Leah's quirk was the only way to change the boys back, the Recovery Girl knew it would be a little difficult to get them to do so again. They didn't know any better at the time, so they would literally suffocate themselves before changing back. She reasoned that giving them a shot would be a little simpler. Recovery Girl discovered a method to transform Leah's gas quirk into a liquid while maintaining its quirk status using the jars of the gas that Aizawa had brought to her. To ensure that the boys' bodies had not been further harmed, she made the decision to add a few extra nutrients. Hopes were high because the antidote had a 95% chance of working, but they would need a little more time. When Recovery Girl said, "I can give it to you by tomorrow, the first portion that is," Aizawa inquired, "How long will it take you to make the second batch?" He stood in the center of Recovery Girl's office with all might. She looked at the antidote paperwork and her equipment. It took a great deal of effort. It's hard to say, to be honest. I can most certainly make it again. It's just it take time to heat up, then cool down, then heat again, then add vitamins and more. I see, said All Might. Then that means we'd have to choose which one would receive the antidote first. Correct, said the Recovery Girl. All Might understood exactly what Aizawa meant when he said, "Well, that puts us in a weird position." Izuku and Katsuki both acted in a way that was motivated by their changed perspectives as well as one another. What would happen if one was separated from the other? Would one of them attempt a drastic action that they were unable to stop? We can't exactly wait either, though, for both of them to be healed at the same time, an individual in recovery says. You should heal them as soon as possible, so if that means only one gets treatment now, then one gets treatment now. With a bow, All Might says, "Yes, you were right. Thank you for this, we are in your debt." She smiles and returns to her work, saying, "Oh, hush now, anything for my Ua babies. I will give you the first portion first thing tomorrow morning. It should be the perfect amount for one of them. In the meantime, you should go see who is in need of it most." All Might and Aizawa bowed again and departed the office. They turned to each other after they were outside. All Might said, "So what do you think we should do?" Honestly, it's hard to say. They both seemed pretty messed up when we first came in contact with them. True, even thought Izuku is wickedly clever and could use that. Bakugo is wickedly aggressive and could use that as well to escape. Aizawa concludes, and once they get out, it might be a little harder to stop them. I didn't really want to have to involve other heroes for this. All Might had a thorough understanding. As of right now, the city was aware that Izuku and Katsuki were not criminals. The quirk they were struck with was simply causing them to undergo a significant transformation. However, All Might promised to have it fixed right away, so if one of the boys escapes again, the public may wonder if this is just a quirk that makes them act this way. All Might says, "Let's check in on them. Maybe then we'll see who should receive the first dose." Understood, says Aizawa. They're off to the basement in an instant. Izuku and Katsuki were trying to be calm, or at least they were at the moment. They made an effort to avoid giving much thought to the fact that these rooms were locked, meaning they could not enter or exit unless authorized by someone in the control room, the fourth wall. Rather, they discussed short escape plans and what they would do as soon as they were free. Katsuki said, "We should burn this place down," and then he laughed. "Maybe we can slip out of their hands once they decide to let us out of these fucking prisons, and once we're out we blow this place up." The idea caused Izuku's eyes to twitch and widen. "Yay, we can make everyone who ever wronged us real sorry," he replied. "Can you imagine all of those screaming dread-filled faces? Which ones, the ones inside the building or those who have to watch it burn?" Izuku shouted, "Both," and clutched his chest while he and his companion burst out laughing. They were genuinely enjoying themselves, but they had no idea how soon the good times would come to an end. When they heard something click, Bakugo and Izuku stopped laughing so quickly. The door from earlier, the one where their former classmates appeared from behind the fourth wall, had opened, and they both turned around faster than before to see it. When they saw All Might and Aizawa walk through the door, Katsuki gritted his teeth and choked back a yell, while Izuku's eyes widened. "Careful not to put them to the test," All Might said softly, "Good evening, boys." Katsuki muttered, "You," before becoming progressively louder. You. Izuku pushed his hands against the glass and rose from his small spot on the ground. Open, 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 open. Aizawa said, "We still can't do that, Midoriya," as she glanced back between Katsuki and Izuku. "You know we still have to." Izuku snarled, "I'm not talking to you, loser." Before letting his gaze fall on All Might, Izuku gave Aizawa a dagger-like glare. "Why don't you go erase yourself from existence?" he asked. "No, I'm talking to you." All Might cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, Izuku, you know my answer is no." Izuku paced quickly back and forth in his small glass cell after giggling. "Your answer is no. Your answer is no. You've given me everything that I could have wanted, including this power. You gave me everything I needed in life, even the strength to overcome so many obstacles. But now I need something from you once more and you're telling me no. What you want isn't really what you want right now, young Midoriya. You're confused. With his fist slamming into the glass, Izuku screamed, "Don't give me that confused bullshit." Despite having a cold, hard face, he was still able to laugh. "I'm starting to really not like you." Katsuki spat, "Hey assholes," and both teachers turned to face him. "I'm really getting worked up in here, it's making me wanna tear shit apart, starting with you." When Aizawa said, "Listen Katsuki," he raised his hands. "Please do not get the wrong idea or violent. I think." Bakugo shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't tell me what to do," and started detonating several explosions in the direction of his cell's glass. "Don't bother Kachan," Izuku cried out next. He started beating himself at the glass. He felt as though the world was ending when he saw his partner in such distress. Aizawa muttered to himself, "Well, that probably wasn't the best idea," as he watched in astonishment as the two boys made repeated attempts to break out. Izuku eventually started to bounce off all four walls, striking and denting each one as he went. Katsuki nearly set his on fire as he continued to detonate increasingly powerful explosions one after the other. All Might said, "This is a serious problem, they're gonna get hurt if they keep doing this," and proceeded. But when he noticed that Katsuki and Izuku were both reducing the pace of their attacks, he stopped. They crashed at last. Before pausing to catch his breath, Izuku struck his head against the fourth wall once. In an attempt to catch his own, Katsuki also dropped his arms and went to his knees. Before they both recovered, the room was completely empty except for their pants for 2 minutes. "This," Izuku glared as he looked up. "This is nothing, and we will get out, and we will break you." When Bakugo growls, I swear what he says is the truth. The strain he has been putting on his hands through his gloves is then visible to both teachers as he punches the glass with such force. "We'll get out of here, I promised him it would be him and me, not you assholes." The pain in his hand causes Katsuki to wince for a moment. In order to lick the small amount of blood that is emerging, he pulls it back and removes his glove. Leaning over, All Might whispered to Aizawa, "I think you know who we should pick." "Yay," Aizawa muttered in response. They didn't realize that Izuku was trying his hardest to listen intently and read their lips, even though they were trying to speak quietly. "We'll come back in the morning." All Might then excused himself and Aizawa from the room by bowing to the boys. They both exhaled in relief when they were gone. "So how are we going to get him out of there without a fight?" The reply from All Might was, "The same way we got him in there, we should probably be sure to make it quick as well." Izuku, meanwhile, was pacing quickly once more in the interrogation room. He was itching all over and his breathing was uncontrollable. Izuku stooped and started to scratch his itch. "Damn it, I hate them so much," he said. "They're gonna try something. I feel it, I know it." Bakugo shouted, "It doesn't matter." But it just made Izuku more irate. "It does matter," he retorted, getting to his feet. "If they plot something and we're stuck in these little hamster cages, how do you expect us to fight back, huh? And the only reason they're probably going to do something is because of that stupid fucking stunt you pulled with your hand." In fact, Bakugo winced, much to Izuku's surprise. His eyes were wide as he gazed at his partner, then he allowed them to fill with guilt. Izuku felt bad as he saw Katsuki slide his hand back into his glove. He wanted to talk, but he was at a loss for words. Bakugo asked, obviously trying to conceal his disappointment, "So you're mad at me?" "No," Izuku said as he approached the glass cautiously. No, I could never be mad at you, not at you Kachan. I'm just, what if they separate us now? We won't be separated because I'll destroy anyone who tries to take you from me." Bakugo approached the glass and knelt down. "I promised that it'd be us, right? Don't doubt me Deku." "I'm not doubting you," Izuku said as he sat down beside the glass and laid his head against it. "I believe in your promise, with everything in me." Bakugo put his head back in the same position and remarked, "You don't have to be scared either." Izuku firmly stated, "I'm not scared." However, the look Katsuki gave him made him feel weak again. "I'm just a little worried." Katsuki silently gazed at his beloved Deku for a moment before smiling. "The only thing you should be worried about is what I'm gonna do to you once I'm able to hold you again." Izuku was taken aback by the remark and found himself laughing instead of twitching or itching. "Hey, you ass!" You're always either thinking about something stupid or something actually genius. Or something amazing, like you stupid nerd. Izuku curled up beside the glass, grinning. You're an ass, but you're mine. Every student in Class 1A was tense the next morning. Their minds appeared to be linked, and they were aware of the precise location necessary to obtain the single response they sought. Have the boys improved? Uraraka made sure to leave her house within 15 minutes after waking up early. She couldn't resist moving more quickly than normal as she made her way to school down the street. She would be a bit early for school, but she was obsessed with her friends. All Might and Aizawa had been working feverishly on an antidote to change the boys' mindsets yesterday. She fervently hoped that they had solved the problem and that Bakugo and Izuku were now safe. Uraraka, she heard a voice screaming behind her. She turned and jumped a little. She was relieved to see Momo approaching her at a high speed. Hey, how's it going? Uraraka grinned a little and said, good, everything's fine. She was glad to see Momo because she needed a friend to confide in, but she couldn't pretend to be alright. It seems that Momo could see right through her as well. Well, I'm just a little nervous, you know. Uraraka sighed. Without bothering to finish her sentence, Momo said, I understand, today's the day we find out. All Might promised us everything will be okay, I believe him. Momo continued to walk alongside Uraraka, who said, yay, me too. How do you think they'll give them the cure? When Momo says, well, I can only imagine there's one way to do it, she looks at Uraraka and sees that the other way is still down. You don't think anything will go wrong to you? And no, it's not that or anything, it just, well, you should have seen them the other day. When Kaminari, Tenya, Toru, and I went to deliver the message, there was this look in both of their eyes and it was so powerful, especially Izuku's. If he wasn't in that glass cage, I don't think he would have spared us. He seemed so wild, wilder than Katsuki a bit too. Well, you said he did breathe in more of that woman's quirk than Katsuki did, right? Uraraka paused and turned to face Momo. Yay, but that's the thing, he said. What if the antidote doesn't work so well on him because there is more of the quirk in him? What if the teachers give them the wrong amount of dosage? With each passing moment, Uraraka's anxiety increased. When she felt a hand on her shoulder, her racing thoughts were interrupted. She turned to face Momo, who smiled gently at her. Listen, the teachers know what they're doing, they're pros. Izuku and Katsuki will return to us in no time. Uraraka inhaled deeply and let out a sigh. Yay. Yay, you're right. They're pros. They know exactly what they're doing. There's nothing to worry about. Momo gave Uraraka a shoulder bump when she smiled. Good, now do you think they'll still be a thing after they're better? Uraraka's face flushed as she gasped. Momo, I didn't even think about that. While they walked to school, Momo laughed. Katsuki and Izuku were both up early. They didn't get much sleep, so both of their eyes were red. They spent too much time reviewing the first set of activities they planned to do after they were free. Katsuki wanted to find helpless heroes to battle, while Izuku wanted to let all of the zoo's animals roam the city's streets. Despite their stability and relationship, Izuku couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was totally out of character and kept thinking about Aizawa's remark from yesterday, which made his eyes twitch. Bakugo snapped Izuku back to reality by asking, hey, you alright? Don't tell me you're still thinking about those losers from yesterday. Izuku lied and scratched his hair, saying, and no. This made it obvious when he was disturbed. Katsuki said, remember, just you and me, which caused Izuku to smile. No one else is gonna get in the way. Izuku grinned more broadly and said, and if they do we'll break every bone in their body. Exactly. They started giggling. They paced their rooms, conversed, and simply stared at one another for an hour. But there was a sound of footsteps coming downstairs. Katsuki followed Izuku as he leapt to his feet. He said, what is it? Izuku gazed at his cell's door on the other side. Someone's coming. He was correct, of course. All Might, Aizawa, and, to their astonishment, Midnight entered through the open door. Katsuki snarled, what the fuck do you want? Midnight nodded her head as she glanced at All Might. Izuku became really alarmed when he left the room. Kachan, stop talking. Huh, what do you mean they're right? Izuku screamed, I said stop fucking talking. But his voice was obviously in a panic. He looked over at Bakugo. They're planning something, something's about to happen. Midnight came forward to say, boys. I'm going to make this very quick, okay? On the other side of them, in the corner of the room, she stood before a control panel. No pain, no suffering, nothing like that, same thing as last time. Izuku's eyes widened with all the darkest feelings imaginable. Chaos, rage, and fear swirled in his dark green pupils. What did you do? What are you gonna do? TCH. Deku, Katsuki said, feeling Izuku's gaze on him even though he was still staring at midnight. I'm giving you permission to kill everyone in this school. On a different day, Izuku would have loved that, but at the moment, it only made him more anxious because it implied that Katsuki knew exactly what was going to happen. Izuku's confusion was really beginning to get to the point where he was itching and feeling sick. Suddenly, there was a low but audible hissing sound. He saw that Midnight had pressed a button on the control panel, and he quickly scanned his room for any cracks, holes, or windows. His heart skipped a beat when he noticed a small vent in the corner on the floor, and he backed away from it, but stopped when he saw that nothing was coming out. Izuku head Katsuki called out to him, Deku, and he turned with a sudden sense of relief. Don't panic, Deku. Izuku could see that something was coming out of the same vent in the corner of Bakugo's room, and the scent of Midnight's sleep was filling Katsuki's glass room, and the floor of Bakugo's cell was slowly filling with purple gas. Kachan, get out, Izuku said, turning his gaze from the gas to his cherished companion. Right now. Katsuki went straight to punch the glass, and he continued to beat at it as hard as he could, but it wouldn't even dent. Bakugo started to set off explosions, aiming them at the vent, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and every corner, but nothing seemed to be working again. Izuku watched him impatiently, and when he noticed that Katsuki was getting tired, his heart started to sink. Katsuki detonated another explosion, but this one was much smaller. Shit. He said. Don't stop now. You can't get tired. Izuku shouted and pounded on the window, but his words were in vain because Bakugo no longer had the power to decide whether or not to remain awake. Katsuki wobbled before his knee struck the ground as the gas continued to flow. Fuck, Deku, don't panic. Kachan. Izuku banged harder with his hands and tried yelling louder through the glass. His eyes began to fill with tears. Why was this happening? Why wasn't his room being filled? Kachan, get up. You must rise. Now, get up, please. Kachan. Katsuki laid down near the glass near Izuku's feet and said, remember what I told you, his left eye still open but gradually closing. Izuku. N. Katsuki fainted. No, Kachan. No, no, no. Do you hear me, Kachan? Wake up. Stay with me. Wake up, Kachan. Kachan. After 5 more minutes of Izuku's yelling, Midnight switched off the gas after Katsuki passed out, and it took another 5 minutes for it to clear out. Do it, Aizawa said, and Izuku turned from Katsuki's motionless body to Midnight, who pressed another button, which made Izuku's heart sink. Katsuki's room was suddenly filled with a loud noise, so Izuku searched for the source. Suddenly, a rectangular seal suddenly opened along the back wall. This time, a secret door was opening. Izuku watched with wide eyes, hoping that nothing else would harm Katsuki, but he couldn't help but clench his fist when he saw who was behind it. Izuku held his breath in his throat as All Might entered Katsuki's room through the small door, but he went into a panic when he saw All Might approaching his partner. Kachan, wake up, please, you must do something. Izuku yelled again and pounded on the window. You must get up. I am powerless to assist you. Bakugo, however, did not even stir. All Might looked at Izuku with a sad expression. He never imagined it would be this difficult. He knelt down and picked up Katsuki in his arms, then looked at Izuku again, who became silent and appeared to have seen a ghost. All Might was at a loss for words because, at that moment, whenever he spoke, it simply didn't make sense to Izuku and it most definitely didn't matter. Because he was removing the only person Izuku had to love and talk to at the moment, All Might was unable to say anything. No, please, Izuku, trembling, slumped down and watched All Might turn and walk away. Izuku slowly turned to face Aizawa and Midnight, who appeared to be backing out of the room, after the secret compartment door had been closed. Please understand, Izuku, Midnight said, we know this is hard right now, but we promise you'll see him again. You and he both need to recover. No, 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 they both said as they departed in silence, leaving Izuku alone to ramble and take in what had actually just transpired. Since there was still no teacher at the halfway point of first period, Uraraka and her classmates were beginning to worry. It was fairly obvious what All Might was doing at the moment, but they were unsure of how long it would take, and the longer they waited, the more issues and emotions began to surface. Tenya got up almost instantly when All Might and Aizawa finally entered after 30 minutes. My classmates and I would like to know, what's going on with Katsuki and Izuku? Everyone nodded, and they began asking questions at random. Uraraka sat quietly, hoping that all of the questions would be answered, including ones about the antidote, the boys' behavior, how they completed it, and a host of other topics. Calm down, said Aizawa, everything has been handled. How? Suyu inquired. Recovery Girl created the remedy for the boys' issue, but she was short on supplies for the two of them. Thus, we decided to cure one for the time being, and the other will be cured after Recovery Girl prepares the other half of the antidote. She thanked the stars that the teachers had made the right choice, and Uraraka sighed, feeling, for the first time in a long time, relieved that the boys would be getting the help they need. It seemed like everyone else felt the same way. Katsuki is currently unconscious in the nurse's office. Recovery Girl is currently administering the antidote to him, All Might said, adding, young Midoriya will follow in a day or two and everything will be alright. The atmosphere in the room simply became very tense, and Uraraka's breath caught in her throat and she froze, certain that everyone was thinking the same thing she was. Wait, Katsuki. Katsuki's receiving the treatment first? Inquired Toru. Yes, Aizawa replied, but he was perplexed after examining the expressions of each of his pupils. What's wrong? Uraraka shuddered in her seat and muttered, you picked the wrong one. She knew this was bad. I apologize. You made the incorrect choice. It was intended that Izuku receive treatment first. Uraraka irritated Aizawa, saying, I know you are closer to Izuku and that you truly want to see him again, but you must keep in mind that Katsuki is also a classmate. It is unthinkable that you would. Everyone stared at Uraraka in disbelief as she broke down when she could take no more, slamming her palms against her desk and getting to her feet. You think this is about that? If so, you're committing another error. Compared to Katsuki, Izuku is much more out of control. That's accurate. There was something about Izuku that was totally off when we went to see them, Kaminari said, getting to his feet. He was much more terrifying than Katsuki, and he would have tried to harm us without hesitation if he hadn't been restrained by that cell. He breathed in more of that peculiarity of hers. Tenya continued, don't you remember that he will undoubtedly act out more than Katsuki? She put her hands over her mouth and started to tremble more violently. Exactly. And the only thing that's mainly keeping him stable is being next to, Uraraka interrupted herself, gasping. When Aizawa and All Might realized their error, their eyes widened, as they had been so preoccupied with Katsuki's violent past rather than the case's actual facts. Shit, Aizawa swore. What was I thinking? All Might yelled and headed for the door with Aizawa right behind him. Children, don't leave. After they left the room, there was a brief period of silence in 1A. Although everyone knew they wanted to get up, they all stayed in their seats until one student abruptly decided she could stand no more. TCH. Uraraka leapt from her chair and dashed out the door, with her classmates trailing behind her in a matter of seconds. They ran through the hallways, avoiding obstacles like other students and teachers who were moving about. As they passed Recovery Girl's office, they cast a quick glance through the window and saw that Katsuki was unconscious on a bed with Recovery Girl at his side. They ran to the basement one by one, growing increasingly alarmed as they got closer, and they burst through the doors of the interrogation room section where All Might and Aizawa were located. They all felt shivers down their spines from what they saw. Izuku remained hunched over on his knees, and it sounded as though he was sobbing into his hands, but he began to slowly raise his head, and his sobs became laughter. His eyes were red, his hair was out of control, and it was obvious that he had been pushed past his breaking point. Give me Kachan, Izuku said, laughing. Give him back, give him back, give him back. The room trembled as Izuku suddenly stopped laughing and punched the glass with both of his fists, making everyone jump. Don't just fucking stare at me. Let me have Kachan. Don't forget to give him back. He gave me permission to kill each and every one of you, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do once I'm out of here. He said, pausing to catch his breath before beginning to press his face against the glass and scratch at it. Izuku took a step back and knelt down once more, his eyes twitching and tears welling up as he scratched his hair. He had missed Bakugo so much in just 5 minutes, and he blamed himself for it. He didn't want to be apart from his love, but he was, and he couldn't help but feel that he was to blame. Izuku looked up at the class again, tears streaming down his cheeks and anger in his eyes. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill all of you, just wait." Without a word, Aizawa began to slowly push everyone out of the room after Izuku lowered his head once more. After the students left, he had to grab All Might by the hand to get him to move away from the depressing scene. They all went upstairs, and everyone felt 10 times worse about the whole thing than they had before. Quietly, Aizawa said, "We're going to make him a bigger dosage of the antidote." It felt like weeks, possibly months, even though it had only been a day in UA. Classes were different because Aizawa and All Might had to take care of Bakugo, who had received treatment and was now lying unconscious in the recovery girl's office, following the entire incident in which Bakugo was taken away from Izuku and after Izuku displayed his new attitude toward his former classmates and teachers. The class was led by Present Mike and Midnight, who both made futile attempts to lighten the mood and cheer up 1A. Throughout the day, everyone sulked and found it difficult to concentrate on the lessons, their thoughts wandering to their two friends, the one who was unconscious and the one who detested them. Half of the class had their heads down, hidden between their desks and arms, while the other half tried to divert themselves by scribbling in their books or listening to Present Mike sing. Uraraka merely gazed out the window of the classroom, not focusing on anything in particular, but rather letting her gaze wander and land on a variety of objects, including cars, birds, people, and even a person attempting to capture a squirrel before it fled in the street. However, nothing completely diverted her attention from Izuku, and she couldn't stop thinking about his face and how crazy he must have been acting right now. She sighed and held up her hand, sensing that perhaps a walk would be beneficial. "May I please use the restroom?" "Take your time, of course." Midnight, who obviously wasn't used to teaching such depressed kids, replied and carried on with her lecture as best she could. Uraraka got up and made her way to the door, passing Tenya at his desk, who had his head down and was obviously attempting to grieve quietly, and before she left the classroom, she gave him a pat on the back, took a deep breath, and went down the hall for a brief lap. She tried counting the tiles on the floor and naming every color she saw while on her walk, and it was actually helping her to decompress a little. She tried not to think about how Izuku was likely tearing at his cell right now or possibly yelling Katsuki's name at the top of his lungs, or how he claimed to despise her, but instead she kept counting and told herself that everything would be alright. Her heart began to race as she began to think about Katsuki, but Uraraka stopped when she realized she was in the same hallway as the recovery girl's office. "Oh boy," she muttered to herself as all the negative feelings rushed in, knowing she should have probably turned around and gone back to her class, where she should have begun counting the colors and tiles again. Instead, however, she began to head straight for the nurse's office. What if, when she looked out the window, Katsuki looked like a living hell, lying unconscious and nearly dead? What if he was awake but chained up because the antidote didn't work? What if it accidentally killed him instead? Uraraka's legs started to wobble and her heart started to race. She was so terrified by these thoughts that her whole body trembled as she drew closer to the door, whispering, "Please, please be okay." She closed her eyes and pressed her hands against the door, but before she could see anything, a voice called out to her. "After class, what are you doing?" Uraraka jumped in surprise when she heard the steady question, but she turned to see it was her teacher, Aizawa. "Oh, I was, well I was taking a walk and then, Uraraka trailed off, lowering her head, balling her shirt in her fist, unsure of what to do, so close to learning Bakugo's status, but now occupied with a conversation with the one person who believes she prioritizes Izuku's safety over everyone else. The hall was silent for a full minute as Uraraka struggled to find the right words to say. Then, Aizawa interrupted, asking, "What are you doing out of class?" He repeated the question, but this time he was a little firmer. Her heart sank, and Uraraka knew he was likely to tell her to return, but when she looked up at him, something in Aizawa's eyes made her reconsider, as if he was waiting for a specific response that would make him reconsider sending her back. Uraraka unballed her fist and raised her head to speak. She said, "I need to know," before raising her voice again. "I need to know that Katsuki will be alright. It's a little frightening. Even though everyone assures you that everything will be alright, you are unsure of this yourself. I just need to see him, even though I know he's in capable hands." Uraraka's eyes began to well up with tears, and although she doubted it, she lowered her head once more without saying anything more. "Look," Uraraka quickly raised her head, and her eyes widened. Did she hear him correctly? Did Aizawa really grant her permission to be the first to know Bakugo's status? Uraraka was startled when he pushed his head toward the door, but she didn't waste any time in turning slowly in that direction and peering through the glass. As she searched the room for a specific person, she noticed that several of the beds were empty, but when she saw that one was occupied, her heart stopped. She saw that Katsuki was lying in bed, but he wasn't dead, he wasn't in poor condition, and he wasn't chained to his bed. He was just sleeping with a rested expression on his face, and he looked like a typical Bakugo. This indicated that the antidote was effective. Katsuki was actually fine, and Uraraka laughed quietly as tears streamed down her cheeks. She was ecstatic to see it, but she couldn't believe it. He is now stable because the antidote has spread throughout his entire body. Aizawa tells Uraraka, he hasn't woken up yet because he was depriving himself of sleep, but Recovery Girl says he will be up tomorrow morning for sure. Uraraka nods her head while continuing to gaze out the window. Before continuing, Aizawa strokes his beard and says, listen, Uraraka. I'm sorry for assuming that you were more concerned about Izuku's health than Katsuki's. I suppose I made a mistake because I wasn't thinking clearly, which doesn't actually happen. I simply thought. Don't worry about it, Uraraka says, turning to face Aizawa. He's surprised to see that she's grinning warmly, something that hasn't been seen in a long time. I understand, she says. I'm just relieved he's alright. In fact, he's fine. With a sigh of relief, Aizawa said, yay, he really is. Everyone, especially Kirishima, appeared a little happier at the end of the day after Uraraka assured them that Bakugo was alright. When the final bell rang, Class 1A started packing to leave, and All Might entered as they were doing so. Students, I hope you have a great rest of your day, but I need one of your assistants, he shouted loud enough to get their attention. I can help. Me too. Same here. Despite the numerous offers, All Might only required one student, and as he surveyed the area, it became evident to all that the hero was searching for a particular student, who was soon located. My boy, Todoroki, I think you should be the one to help me, All Might shouted as he walked up to Shoto and put his hands on his shoulders. Shoto was a little taken aback, but he followed All Might as instructed. They didn't talk as they went down the hall, and Todoroki wasn't sure what All Might needed help with, but he had hoped he was mistaken when an idea struck him. Before long, they were walking down a set of stairs, and Todoroki knew exactly where they were going and his guess was correct. All Might stopped and turned to Shoto before opening the door, saying, my boy, Izuku's healing time is almost here. I won't make the same mistakes twice. What are you saying? Shoto inquired. He was aware that All Might was bringing up the fact that Bakugo was chosen to recover before Izuku, but how did that relate to him? Aizawa and I decided that until Izuku is well, we probably shouldn't see him. When he sees us, he might become agitated and recall how we took Bakugo. I'm not entirely sure what he'll do if I enter right now. Todoroki understood exactly what All Might was saying, and he wouldn't want to enter either if he knew that his presence might cause another outburst. Memories of Izuku's face when they first took Bakugo from him sent a shiver up his spine. There was a look in his red eyes that Todoroki knew he would never want to see again, a look of genuine hatred for everyone in the room that was difficult for Shoto to accept. What must I do for you? Todoroki questioned resolutely. I need you to press a lever and a few buttons on the room's control panel. It will cause Izuku's room's rear vent to open. Press the red button, then the green one, and wait a minute. You will also hear it open. Pull the lever after a minute and press the green button once more. That will definitely open the vent, and keep in mind that you can tell it's open as soon as you hear it. I got it, Todoroki replied, understood. He turned to the door and opened it, but paused before turning back to All Might. All Might, why did you pick me? Sometimes, Todoroki, you're really good at managing your emotions. You don't even show them. That seems to be the best option at the moment, All Might said. Taking a deep breath, Todoroki turned back to the door and nodded to All Might, not bothering to determine whether it was a compliment or just a fact. The control room was empty, of course, and when Todoroki looked at Izuku, he had his back to him, and Izuku didn't seem to realize yet that Shoto was in there, as he banged his head softly against the indestructible glass. Todoroki tried to close the door as quietly as he could. He thought to himself, it would be great if I could get through this without having any kind of contact with him. Unfortunately, Izuku's ears moved when the doorknob clicked, and Shoto said to himself, shit, and stood motionless. Izuku turned his head slowly, and Shoto held his breath. When their eyes met, Todoroki began to regret being chosen for this job. Izuku appeared ready to kill again, but somehow he managed to look even worse this time. His hair was a complete mess, and it appeared to be darker than its usual green. He kept tapping his foot on the ground and doing the same with his finger. Shoto's earlier wish was not fulfilled because he saw how furious the boy was when he looked him in the eyes. Izuku's voice was darker than ever as he asked, "Where is he?" Shoto was a little surprised because he knew he was referring to Katsuki, but was he allowed to speak to Izuku and provide him with information? All Might hadn't told him what to do if he began to speak. "Where?" Izuku's voice rose. Given that Izuku might become agitated, Todoroki decided it would be best to respond, saying, "He's safe. We've cured him." "Bullshit, you can't cure him because there is nothing wrong with him, or me." Izuku got up and laughed again at this point, and it was beginning to creep Todoroki out. He started to make his move and do what he had come to do, and Izuku kept talking as he made his way to the panel. "I bet you guys think you got us all figured out. Well, you don't," he said. "Katsuki will start causing trouble as soon as he wakes up and then return for me." Todoroki stepped back, looked at his friend, and pushed the red and green button on the panel, saying, "That's not going to happen, Midoriya. You think this is you right now, but it's not." "Hey," Izuku laughed and rubbed his face and eyes, clearly not getting much sleep. "Typical fucking Shoto, always think you know everything. You always were a real sport when we were in class together. I've always liked you," he said. Izuku went on, but Shoto remained silent because he didn't like the direction of the conversation. "Is that why you took Katsuki from me? Were you envious?" Todoroki grimaced and turned to face Izuku, who was grinning broadly and pressing against the glass to get as close to Shoto as he could. Izuku was touching on a delicate subject for Todoroki, who didn't like it when people tampered with his feelings, so he said firmly, "No." "Ah, you must have been." Sadly, Todoroki was excluded from Izuku's enjoyment. "I chose Bakugo as my partner instead of you." As the minute went by, Todoroki tried his best to maintain his composure. "Enough already. Why, Shoto, am I bothering you? Is the truth really that painful?" Shoto gritted his teeth and raised his voice slightly, saying, "I'm warning you, Midoriya. I know that I'm touching the most delicate area of your heart, so I'm not afraid of your little fucking warning, Todoroki. I wager that you—" "Stop talking," Todoroki shouted and hurried to Izuku's cell, saying, "Just shut it already." Izuku's cheerful expression vanished quickly, and his tone turned dark again as he said, "Why don't you come in here and fucking make me?" Todoroki knew that he was only trying to agitate him so that he would either go into the cell or let Izuku out, assuming they would fight. "You should know that I'm not stupid enough to fall for your little games. Listen to me," Todoroki said, pointing to Izuku as he threw the glass. "You might be surprised to learn that Katsuki was already healed. Although I despise this iteration of you, I'm also intelligent enough to realize that it's not your fault. So when you're better, just keep your mouth shut and speak to me the way you used to." As if everything he said simply went in one ear and out the other, Izuku was silent for a moment, staring at Todoroki with a blank expression. At last, he tilted his head while maintaining the same expression, saying, "Love you too." TCH. Todoroki turned back to the panel and pressed the green button again, thinking to himself, "Don't say things like that, idiot." Assuming that this was how they were going to get Izuku to sleep next, Todoroki pulled the lever on the panel's side and was almost ready to leave. All he needed to do was wait for the vent to open. However, after a few seconds, there was still no sound, so he waited a little longer. A full minute later, Todoroki realized something was amiss. He had done exactly what All Might had told him to do, but the vent showed no signs of being open. Izuku burst out laughing. "What's wrong?" Todoroki knew Izuku had done something wrong when he turned to face him and saw another malevolent grin on his face. "What did you do?" "I simply made sure that if I'm going to leave here, someone's going to die in the process." Shoto approached the glass to look for the vent, and his eyes widened when he caught sight of it in the room's corner. Izuku had deliberately destroyed the vent, which was completely busted up and appeared to be closed. "The only way you're gonna get me, is by coming through that secret door." Todoroki turned and left the room without saying another word, telling All Might what Izuku had done. Izuku grinned even more, then burst out laughing when he saw the expression on Shoto's face. "Ah, shit," he murmured to himself. Every student at UA practically leapt out of bed and threw themselves out of their houses the following morning. Uraraka didn't waste any time eating breakfast or explaining to her parents why she was in a hurry. She just dressed, said goodbye, and left. With her book bag on her back, she ran down the street at full speed instead of walking, skipping, or jogging. She quickly caught up to a few of her classmates who were following suit, which is not surprising. She saw Tenya preparing to leave his house on her side of the street. She called out to him before he ran away. She waved her arms to get his attention, and happily it worked. Iida, Iida, wait, she exclaimed. She paused to catch her breath as he walked out to greet her. Today, we have to get to school quick. Tenya said, I'm fully aware, and started to stretch his legs. I'm positive all of our fellow classmates are practically running over each other to arrive. For instance, look. Across the street, Tenya gestured. Uraraka turned to see Kirishima and Kaminari literally stomping on each other on their way to school. Kirishima sobbed and shoved Kaminari to the ground by his face, saying, Come on man. He's my best friend, I have to see him. Kaminari screamed back, He's my friend too. He's like the best loud brother ever. And seized Kirishima by the leg, causing him to stumble and topple over as well. Just get out of. You won't see him at all if you guys don't stop arguing and hurry up. Someone had screamed. Uraraka and the boys noticed that Zero was swinging from the trees with his tape in order to get to school more quickly. Both Kirishima and Kaminari scurried to their feet and followed him when he was ahead of them. Uraraka faced Tenya once more. This is great. Everyone's excited to see Katsuki back to normal after so long. Correct, Tenya said with a radiant smile before assuming a running start position. Now if you'll excuse me Uraraka, I intend on being the first one there. Uraraka gave him a perplexed look before he fled faster than light. With a gasp, Uraraka began to run again. Wait Iida, wait up. Class 1A was practically bouncing as they all sat in their seats. It seemed more like everyone was a nervous wreck than having a good time bouncing. The majority of them were biting their fingernails and tapping their feet. While the boys twiddled their thumbs, the girls played with their hair. Even though they had only been waiting for Aizawa for 10 minutes or so, it seemed like forever. All of 1A's eyes widened when Aizawa finally entered the room. Aizawa simply waved them all to follow him with his finger without saying anything. Everyone literally leapt to their feet and struggled to be the first out the door when he turned to go. With each step they took down the hall, their anxiety increased. Aizawa inhaled deeply before opening the door for his class as they approached the nurse's office. No one entered when he opened it, every student appeared frightened. As if to make sure there were no traps in the room, they all surveyed the area before going inside. They approached the lone curtain concealing a bed with caution and slowness. Shoji opened it slowly. Bakugo was still unconscious as he lay in bed, and All Might was seated in a chair in the corner beside him. His current state of peace and calmness caused everyone's eyes to widen. Ashido inquired, when will he wake up? We don't exactly know, explained All Might. But it should be any min. Katsuki's bed began to tremble. Everyone stared at the sleeping boy while holding their breath. He opened his eyes slowly, and his lids began to move. They all gasped but were immobile. Katsuki started to spread out his whole body as though he had been sleeping for years. He finally spoke after he calmed down. Fuck. Normal. Kaminari yelled softly, Hey, Katsuki. Bakugo's eyes widened abruptly as he became aware of his location. Before focusing on all of his classmates surrounding him, he glanced around. What are you rejects doing here? He asked, wearing his characteristically sour expression. Class 1A only needed to read the comment to realize that their irascible friend was back. The situation seemed almost too good to be real. One by one, their faces brightened, and they were unable to control their emotions. Everyone shouted, Katsuki, and started to swarm him, Kirishima first. When the majority of his classmates landed on his stomach and started to embrace and tousle his hair, Bakugo grunted. Kirishima went, I missed you so much bro. You really scared me. Tenya went on, you scared all of us. Yuga first said, I never thought I'd be so happy to see your hideous scowl again. Before planting a kiss on Bakugo's cheek. The comments poured in, one by one. The fact that 1A was unable to overcome it was almost miraculous. Everyone was obviously happy as they cheered and grinned. One individual, though, wasn't particularly content. The first person to notice that Bakugo was disturbed was Kirishima. Being his closest friend, he was always able to distinguish between Katsuki's feelings. Hey, what's wrong dude? Katsuki remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Hey, Momo asked, giving him a shoulder rub. Come on, tell us. With his hands clenched into fists and his head lowered, Bakugo questioned, I messed up bad, didn't I? What? Inquired Shoto. Katsuki rubbed his face, visibly embarrassed, and said, I mean, I got hit with that stupid quirk, I tormented my only friends, I destroyed pieces of the city. I don't understand why you're all so happy to see me, I should be in jail. Everyone was silent at first, but then Toru spoke. Hey, Katsuki. Bakugo looked up, but she wasn't there. He searched a little for her gloves but was unable to locate them either. Slap. Suddenly, Katsuki felt a palm swing across his face, hard and swift. What the, hey? Ashido leapt onto Bakugo's bed and slapped him in the face, saying, this is not your fault. You're crazy to think so. Tenya bowed and said, I take credit because I made the mistake of not speaking up earlier. Everyone nodded when Kaminari said, we apologize for not calling you sooner when we realized you weren't in school. And I should have been paying more attention when we were attacked. Aizawa said. I should have been there, says All Might. He approached Bakugo and touched his shoulder. We're beyond glad to have you back. But slap, oh my, Yuga exclaims, laughing. Bakugo was about to respond when Toru suddenly gave him another slap. Come on, exclaims Bakugo. The words, no more of that negativity mister, are spoken by Toru. I'm not trying to be, I'm just saying that. Jiro smiles and says, I think he needs another one. Todoroki continues, maybe 3 more. Slap, slap, slap. Bakugo yells, damn it. Screw you icy hot. I'll kill you, and everyone chuckles. Fine, thank you. Mineta raises his ear to Katsuki and asks, what was that? Bakugo lets out a sigh and turns to face his peers. Thank you, for saving me. It means a lot. Ah! Exclaims every girl before Bakugo is embraced once more. He lets them, much to their surprise. Yay, that's what we thought. Mineta continues, but when Katsuki grabs his head and squeezes, he squeaks in terror. He snarls under his breath, I'll kill you. Kirishima chuckles. That's my bro. Everyone in Class 1A was feeling a little better for the first time in a long time. Even though Katsuki was still the boisterous and rugged individual he was, they were glad to have him back to normal at last. Although everything appeared to be going smoothly, they were unaware of the difficulty they would soon face. Recovery Girl gave Katsuki a second shot to ensure he would be fine throughout the day after he recovered enough to get up and return to class. He went back to class with his teachers and fellow students. Everyone started questioning him about his experience as soon as he sat down. Kaminari inquired, what did you feel like? Yay, were you scared? Exclaimed Toru. Everyone began asking questions out of the blue, but Bakugo tried his best to respond to them all at once. It was like my brain made an immediate switch overnight. I couldn't think straight no matter how hard I tried. I just wanted to rip shit to shreds and destroy everything in sight. I felt like I was losing my mind. Bakugo said as he fell from his chair. But I was with that nerd Deku. He was more of an insane fucker than me, but I couldn't get enough of him. He was always with me and wanted me to do everything with him. Bakugo flushed when Kirishima winked and grinned at him, saying, sounds like you got close to him. Bakugo shouted, yay I guess. But only because he confessed to me first, as more of his classmates grinned at him. His face grew darker and darker. When Siro said, didn't know you swung that way dude, he clapped. I'm happy for you man. Bakugo struck the table with his fist. Shut up, damn it. But wait, if that woman's quirk was an altering quirk, how come Izuku's feelings weren't altered? And how come Katsuki's haven't gone back? Tsuyu responded to Aizawa. Well, the quirk alters your beliefs, not feelings. It changed their need to become heroes, but Katsuki's feelings towards Izuku isn't a belief. Aizawa replied. Damn it. Enough of this. Katsuki screamed in humiliation. Where is Deku? All of a sudden, there was some silence in the room. Shoji whispered, don't you remember? He's still in that room. Bakugo noticed that everyone's faces had lowered slightly as he glanced around the room. Before being knocked out, Katsuki tried to access his memories by staring down at his desk. Then he recalled. He recalled Izuku's cry, the gas engulfing the room, and the smoke from all of his explosion attempts to escape. His darling Deku screamed and screamed for him to wake up, but he had already crashed. Then Katsuki murmured to himself, yay, you guys chose me first. He glanced at All Might, who was standing in front of the classroom, as his head shot upward. Is he better yet? Before he spoke, All Might inhaled deeply. Giving bad news, especially to his students, was something he detested. No, young Bakugo, he has not. Why? Exclaimed Katsuki. Except for one. Everyone instantly stepped back a few inches. You have the antidote thing right. The only one who didn't retreat was Todoroki, who said, we have it. But when I went to the control panel to open the vent in his room, I discovered that he destroyed it. Katsuki repeated, he destroyed it? At that. On any other day, he would have been somewhat proud of Izuku, but the only real way to get in anything to get to the prisoner was through that vent. He ruined the only means by which they could avoid getting in touch with him. All Might held out a needle filled with the potion that would heal their friend and said, I'm going to have to go into the room and inject the antidote myself. Katsuki slumped back into his seat as Todoroki looked at All Might in disbelief. What, didn't you say that might cause a certain reaction out of him? Todoroki asked. It was only Kirishima who saw that his friend was absorbed in his thoughts rather than listening to a strategy for saving Izuku. Aizawa said, it might, but we have no choice. The last option now is someone has to make contact with him. Tenya questioned, but what if he slips out of your hands? All Might answers, he will not, we will get him for sure. Momo responds, yay, but what if you don't? What if he jumps to something drastic the minute he sees you try to corner him? Calling out, Uraraka said, let me do it, the minute I get in there I'll just make him float so he can't do much. Absolutely not, says Aizawa. The only reason why we let you kids help was because we figured that they might settle down once Izuku and Katsuki saw their friends. Also we didn't want to disturb pro-heroes to clean up our mistake. Ashido and Jiro said together, but we can help again, before continuing. I'm sorry children, but that's… Bakugo interrupts All Might as he is about to say no, I'm doing it. Everybody looks at him, but he just gives All Might a serious look in return. I'm giving him the cure. All Might firmly states, young Katsuki, I understand how you feel, but that cannot happen. Despite gritting his teeth, Katsuki gets up and approaches his teacher in a composed manner. Listen, I have a better shot than anyone in this room. I'm sorry. All Might could inquire. Think of it like this, he only trusts me. I'm sure you've told him that I'd be healed, but he didn't believe you or he'd say it's impossible, so he still thinks I'm messed up like him. I'll simply walk in his cell and when he gets comfortable, I'll give him the antidote. From the expressions on their faces, Katsuki and everyone else knew it was the right idea when All Might turned to face Aizawa. They needed to get the antidote into Izuku's body today, no matter how they did it. Otherwise, they were unsure of how quickly Izuku would tear his body to pieces from being so confined. Aizawa appeared to be searching for something as he took out his phone. All Might opened his hand and held out the cerium needle, and Aizawa pulled up what appeared to be a surveillance camera on his phone. As much as I'd hate to admit it, you might actually be the one who has to do this. But this isn't going to be the same as when you were insane with him. When Bakugo saw who was on it, his jaw tightened and his eyes widened. As Aizawa said, there's a tiny camera in his room that he hasn't discovered yet, but do you think you still want to go? Katsuki's horrified gaze remained fixed on the phone. Izuku was yelling non-stop while sitting on one of the walls and tugging at his hair. He stared up at the ceiling, his eyes wide open, and exclaimed, let me out assholes. I'll kill all of you. Get me out. He would not stop scratching and twitching, as if they hadn't closed in days. Give him back now, I'll kill you. Bakugo kept watching him scream, and as he gulped loudly, he couldn't help but feel cold. Nevertheless, he had to be the one in the end. He took the antidote from All Might's hand and said, yay. Yay, I'll still go. Let's get this over with. Never in his life had Izuku been so distraught. He chose to stop screaming before he lost his voice entirely, even though he had been doing so for almost 2 hours straight. His mind was too busy racing everywhere to think of things he wanted to do once he was outside, and his body was itching all over. Izuku began to repeatedly pace his glass prison. He was on the verge of losing it, and he was certain that the more time he spent in this place, the more irate he had grown. He had attempted to shatter the glass with a good deal of his quirk strength, but it was unsuccessful. The fact that he couldn't use it all because he would probably break his arm annoyed him. How could he fight back once he got out and Ua saw that he had broken arms? Izuku shouted, "God damn it," as he shifted. He had the feeling that his heart would burst with rage. The fact that he had nowhere to vent his anger only made him more irate. He recalled how Katsuki would yell at people or train to calm himself when he was upset. Izuku ceased pacing and remained motionless. He muttered to himself, "Kachan," as his eyes grew wide and heavy. Izuku used to get upset whenever he thought about Katsuki. He didn't know where he was, so he couldn't see him, hear him, touch him, or even hold him. Izuku's eyes began to water, and sure enough, he soon began to sob quietly. It hurt how much he missed him. Instead of exploding, his heart felt like it was about to split in two. Izuku collapsed to the ground, clutched his heart, and cried even more. God damn it all. Izuku suddenly tensed up and wiped his face rapidly at the sound of footsteps. When the door opened, he didn't bother to turn around. When he heard a crowd of people enter the glass room from the opposite side, he started to shake with rage again. Izuku asked, trying not to panic, "What is it?" Aizawa and All Might were on the opposite side of the glass from half of Class 1A. They gave off the impression of being very composed yet solemn. Uraraka took a step forward. As she examined her best friend, she inhaled deeply. His hero suit was nearly ruined, and his hair was still in a terrible mess. The way he shook told her that he was having a lot of trouble, but she had to follow the plan if she wanted to help him. Izuku stopped trembling when Uraraka firmly said, "The antidote failed. Katsuki wasn't able to be treated." Izuku laughed softly before he spoke, and everyone could hear it. "I told you morons, didn't I? I told you that crap wouldn't work." Momo continued, "Yes, but you still need help." Izuku ignored the remark and inquired, "Where is he?" Uraraka said, "He's upstairs being watched by the other half of the class. He's in good hands and we're making another cure now." Izuku rubbed his hands over his face and through his hair and remarked, "Ha, you don't learn, do you? That won't work. Let me out of here." Todoroki stood his ground, aware that an outbreak could occur at any moment. "We still can't do that." Izuku said, "Why not? I asked nicely, didn't I?" And got to his feet. He walked slowly while facing the glass. "Either way, we have to keep you here so you can be dealt with properly once we make the antidote." Aizawa asserted her authority as she went up front with the class. "That's correct, you must get." Izuku roared, "How many times do I have to repeat myself?" And slammed his fist down hard, causing the glass to tremble. "Me and Kachan will never be cured because there is nothing to cure. I hate looking at all of your faces, especially you All Might. I promise you when I get out of here I'm going to catch you all one by one and tear your body parts to shreds and feed you to dogs, starting with." Izuku suddenly fell silent due to an odd rumble. The sound was coming straight from behind him, so he didn't turn his head or move an inch. He was aware that this could only indicate that someone was using the hidden door to enter his cell. "Deku" was sung by a voice that was too familiar, making Izuku's heart leap. Izuku was having a hard time believing that he knew exactly who that was, even though he hadn't seen his face in days. Izuku's red eyes widened as he slowly turned his head around and saw his beloved Katsuki Bakugo. He was grinning back and wearing a more pristine version of his hero suit. Kachan." Izuku wasn't as quick on his feet as Bakugo, who said, "Come here." For a few seconds, he simply stared at the other male while slowly rotating the rest of his body around. Izuku soon lowered himself and crawled sideways in Bakugo's direction. This, Katsuki reasoned, was to ensure that he was not being tampered with and that he could easily flee if he was an imposter. Izuku had approached Bakugo more and more, but Bakugo said nothing. When Izuku was near Katsuki, he raised himself in his hand. Kachan, is it? You. As Izuku caressed Bakugo's cheek, tears welled up in his eyes. Izuku almost lost it when Katsuki smiled menacingly at him. "You missed me, nerd." Izuku yelled, "Kachan," and threw Katsuki to the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he gave him a tight hug. "You're here. You're finally here. I've waited so long for you." With a, "Sorry about that, Deku," Katsuki cradled Izuku between his legs. "I had to get rid of some obstacles that were in the way." "Did you kill them? All of them?" Izuku exclaimed, his body trembling. "Can I handle the other half?" Katsuki held the smaller male and continued to smile. "That's not important right now, just know it'll always be you and me. Deku, I love you so much." Izuku got butterflies in his stomach when he heard Katsuki's words, and he thought that the world was slowing down specifically for them. With a tighter squeeze, he said, "I love you too, Kachan. I love you so much too." In a matter of seconds, Izuku went from being furious to being ecstatic, and he honestly didn't think anything could spoil this moment. But then Izuku suddenly recalled something. He swiftly turned back to the fourth glass wall while he was holding Katsuki. The fact that half of 1A and the teachers were still just standing there astounded him. They backed up slightly as Izuku furrowed his brows at them, as though they realized something was amiss. At that moment, Izuku became aware that something was truly amiss. Izuku pulled away from Katsuki, but he stayed in his lap and was still tightly gripped by his arms. "Kachan, why are they standing there?" Izuku asked. "What do you mean?" Bakugo's expression fell when he saw Izuku's renewed concern. Izuku turned to face the teachers and students. Izuku's heart raced and his head ached as he realized he was perplexed. Wouldn't they have done something by now? I mean, you broke out, defeated half of 1A, and now you just open the door to my cell and walk in, and they do nothing. I can't think of any reason why they're still here. It's as if they knew you were going to. Izuku ceased speaking. He faced Katsuki once more and met his eyes. No, he muttered. Izuku just discovered something he wishes he hadn't. Bakugo said, "What's the matter, Deku?" Izuku said in a somewhat low voice, "Kachan, did they get to you?" His eyes began to water again, and his breathing became uncontrollable. He couldn't be experiencing this. As they spoke, Izuku had to ask even though he didn't think it was possible. "Kachan, did you betray me?" What the hell are you talking abo? Izuku raised his voice again and said, "Did you?" Izuku was completely taken aback when Katsuki failed to respond this time. He was devastated because they had managed to re-instill his faith in heroes and devised a scheme to enter his cell covertly and reveal that he was no longer supporting Izuku. This implied that Katsuki was never restrained upstairs or forced to engage in combat. Izuku was formally devastated. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Izuku looked for answers in Bakugo's eyes and asked, "Why? How could you do this to me?" Instead of responding, Katsuki pressed his forehead to Izuku's. "I'm sorry." Then Izuku went into a frenzy. Bakugo felt a little uneasy as his hold on his arms grew tighter. Izuku shook Bakugo and said, "Tell me you didn't do this, tell me." But got the same answer. "Tell me, Katsuki. You love me, don't you? Tell me." "I'm sorry, Izuku. Stop telling me you're sorry and tell me why." Izuku felt a sharp object stab him in the left side, interrupting his cry. He noticed a needle in Katsuki's palm as he slowly glanced down. He was aware that it was what must have caused Bakugo to revert. Izuku was at a loss for words or action. He looked into Katsuki's eyes as he raised his head back up, but he remained silent. He soon began to feel sleepy. He relaxed his hold on Bakugo's arms until they dropped. After he began to feel exhausted and lightheaded. He sank on Katsuki slowly until his head was resting on his chest and he was lying between his legs. As Katsuki watched, Izuku crashed due to the antidote. He looked up at All Might and nodded because he was about to faint. Everyone, including All Might, turned and departed with worried expressions, but they knew that only good could follow. After they left, Katsuki glanced down at Izuku again and was shocked to see that he was still conscious. Bakugo was deeply saddened to see Izuku in this state. The boy appeared to still be struggling greatly with himself. Bakugo couldn't help but blame himself for this. Perhaps he wouldn't have been so internally conflicted if he hadn't teamed up with Izuku. Izuku whispered, "You know, it's sad when I think about it." Looking at Izuku, Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku was grinning despite the tears still streaming down his cheeks. It seemed as though he was getting ready to die because he had completely curled up into Katsuki. "What?" With gentle, watery red eyes, Izuku gazed at Bakugo and remarked, I wish I could have dreamed for a little longer. It was a nice dream, wasn't it? Me and you, it was nice enough for me to believe it was real. I wish it was still real. Deku, Izuku closed his eyes and started crying, his lips quivering as he said, but no matter what you say now or what we do, it'll never really matter. Because when I wake up, I'll still be in love and crazy for you, but you won't love me. Having said that, Izuku shed a few more tears before becoming unconscious. Katsuki picked Izuku up after swallowing the hard lump in his throat when he realized he was motionless. Before leaving the tiny cell, Katsuki took a look around it. In UA, the following day was rather quiet. The teachers kept teaching, and everyone showed up for class as scheduled. Izuku was still unconscious, but by the following morning, it was anticipated that he would be completely recovered. To make sure he didn't actually harm anything, like his throat, from all the screaming he was doing, Recovery Girl even gave him extra nutrients. Life went on as she cared for him, just because it had to. Everyone was forced to wait. However, some people found it difficult to remain composed while they waited. Katsuki, for example, was struggling greatly. Although it was evident that his friends and classmates were glad to see him again, they also gave him the space he requested. Many were aware that he was considering Izuku, and they were correct. Katsuki could hardly concentrate on anything but Izuku and his parting remarks. Even though it didn't seem likely, Bakugo was terrified of how Izuku would treat him when he woke up. Would he be angry with him for deceiving him? Would he be upset with him and hold him responsible for everything? What if he wished to return to the past and act as though nothing had occurred? He grew increasingly agitated as the thoughts continued to fill his mind. He truly had no idea what he should do. Later that day, Uraraka and Tenya were asked to distribute some papers by Aizawa, which required them to walk around the school. They noticed that everyone's moods, including their own, were improving as they strolled around Ua. Uraraka smiles when Tenya tells him, "You know, you were pretty brave." Her cheeks turn pink. She questioned, "Why you say that?" Tenya says, "Well, first your best friend gets hit by a quirk and then he states that he hates you, which is straightforward. It was taking him a while to get better and seemed to only get worse, but you held it together and stayed strong, you know. You didn't give up altogether on our classmates, and I think that was pretty amazing of you." Uraraka's eyes widen as she looks at Tenya for a while. She finds it hard to believe that Tenya told her all of this, much less that she noticed it. It had great significance. "Thanks Iida, really. But I wasn't alone, I had you guys. And I knew that we'd get the boys back because you believed we would, so thank you." Tenya laughed. "I'm always happy to help." Uraraka laughed, but she stopped when they came to the school library. She briefly noticed a person with sandy blonde hair as she peered out the window. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Bakugo simply sitting at a desk and gazing out the window. As Uraraka shows Tenya what she observes, she says, "I think someone else needs our help now." They enter the library together after Tenya nods his head and sighs. They notice that, aside from Katsuki, not many people were present. He glances up at them but turns away as they approach him. Uraraka says with a smile, "Hey." She and Tenya both give him smiles, and he grunts back. "It looks like you are upset, and as your classmates we felt it was appropriate to ask you what was wrong." Tenya responds. Bakugo says without looking out the window, "Nothing, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Because." Bakugo repeated, "I said I'm fine, get lost." For a brief moment, both students wait to see if Katsuki will change his mind. They both turn and get ready to leave when they notice he is not moving. However, they hear him mutter something before they actually leave. "He hates me," Uraraka asks, turning around. "What?" Katsuki's expression has changed to one of disappointment. "You should have heard what he said before I left," Katsuki said, lowering himself in his chair. He felt like total garbage after giving Izuku the antidote and letting him sleep. Even though he had lied to Izuku for his own benefit, he felt that the dejected, betrayed expression on Izuku's face nearly made the lie worth it in the end. "He'll never forgive me and there's nothing I can do about it. He'll hate me forever." Uraraka approached Katsuki and rested his head on the desk before him. She sighed as she glanced down at him. "Do you remember what Izuku said to me when me and the boys came to deliver you All Might's message? About how he hated me and would never be my friend?" Bakugo merely gazed at her, but Uraraka went on since it was obvious he remembered. "I thought that he might have been serious. That it was really the end of our friendship and it hurt so much. But I remembered at the end of the day, that wasn't Izuku I was talking to. The Izuku we know wouldn't be so violent, wouldn't say such harsh things, and definitely wouldn't hate his childhood friend that he nicknamed." Bakugo rubbed his hands through his hair and said, "TCH, that's not so easily believable, this is the worst situation ever. It sucks right now, but I know it'll get better, it has to. When you woke up and were back to normal, one of my wishes came true, I know the other one will come true as well, believe me." Uraraka said with a wider grin. "Izuku will be thankful that you went as far as to lie to him to save his true self, maybe even his crazy side would be thankful." Part of Katsuki doubted that she could be mistaken, but another part of him knew she was correct. He hoped that Izuku would be tolerant and trust Katsuki when he woke up, but Izuku's tears and broken eyes were too convincing to be true. Katsuki's only option was to wait. He nodded and let out a deep sigh. "Thanks." Later that night, Izuku opened his eyes slowly, but he was still too scared to move. His head felt like it was spinning and he felt a little heavier than usual. He sat up slowly, trying to ignore the pain shooting through his aching body. Izuku scratched at his dirty feeling head and asked, where am I?" He had to be in the school nurse's office, he realized as he glanced around. Everyone must have been released because it was a little after school hours when he checked the clock. What was he doing here, then? Then he recalled. His eyes widened in surprise and he gasped as his head was suddenly filled with memories from the past. Izuku's voice was shaky and low as she said, "Oh no." He found it hard to believe that he had become the thing he detested the most. As Izuku recalled all the harm he had caused, his heart raced and his breathing became labored. All the pain he had caused to his fellow students and teachers, the cars he had wrecked, the paintings he had destroyed in the museum, and that poor woman he had shaken up in the hero gadget store. Izuku was a true villain. Izuku's thoughts were racing when the office door abruptly opened and he saw Recovery Girl. "Oh my goodness, you're up, child. This is great news. How do you feel?" It was difficult for Izuku to speak. I am. What is? Izuku's hands began to shake, and Recovery Girl quickly noticed his peculiar behavior. "Are you feeling alright, my boy? Those nutrients I put in the antidote should have cleaned you up right away. You must be nervous. It's your first time in a while that you're feeling back to your old self. I should probably call up your friends' homes," Izuku said as his heart stopped and his breath caught into his throat. "They're all so worried about you. I'll tell them if they want. They can definitely stop by today and speak to you, especially Katsuki." Izuku screamed, "No," and went into a panic. Izuku sprang out of bed and yelled, "No, don't. Don't call them, please." He stumbled and fell to the ground in the process. He needed a few more days to rest because his body wasn't quite ready yet. Nevertheless, he tried to approach Recovery Girl on foot. Recovery Girl shouts, "Midoriya, what are you doing? Get back in bed, your body isn't ready," as she attempts to assist Izuku in limping back to his bed. Izuku collapsed back in bed and pleaded, "Please don't call anyone, I'm not ready to see anyone." When the Recovery Girl looked up at Izuku and saw that his eyes were getting glassy, she felt awful. "But I don't understand. Why don't you want to see your friends?" she asked. She must have decided to drop it because something was seriously wrong. All right, but I have to alert somebody, I have to call All Might." Izuku moaned and collapsed back onto his pillow, covering his face with his hands. He knew he had no choice but to see All Might, even though he really didn't want to. Izuku observed Recovery Girl making the call. This encounter scared him half to death because he wasn't prepared for it. He made the decision to simply try to endure it and get through it. However, he feels weak when All Might storms through the nurse's door and looks directly at Izuku after 20 minutes have passed. Despite telling himself he wouldn't cry for the past 20 minutes, he feels the tears start to flow right away. Izuku, however, felt that he deserved to feel bad about himself and was powerless to stop it. Izuku muttered and gripped his shirt, "I'm sorry." He started to sob quietly, bringing his knees to his chest. "I'm so sorry, really sorry." "No," All Might said in a whisper before firmly embracing Izuku. "You know this wasn't your fault. Everyone knows this wasn't your fault and I'm so proud of you for staying strong throughout it." It was difficult for Izuku to control his tears as he clung to All Might. Izuku knew that his classmates must have thought he was a monster, but he tried his best to believe what All Might was saying. To top it all off, he was being torn apart by his fear that Katsuki would believe Izuku was an abomination. In keeping with her promise, Recovery Girl didn't tell anyone but All Might that night that Izuku had woken up and was feeling normal again. However, she couldn't exactly hide it, so she made sure to inform everyone that he was feeling better the following morning. Everyone was ecstatic. "He's back," Uraraka had exclaimed, her eyes welling up. "He's really okay." The Recovery Girl said, "Yes." 1A had been elated. Some, like Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari, got up and cheered. Others, such as Tenya, Todoroki, and Katsuki, sat motionless in shock, but it was obvious that they were relieved. Everyone was ecstatic overall. Ashido screamed, "This is amazing," and embraced Tsuyu tightly. "This is incredible, we've got everyone back," exclaimed Shiro. Keeping his composure, Katsuki got up and approached Recovery Girl. "Nothing's wrong with him, right?" "No, not exactly." Uraraka quietly took the Recovery Girl's hands and walked up beside Bakugo, saying, "We must see him, like right now. Please." When Uraraka noticed that her caregiver wasn't exactly pleased with her request, she became worried. Before speaking, she let out a sigh. "I'm sorry but, you can't." There was silence in the room, but Uraraka continued. "Why?" With a shake of her head, the Recovery Girl said, Well, that's the thing, dearie, I don't know. When he woke up, I expected him to be a little sore and drained because of all the damage he was doing to his body, but I never thought he'd be so upset. With his hands clenched into fists, Katsuki questioned, "What do you mean upset?" He was frantic. Once I told him I was going to alert you all of his well-being, he literally stumbled out of his bed and begged me not to. He seemed really bothered, so I didn't, and the only person I did contact was All Might. I'm sorry. Everyone exchanged glances. The news had been so awful and perplexing. Izuku seemed delighted to be back. He wanted to see everyone and let them know he was all right. They also wanted to tell him a lot, especially about Katsuki. Bakugo could hardly control his emotions as his heart began to race. It was obviously the thing that bothered him the most, even though he didn't understand like everyone else. At first, he was unsure of what he would say to Izuku, but now he was afraid he would never have the opportunity, because what if Izuku's actions were motivated by his feelings for him? What if Izuku truly detested Bakugo and was venting his anger on everyone as a result? Although Katsuki didn't believe Izuku could have acted in this manner, anything could happen in this very serious situation. Bakugo was on the verge of spitting a curse when he noticed Uraraka. They all turned to look at her when she said, "I'll wait." The recovery girl said, "What do you mean, darling?" She reiterated, her face stern, "I'll wait to talk to him. I don't know what Izuku is going through and I couldn't imagine. Of course it hurts that he doesn't want to see us right now, but I do know one thing. Izuku does care about us and he wouldn't stop now. He probably just needs a little more time. I've waited this long to see him. I bet I can wait a little longer because I'm sure he'll come around." Everyone else seemed to hear what she had to say. Her classmates began to follow her courageous lead one by one. As Todoroki put it, "I'll wait." Sato and Shiro said, "I'll wait too." Tsuyu came next, saying, "Me too." Ashido put her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "So will I. Plus he's with All Might, so he's in good hands." There was a consensus that everyone could wait a bit longer. They had to follow through even though they knew it would be difficult, especially since he is so close. Except for one, everyone had said they would wait. Everyone in the room looked at Bakugo, who remained silent. He recoiled when he saw that they were all grinning and staring at him. He yelled, "What are you looking at, you losers? TCH. Before he turned away and folded his arms. "Of course I'm gonna wait. I don't know exactly what yet, but I got a shitload to say to Deku." Everyone agreed that they would wait, regardless of the duration, after that. And it was long, oh boy. It had been 3 days since Izuku had awoken. Although he may have returned to his normal self, he wasn't exactly who he usually was. Izuku has been very irritable lately. He stayed in the nurse's office and didn't say much. He would do his exercises and take a few walks around the room, but he would never consider leaving. He was obviously upset. He would receive gifts from recovery girls, All Might merchandise, or visits from his friends. He would turn them all away, especially his pals. Izuku only consented to see the civilians who came to see him after learning that he and Katsuki were all right. Izuku would make sure he apologized from the bottom of his heart as soon as they arrived. He was even visited by the woman from the hero store they broke into. She obviously didn't accept his apology, but he made sure to drag it out with her. She simply gave him a kind smile and explained that it wasn't his fault. Even a memento from her store was brought to him. He thanked her and said he would come see her, but he secretly hoped she wasn't so understanding because he didn't believe he deserved it. Izuku felt both like a fool and like a monster. He would never see his friends or even Katsuki again. He wanted to see them, of course, and he wanted to think they weren't upset with him, but what if he was mistaken? What if his actions and his constant plotting to kill them were the reason they truly hated him? Izuku's thoughts of guilt are causing him to twist and turn as he lies in bed. Izuku let out a cry of distress, asking, "What's wrong with me? How could I have done such horrible things?" Izuku stopped reflecting on how he got into this predicament and how he collaborated with Katsuki during it all. "It's my fault, it has to be. If I would have just moved out of Katsuki's way, Katsuki." The fact that they were partners was insane, but their combined skill was even more insane. Izuku never thought that Katsuki would genuinely accept his invitation to partner with him, much less get so close to him. Izuku kind of missed being so close to Bakugo, but it made him feel sick to think about it. They were literally together all the time, and they would have done anything to make each other happy, both physically and emotionally. However, the more he considered it, the more Izuku felt a sharp pain in his heart, for he genuinely believed that would never happen again. Katsuki would either hate him or want things to return to how they were. Even though Izuku didn't want that, he probably wouldn't have any other option. He was about to cry a single tear when the door to Recovery Girl's office opened. Since she was seated in the corner, Izuku knew that someone was paying him a visit. When he saw that it was just All Might who had stopped by, his heart skipped a beat and he hoped Recovery Girl wouldn't invite his classmates against his wishes. "Hello my boy, how are we today?" All Might smiled as he always does. He went up to Izuku and embraced him tightly. He was clearly very happy to have his boys back. It must have been bothering him for a while. Izuku raised his arm and slightly flexed his fingers to show off his strength. "I'm much better, All Might," he said. See, Izuku was indeed far superior. He was almost ready to resume his activities since the majority of his strength had returned. "That's great, so does this mean you will be returning to the hero course?" Izuku winced at this. He ought to have realized that All Might would eventually ask him this question again. Izuku's responses of, "I need more time," or, "I'm not exactly feeling too well," had been tolerated by All Might for the past few days, but now that he was claiming to be improving, it would be difficult to avoid going back. To his successor, Izuku muttered, "Yay, about that." He didn't know where to begin, but he was trying to think of the right words to say. "Young Midoriya," Izuku said as he raised his beseeching gaze to All Might. He seemed to be pleading with him to refrain from saying the line that was being said by everyone, but he would undoubtedly hear it anyhow. "You know it's not your fault." Izuku dropped his head in frustration and said, "But I don't know that. Everyone tells me that it wasn't my fault and that these things happen, but they really don't. It was me who destroyed pieces of the city, it was me who tried to hurt my friends, and it was me who struck fear into countless of people's lives." Izuku looked up at All Might, who asked, "Would you do that all over again?" Izuku shook his head angrily and exclaimed, "No. Never. I couldn't dream of doing something so vile ever." All Might gripped Izuku's shoulders tightly with both of his heavy hands. "Exactly my boy, that wasn't you. That was not the Izuku Midoriya we all know. You had no control over what was happening to your body or your mind because everything was rearranged. How can that possibly be your fault?" All Might had a point, Izuku realized as he looked at him, but he was not yet persuaded. "I could have moved out of Katsuki's way. And I could have been there, but I wasn't. Aizawa would have helped you out, but he couldn't. Your classmates would have done something, but they were worried about being wrong. You see Midoriya, you can't put accidents all on yourself." But, All Might gives Izuku his trademark grin and pats his back. "Let's even say it was your fault. At the end of the day you simply made a mistake and it happens. All we have to do is look towards the future now and learn from the past. Everything is forgiven and you are still loved my boy." Izuku was at a loss for words. He knew All Might had a point, even though he didn't want to acknowledge it at the moment. Izuku hardly had control over his own thoughts or body when he was in a villainous state, so there wasn't much he could have done to stop himself. At times, Katsuki, along with his friends and teachers who prevented him from going down the wrong path, were the only things keeping him from actually hurting someone. Izuku wasn't to blame for this. All Might was correct. It wasn't anyone's, including Katsuki's. Accidents happen, and this one was no exception. Izuku knew that all would be well now that he could finally accept this. He hoped it would be, but there was only one way to find out, and that was by him spending his entire school career hiding in the Recovery Girl's office. Izuku sighed after taking a deep breath. "All Might. Yes Izuku, I think I'd like to see my friends now." It was the most tense, happy, and startling feeling Uraraka had ever experienced. She was still in shock as she dashed down the hallway to her class. She had stated that she would wait for Izuku 5 days prior. Even though she was very patient, she was still a mess sometimes, and everyone else was too, of course. They had taken all necessary precautions to maintain their composure. They would concentrate on their studies, put in extra effort in hero classes, and even share their best Izuku-related memories with one another. They would occasionally still be upset despite anything they did to speed up the passing of time and the days. But at last, an incredible event took place. One morning, Aizawa stopped Uraraka on her way to class. He gave her his typical weary look as he looked down at her. "He's ready now." Uraraka's eyes grew wide, and she didn't realize she had dropped every book she was holding until they landed on her feet. She picked everything up quickly and squeaked, "Why you mean? Yes, if you like you can tell the others." Trying not to show her emotions, she said, "But what about his mom? Doesn't she deserve to see him first? He had called her. She's visiting him later after she gets off work, I believe." Uraraka's gaze lowered to her hands. Even though she had been looking forward to this day for a very long time, she honestly couldn't believe it was finally here. Aizawa interrupted and jolted her out of what appeared to be a daze. He said, "So what are you waiting for?" And Uraraka winced as she looked up at him. "Go see your friend." Uraraka forced herself not to cry and grinned broadly. "Why, yes, sir." She thus makes an effort to control her emotions as she dashes down the hallway. When she finally arrives at her room, she screams through the door and pauses to catch her breath. Everyone is obviously looking at her with wide, shocked eyes. Todoroki believed they were being attacked, so he even got up and covered half of his body with ice. Uraraka speaks after catching her breath. At her words, "It's Izuku," everyone stands. Knowing exactly what's going to happen, their hearts skip a beat when she smiles at them. "It's time, guys." Everyone was quiet at first. Uraraka believed something was amiss, but all of a sudden everyone started running. Shiro and Ishido followed Kirishima, who was currently in the back, as he dashed forward to the front. Mineta and Tokiyami followed after Momo. Everyone appeared to be shouting and running for the door, so Uraraka would be crushed to death if she remained motionless. After turning around, Uraraka bounded out the door. Everyone was following her as she jogged down the hall. Her heart rate increased as she approached the nurse's office, and she felt as though she was connected to every student in her class because it was obvious that theirs was also out of control. What was she expecting? They had been wanting this for a very long time. Uraraka, the class leader, saw that someone was already standing outside the door as the entire class approached the hallway where the nurse's office was situated. She initially believed it to be All Might or Aizawa, but this person's height wasn't quite right. She pondered whether Izuku himself was coming out to welcome everyone, but as the class drew nearer, they noticed that this person's hair was ashy blonde rather than green. Uraraka came to a sudden halt and huffed, Katsuki." In order to catch their breath, her friends paused behind her. Katsuki simply turned to face them, but his expression was different from his typical frown. "What? How did you?" Bakugo turned back to the door after saying, "Aizawa saw me a little while ago and told me he was better. So I came here first." Ishido said, "So did you go in?" "Yay, how is he?" Kirishima exclaimed instantly. Yuga winked and said, "I'm assuming fabulous." But Bakugo's attitude remained unchanged. "No, I. Katsuki struggled to find acceptable words. He looked down at the floor and clenched his fist. His classmates were sick of seeing him like this, even though it was obvious that he was fighting a battle with himself. Before Izuku destroyed his own mind, they needed him to hear him out and see how he felt. "We will give you 10 minutes. Uraraka stated firmly. Bakugo gave her a startled glance. She gave him the thumbs up and raised her hand. "That's more than enough time for you to get your thoughts in order and get in there." "That's right. We'll go in first and then you'll be the follow-up, almost like the main attraction," Shiro said. "Which you already are in a way, haha." The choice made by his classmates astounded Katsuki. In a way, it was fantastic, but it was also a little annoying and embarrassing that they understood how he was feeling. It felt oddly pleasant to him to know that his friends could read him and figure out a way to get around the fact that he couldn't always express his feelings aloud because that wasn't him. All he said before stepping back from the door was, "Okay." After giving him a shoulder pat, Uraraka turned to face the door and opened it slowly. She turned back to him before she fully intervened. She said, 10 minutes. As she entered, everyone else followed suit, repeating what she had said to their friend. Tenya said, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, said Yuga. 10 minutes, insisted Tsuyu. Todoroki stated, expressionless, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Bakugo turned to Kaminari, who was pursuing him, and scowled at him. 10 minutes and 27 seconds, 26, 25, 24. Katsuki screamed at him, "Get out of here." Kaminari fled laughing. After they were all inside and the door was shut, Bakugo backed away until his back struck the wall. He sat after sliding down. Geez. There was silence in the room. Since they had gone in, nobody had moved. Suddenly, their eyes were all over the place, and they knew what they were searching for. Tenya was the first to point to his bed. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was Izuku's bed. Then they caught sight of him. His back was to them as he lay down. Although it was unclear whether he had done it intentionally, They could tell he was awake because his foot was tapping at the foot of the bed and his breathing was faster than usual. Everyone was wondering who would be the first to speak, and their breaths became stuck in their throats. It had only been seconds, but it felt like hours had gone by. Uraraka was the first to finally summon the bravery to speak. With unsteady legs, she took a step forward and put her shaking hands to her heart. She was extremely anxious. I, Izuku. Nothing at first, but Izuku slowly turned his head around and glanced at his friends after a few seconds. Their eyes widened in tandem with his. It all seemed unreal for a moment as he slowly sat up in bed. Izuku said, hey, quietly. Uraraka replied, hey, and started to move slowly in his direction. How are you feeling? Be better. I made a full recovery and I've just been resting a lot. I should be able to. Uraraka impatiently said, Izuku, what am I to you? What am I? Izuku was shocked to see tears welling up in her eyes when he turned to face her again. But he saw more than just tears. Her brown eyes were filled with a plethora of feelings, including love, fear, and most importantly, a great deal of hope. As he recalled all the awful things he had said to her when he wasn't himself, Izuku felt his lip quiver. In essence, he had told her that he didn't need her and that she was nothing. Izuku thought he knew she would remember this, but he wasn't sure how he was going to apologize at the time. Now is the best time in the world to put things right. Izuku turned to face her and gave her a death stare. Uraraka, you are my best friend in the whole wide world. You listen to me complain, you give me hero tips, you dry my tears when I cry, and you never leave my side or give up on me, no matter how bad things get. You really did prove that you're everything a friend should be, and I'm beyond glad I have you in my life. After saying that, Uraraka's mouth instantly curved into a tiny smile, and she eventually started crying. Before she spoke, she gave a little giggle. That's all I needed to hear, Deku. Izuku rubbed his head and laughed a little. I'm really glad to hear that. He had hoped she meant it, and he sincerely hoped that their relationship would eventually return to normal. However, it was evident from Uraraka's subsequent action that things had already returned to normal. Oh, Deku! Uraraka jumped on top of him and screamed with joy. She literally started to take his life away. Oof! She swooped down on Izuku, who coughed a little. He was initially perplexed, but he had never felt happier. She kissed him all over his face, and he laughed while giving her a hug in return. It's really you, Izuku? Izuku asked, hearing someone talk, and then looking up to see his friends approaching. The majority of them were grinning and had tears of incredulity in their eyes. Hey guys, it's me. Don't worry, I'll never try and hurt you again, and I'm so sorry that things had gotten so. After shouting, oh shut up, you big idiot, Ashido leapt on Izuku. We're just glad that crazy side of you didn't tear the real you to shreds. We've missed you, man, said Kirishima. Tenya exclaimed, welcome back, Midoriya. And before long, everyone in the class, including Todoroki, was battling to get on top of Izuku in his bed. Izuku was happier than ever before. Despite everything, his friends continued to love him and never lost hope that he would return. While the girls continued to plant welcome back kisses all over his face, the guys ruffled his hair. Izuku couldn't even bring himself to be alarmed when Mineta called him a loosey bastard. Instead, he was content that Mineta could still act like himself around him. Izuku was happy for a long time until he noticed that someone was missing. He tried not to be noticed as he searched for that one person while his friends kept embracing and celebrating him. He tried refocusing on the people present when he couldn't find the person he was looking for. Izuku was shocked to see that Uraraka had been observing him, and he knew she was aware of exactly what he was searching for. Uraraka whispered in Izuku's ear while grinning warmly at him. 10 minutes. In fact, Class 1A decided it was time to let Izuku alone after 15 minutes. When they visited, they told him how anxious they were, how the teachers had gone to find an antidote, and how Uraraka occasionally lifted their spirits. She attempted to play it off and denied this, but the class wouldn't allow it. Izuku was happy that he could hear the stories at all, regardless of what they had told him. He missed Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro's clowning antics. He missed Tenya controlling everyone's conduct and ignoring misbehavior. It was good to see Todoroki freeze him in ice, but he couldn't say he missed Mineta acting like a total pervert. Overall, he thought his interaction with his classmates could not have gone more smoothly. But he wasn't exactly completely content. Izuku sort of assumed that someone would be dropping by during that time when Uraraka whispered, 10 minutes, in his ear, but he wasn't even sure what he would say or if he was prepared. Would he be able to take on Katsuki? Izuku's teachers were correct when they said that his friends wouldn't despise him. Bako doesn't hate him, according to his friends, and he really wanted to think they were right, but for some reason, it was really difficult. It seemed as though he pushed himself on Bakugo before he was even mature enough to know whether or not he liked him. Izuku felt unclean because of it. Bakugo chewing him out for that would be too much for Izuku to handle. What if he was simply there to express his distaste for Izuku? Or what if he was going to say that because of what he had done, he would never want to speak to him again? Izuku tried to force the thoughts out of his mind as his heart raced and his head ached because they terrified him so much. 5 minutes had passed since his friends had departed, and the door had been shut behind them. However, it was now opening once more. Izuku swiftly turned to face the door and recognized the hand pushing it open as his own. When he saw Katsuki enter, his eyes widened. Izuku thought to himself, there he is. He is just as flawless as I remembered him to be. For a brief moment, he felt warm as his love for Katsuki filled his chest. The moment Katsuki saw Izuku, though, his whole body froze and he lost his warmth. Izuku watched as Katsuki approached him. He wanted nothing more than to get up and flee the room because his heart was pounding so hard, but he was unable to do so at this moment. He would never be able to move past this unless he was strong enough to finish it. Hi, Kachan. Izuku nearly muttered under his breath. Bakugo said, wearing his typical stern expression, hi. He sat down after pulling up a chair from the corner. They remained silent. Katsuki gazed at his folded arms while Izuku glanced down at his hands. Izuku wasn't feeling any better, and it was incredibly quiet. He hoped that recovery girl, All Might, or someone else would enter at this moment, but he didn't. How was he doing? He wanted to get past this. After a few more minutes of silence, Izuku started to irritate him. He thought he was about to lose it at that moment. Why did Katsuki remain silent? Didn't he come to see him? He wasn't talking, but most visitors do. Izuku truly wanted to hope for the best. He looked up, thinking perhaps he could read some answers in Katsuki's face. Izuku slowly lifted his large green eyes to meet Katsuki's. He felt almost stable for a brief moment just by looking at him. Katsuki, however, also looked up. He looked back at his arms the instant he made eye contact with Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He was aware of it. He dared to hope that this boy didn't hate him even though he knew that he did. Izuku looked away once more, and he could feel his heart preparing to burst. He felt that it was a broken dream to begin with, a false one, and that he shouldn't cry in front of Katsuki. Squeezing his hands together more tightly, he let out a sigh. Izuku muttered so softly that Katsuki nearly missed it. I knew it. He became aware that he might have made a mistake when he looked up at Izuku. Izuku's expression wasn't very joyful. What? Izuku's first words were like a knife to Bakugo's heart. Kachan, we don't have to speak again. What did he say? Wah, Izuku said. I know, I messed up bad didn't I? And shook his head. I got us into that terrible situation and if I just stayed out of your way you wouldn't have gotten stuck in it with me. I'm really sorry for all the trouble I caused you and of course I'd never want you to get hurt. He's saying what the devil? Katsuki pondered in his mind. He desired to talk. He was about to interrupt Izuku and correct him, but he remained silent instead. Izuku lowered his head even further, as though he was trying to conceal some shame, and said, and, I'm sorry that I pushed my feelings on you. Katsuki was not only shocked by this, but he became enraged. I know you probably hate me. You make it clear all the time, but I always admired you and I guess somewhere along the line I fell for you and didn't stop loving you. I loved you knowing you would never love me back. Katsuki started digging his fingernails into his flesh. He wanted to talk again, but something was holding him back. He paid attention to Izuku's next words. With a slight smile that seemed to be a joke, Izuku asked, you must think I'm disgusting, right? Izuku's smile vanished, and a distressed expression took its place. Your childhood friend confessing his love for you and he's actually willing to admit that he was so glad it was you he was with and no one else. Anyway, I'm sorry about all the trouble I caused you. We can pretend this never happened and go back to the way things were. Bakugo's eyes widened, and he finally lost it. Bastard, was the first thing that came out of Katsuki's gritted teeth. Izuku winced and raised his head. Huh, Bakugo was on top of him before he realized it. Izuku was lying flat on his back on his bed, and Katsuki had him by the neck, looking down at him. Wah! Izuku felt Katsuki smash his lips against his own before he could question Bakugo about his actions. Izuku felt a spark go through his whole body, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was a long, rough, passionate kiss. Izuku was having trouble breathing, but he didn't stop and instead waited to find out what was going on. They both gasped for air as soon as Bakugo let him go, and they just looked at one another for a while. Before Katsuki exploded, that is. He yelled, "You shitty nerd. How dare you," which made Izuku squeak. What did I do wrong?" Before kissing Izuku once more, Bakugo snarled, "How can you ask me to go back to normal, huh? Exclamation mark. Does that even sound fucking right to you?" He shouted again when he broke it. "Yay, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. But I only hate you and torture you because you're so fucking clueless and you don't get it. Why do you think I've been telling you to spill your guts to me whenever I catch you looking at me? I need to hear you say it before I do." Katsuki repeatedly gives Izuku kisses. Even though they are all brief, they are sufficient to make Izuku see stars. Lost in a daze, Izuku asked, "Say what? Tell me, Kachan." Bakugo growled low in Izuku's ear, "You fucking know what," and then planted another kiss on him. "I don't know when this happened. It's all your fault. You're always acting cute and being nice to me when I mess with you, and the thoughts I have about you drive me crazy. Damn it all," Izuku exclaims, his face turning redder than before, his eyes widening in shock. Bakugo turned away from Izuku and started swearing to himself. Izuku's heart almost burst as he gazed up at the boy before him. He had all of his friends back, to start. He liked him too, now, according to the love of his life. It was too much to handle at once, especially after all of Katsuki's recent kisses. Izuku was extremely pleased that he was mistaken, even though he had been wrong the entire time. Since they were young children, Bakugo made it clear that he would always be present. As a result of their negative experience, their relationship will now be even stronger. Izuku knew he had to let Katsuki know he felt the same way, and this was just what he needed. Izuku raised his arms and put them around Katsuki's neck, but Katsuki was too busy muttering obscenities to notice. Izuku gently dragged Bakugo down and kissed his cheek. Katsuki turned to face Izuku after this brought him back to reality, and he was met with another gentle kiss. Izuku relaxed and gazed up at him shamelessly, her eyes glazed. "Be crazy with me forever," he grinned. "Just you and me." At such a sight, Katsuki almost choked. He returned the smirk, touched Izuku's nose, and laid his forehead against his. "Just you and me, forever." Izuku leaned in and grinned. But as they were ready to share a kiss, the door suddenly flew open. The two boys leapt, sat up, and looked around to see who had come in. They were shocked to discover that it was both of their moms. "Izuku, my baby," exclaimed Inko, grinning and crying. "Mom," Izuku exclaimed as he greeted his mother with his arms. Mitsuki smirked and punched her fist into her other hand, saying, "Katsuki, you little monster." Instead, as Katsuki put it, "Aw shit." At UA, everything was essentially as usual. Everyone showed up for class as usual, the weather was fantastic, and despite the fact that Class 1A was going through some challenging training, everyone was smiling. Izuku returned to classes with Katsuki as scheduled once he had fully recovered. As soon as they arrived home, their parents pampered, fed, and gave them praise for being safe and healthy. The class at school threw a small party, shared all of the notes from earlier classes they missed, which Izuku happily accepted, and Katsuki attempted to thwart and assisted them in catching up on everything they needed. Never had either boy felt more at home. So, even though Aizawa was pursuing him, Izuku ran on a training battlefield grinning. He swung from buildings and wielded his robes at students, shouting, "Keep going, if I'm able to catch you that means a villain will be able to as well." Kaminari screamed, "Isn't this a little intense?" As he fled for his life. As he glides on his ice, Todoroki explains, "It's for practice and it raises stamina." Aizawa catches Mina after she unintentionally slips on it and falls behind him. "Sorry, try not to step on the ice." Uraraka exclaims, "Oh my god, this is too much for my heart." Since her quirk isn't particularly useful for running, she feels like she's not exactly in a good position. Izuku smiles and yells, "You're doing great. I know you can do it, Uraraka." But she keeps panting and freaking out. She yells, "How are you smiling? This is terrifying." as she turns to face Aizawa and notices the red in her eyes. Haha, Izuku chuckles before accelerating. Yay, this would usually cause me to be a little scared, but I'm just so glad I'm here doing it with you guys. If it's with my fellow classmates and friends, there's nowhere I'd rather be. Ah eck, Uraraka swoons initially, but she doesn't remember where she is. She gets caught the moment she slows down. Izuku's smile vanishes as soon as Aizawa says, maybe I should move a little quicker to show you guys this isn't a joke. Izuku shouts, I should probably start moving much quicker, and runs frantically, despite the pain in his legs. Izuku glances at his classmates as he runs past them. Izuku believed that Yuga would soon experience a stomach ache that would cause him to be caught, even though he was using his belly button ray to lift himself off the ground and soar through the air more quickly. Tokiyami had dark shadows that helped him move quickly, and Todoroki was still using his ice. In terms of speed, Tsuyu wasn't doing half bad, but Tenya was clearly far ahead of the game. Izuku glanced at the rest of his pals and noticed that the person he was seeking was not one of them. But he looked up when he heard an explosion in the sky. His heart jumped from building to building as soon as he saw Katsuki. Izuku had no intention of letting him win the small wager they had made about who would finish first, even though he was quite far ahead. Izuku managed to accelerate and put a significant amount of distance between himself and Aizawa. Izuku removed his gaze from Bakugo after catching up to him and continued running in the hopes of overtaking him. When Katsuki looked down, he noticed a head of green hair, and his eyes widened. Katsuki smirked and growled, "Ha! You think you can beat me, Deku?" he said. Izuku smirked back at him as he looked up. "I know I can. Just watch me." Bakugo laughed. "Yay right, I'd like to see you beat this." Katsuki set off a massive explosion and caused pieces of a building to fall as soon as he finished speaking. Izuku let out a gasp, shocked that Katsuki would play dirty. Izuku avoided as many pieces of concrete as he could before anything cold struck him. He used his quirk to get himself in the air as well after realizing he was slowing down while running. Izuku shouted to Katsuki, "That's not fair," as they both flew off buildings. Bakugo grinned and intensified his speed, saying, "TCH. All is fair in this game of ours." Izuku was about to say something as he followed him, but he had a strange feeling. A model car was flying at him when he turned around in a hurry. "Whoa," he said, avoiding it and turning back to face Aizawa. He said quietly, "You two look way too comfortable up there, let's fix that." Then he erased both Bakugo's and Izuku's using his quirk. Shit, Katsuki swore as he collapsed. To slide off the buildings, they both expended a significant amount of energy. Izuku staggered a little and fell back a little, but Bakugo landed on his feet and continued. Aizawa came within seconds of catching him, but he swiftly caught up and ran alongside Katsuki. Katsuki shouted and attempted to move more quickly, saying, "See. You won't beat me. Face it, Deku, I'll be number one." Izuku maintained his speed, but Katsuki was gradually slipping away from him. He could see the end of the line, and since he would never hear the end, he really didn't want to lose to him. Izuku needed to get something done quickly. He had a thought at that very moment. Katsuki noticed something was wrong when he looked at Izuku. "What are you planning, nerd?" Izuku continued to look forward as he said, "Oh nothing, I was just thinking about how you're really strong and good in certain situations." "Hey, I know that, but your little flattery trick won't work on." "But do you know the one place you're still weak?" Bakugo gave him a bewildered look. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Izuku leaned over and planted a large kiss on Katsuki's cheek without saying another word. When he realized how close Izuku was, his eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat as his scent filled his nostrils. Izuku gave him a wink as he withdrew. Izuku kept running as fast as he could, but Katsuki was no longer at his side. He had halted and was clutching his cheek, his face flushed. Izuku heard Katsuki yell, "What?" just before Aizawa caught him. Izuku kept running until he crossed the finish line, which put an end to the Aizawa race. "Yes," Izuku shouted, raising his arms. Izuku watched and waited for the other students to cross the line while he caught his breath. It was better than yesterday's workout, even though a little less than half of them did not make it. Aizawa arrived next, ensnaring all those who had been caught in his robes and dragging them on the ground to impart a lesson. When his friend approached him, Izuku rubbed his head nervously and said, "Good job, Uraraka. You got further than last time, which is really good." Tenya approached both of them and exclaimed, Izuku is right, you are making progress. But he turned away when he noticed Uraraka was panting heavily. She was on the verge of vomiting. Oh my god, that keeps getting scarier. He's like a demon, she exclaims as she straightens up. How do you guys do? Satisfied, Tenya said, my quirk is literally built upon speed, so I finished first. Tenya grinned at her as Uraraka grinned and said, show off. I did okay, I came in third. But I did beat my time form yesterday. I got way FA. Uraraka pointed and said, Deku, don't look now, but I think your boyfriends are about to tackle you. Before he fully processed what she had said, Izuku stared at her in confusion. But when he turned to his right, Katsuki was already moving at full speed before he could respond. As Uraraka stated, he tackled Izuku to the ground. Izuku landed on his back with Katsuki on top of him after they rolled in ball for a minute. Bakugo snarled as he shook Izuku violently. You son of a bitch. You cheated. You know you did too, nerd. Bakugo said. You said all is fair. Izuku laughed and attempted to defend himself. Bullshit. That's different. You can't use weaknesses. Izuku looked at Katsuki with wide green eyes and said, so you admit that, I'm your weakness. Before he growled once more, Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. Stop doing that, I'll kill you, he said, rocking Izuku as he did so. Izuku chuckled before he said anything. You make me crazy, Kachan. Katsuki leaned down to Izuku and grinned, saying, HMPH, I'll show you how crazy you make me. But Izuku and Katsuki were both clad in tight robes before anything could happen. Both of them looked at Aizawa. Unfortunately, boys, you're not off the hook yet. Since less than half of you completed the course, we're doing it again. I want to see better results this time, and anyone who has a problem with it will do it 5 more times. With a sigh, the two boys turned back to one another. They grinned as they said to one another, I bet I'll finish first. Uraraka, meanwhile, was experiencing a breakdown. She screamed, spare us, please, while Tenya gave her a back rub.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.